Well,
Had
when
we released the information, we would have been.
We saw a guy walk. Remember, they had the Jesus character out there walking on the street.
I remember him. Yeah, out front. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we saw a guy walk up to the Jesus character, whisper something to him, and this guy was in normal clothes. The other guy was dressed like Jesus and carrying a crossbar. And that Jesus character dropped the crossbar and walked across the street toward the hotel with the guy in the street clothes. I think he was part of that whole group penetrating those protesters.
Surveillance.
100%. 100%. Yep. It was the creepiest feeling on the back. The hair on the back of your neck was up the whole time. My wife kept saying, I cannot wait to get out of here. Yes. I cannot wait to get out of here. And I don't know if it was, I'm telling you, it was discernment. Okay. It was discernment because of my wife and I had my son with me and my team. And we realized how evil this government is. And I'm telling you, this government is still that evil.
Absolutely. And we're in what I call the Trump slump. We elected Trump and now everybody's waiting for him to fix the country. And no, dude, we're asleep as a country. We are in big trouble. And people think, well, Trump has all this power. No, the president has limited powers. The swamp is there. The swamp is full of evil. We are in trouble.
Colonel Rob Maness has a lifelong record of providing dedicated service to this nation. Having worked his way up from the enlisted ranks to full colonel, he served our country for more than 32 years. He has served as a bomber squadron commander, bomb disposal technician, Joint Chiefs of Staff operations officer, assisted the national security team with the campaign plan for the global war on terrorism. He authored the first theater nuclear war plan and served as the vice commander of America's largest airborne intelligence wing. Colonel Rob Maness is a true American hero. This is Rob Maness Live.
Rejected a request by former President Joe Biden to block the release of audio recordings and transcripts of his interviews with a memoir ghostwriter before he was elected president. The National News Desk, Jeff Harris, joins us. We know Biden's team has launched several efforts, Jeff, to block the release of these tapes. But what comes next following the court's ruling?
So in a 2-1 decision, a 3-judge panel from the U.S. Court of Appeals for D.C. ruling that public interest in these materials outweighs Biden's personal privacy concerns. But the court did put a temporary pause on the ruling until August 3rd, giving Biden time to appeal the to the D.C. Full Circuit or Supreme Court. Now, the materials at the center of this controversy include redacted transcripts and around 70 hours of audio recordings between Biden and his ghostwriter from 2016 and 2017 regarding his memoir titled Promise Me Dad. The tapes were originally obtained by special counsel Robert Hur during his 2023 investigation into Biden's handling of classified documents, where he ultimately declined to file charges. Following his decision, conservative think tank the Heritage Foundation filed a Freedom of Information Act request to obtain the recordings.
Now, the Justice Department had released portions of the transcripts from these interviews, but they had not yet released the audio files themselves so that we, the American people, could listen for ourselves to see exactly what Joe Biden said, how he answered, how he delivered those answers.
A spokesperson for Biden speaking out following the ruling, saying in part, quote, President Biden's conversations for a book a decade ago that discussed his late son are private and were provided to the Department of Justice on the express condition they stay that way, adding reversing course and making them public is just the latest example of this administration weaponizing the Justice Department for political retribution. Now, the spokesperson adding there that while Biden disagrees with the ruling, he does respect the courts and the role an independent judiciary plays in a healthy democracy.
Folks, we're live on Worldview Tube and X Spaces simulcast. Well, friends, another major victory. That's what you just heard. A federal appeals court rejected Joe Biden's last-ditch effort to bury the audio recordings of his interviews with ghostwriter Mark Zonitzer. The tapes will likely show Biden's memory as, remember, hazy, fuzzy, and poor in the interviews. Fearing his unfitness for the presidency being exposed, Biden has fought very hard to seal those records and keep them that way. But the Oversight Project fought harder. They won, and America's going to finally hear the truth. But the revelations keep on coming, folks. In New Jersey, the company that runs the voting system just confirmed there was no software glitch proving the Democrat governor, Mikey Sherrill, to be a liar after she was forced to admit state officials knowingly put thousands of non-citizens onto their voter rolls, and they voted. And President Trump declassified a bunch of documents the other night in his speech, covering up. What were they doing? Covering up a seditious operation, that's my opinion, against him, but really against the will of us, the American people, and revealing former FBI senior leader Nikki Flores admitted that she was basically running a shadow government. That's the exact words from her emails, while suppressing China election interference intel on fake IDs for mail-in ballots, then testified under oath that no foreign power was hacking our systems. And Senator Jim Banks just dropped the Citizenship Act of 2026, declaring children of invaders are not entitled to birthright citizenship, putting into law that the Supreme Court blocked from President Trump's executive order. And that's why I'm bringing in the man helping drive these fights, Jeff Clark, vice president of the litigation at the Oversight Project, and a former official in the first Trump administration and this Trump administration, and he's got a lot of scars to prove it. Welcome back, Jeff, and thanks for joining me today.
Always good to see you, Colonel. Thanks for having me.
Well, this litigation on the Biden audio tapes with the ghostwriter, that's really big deal that most people really hadn't been paying attention to, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we've been pressing hard and hard. I think once we won the appeal 2-1 at the DC Circuit in emergency litigation, that's what caused the mainstream media to sit up and take notice and say, hey, it looks like these documents, these audio tapes are going to come out. And, I think the American people are going to hear for themselves that Joe Biden, as of the time these interviews were occurring during 2016, 2017, he was already senile. He was already not, sufficiently mentally capable to be president. This is why we got the auto pen presidency from 2021 to early 2025. It's disgraceful. The people who covered that up should be held accountable, and the people who put him up and ran him for president to hold the highest office in our nation and to be the commander in chief, knowing that he had these mental deficiencies and Alzheimer's or whatever it is exactly that he has. We all know that he has something or some constellation of things. It's just it's unconscionable to me. But that's why they're fighting so hard not to let these tapes and transcripts come out before the midterms, because it exposes the lies of the Democrat Party in terms of what lengths they're willing to go to take and exercise power, Colonel.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Jeff, you've worked in 2 administrations now in the Trump years. Why is it so difficult to hold the government officials accountable? Because a lot of these people that have been hiding this stuff and resisting are government officials. Why is it so hard?
It comes down a lot of times to who is in the places, and also the Trump administration, right, in 47 has a very ambitious agenda, and it requires a massive number of lawyers in order to execute it. And what the Trump 45 era exposed to, I think a lot of people who hadn't thought about it before, is that the Justice Department is basically 90%, especially in Main justice. It's a little bit different, I think, sometimes when you go out to the local U.S. attorney's offices in what the left regards as flyover country, the percentages would be lower. But in D.C., it's like 90% Democrats. And I can tell you from my 2 stints at the Justice Department, one in the Bush administration, starting in 2001, and then in the Trump 45 administration, that it's just obvious if you have a brain and you're the political leader of some component of the Justice Department, when you interact with the career lawyers, that most of them are Democrats. Now, I put them into 3 boxes. There are people who are willing to, follow orders, but don't exactly volunteer and give you great enthusiasm about that. There are very much smaller cadre of people who their view is, I'm here to serve whoever the president is and the president's nominees, designees, et cetera. And then, then there's a category of people who are just, they're going to resist everything you try to do because they do not agree with it. And, I wouldn't say that reaches a majority of the people at the Justice Department and Main Justice, but it's grown over time. It was at one level in Bush 43 based on the Clinton administration when I arrived there. It was definitely at a higher level in Trump 45 after the Obama administration, had 2 terms. And, after Biden, I'm sure I didn't go back to DOJ for this time in Trump 47. I was at the White House at OMB. But I'm sure when they arrived, if there was someone who could have observed things from Bush to Trump 45 to Trump 47 with, a Biden term intervening, that problem had just gotten worse. So that's part of it. I want our conversation to be organic, but there is something I want to note about your intro on the Biden tapes case, which is what Biden's spokesman, TJ Ducklo, said. So, the viewers can go back and look at it. And he says, these people have basically no morals. They want private conversations, from President Biden about his son, who, tragically died of cancer. That is a complete lie. The district court found that there were no sensitive materials, in what was redacted by the Trump 47 Justice Department, and the DC Circuit 2-1 affirmed that. So TJ Ducklo is just lying. And I also want to remind your viewers about TJ Ducklo. He worked in the Biden administration, and it turned out that he was dating apologies. I don't know why this is ringing. Apologies for that. Someone should get the message that I'm not going to be answering their call. Give me a second. Okay, somebody gave up. I apologize for that.
That's no worries. We didn't hear it at all, but go ahead.
I have one. Oh, you didn't? Okay.
No.
All right, good. It was driving me crazy because I can hear it like it's right in my ear. TJ Ducklo is working at the White House for Biden, and it turns out that he's dating a reporter who was at Axios and was also an NBC and MSNBC contributor, this woman, Alexi McCammond. And so he's getting favorable coverage of Biden. This is like totally unethical, I think, both on the government side and certainly on the side of the journalist. And so he winds up basically getting first reassigned to work for Vice President Harris after this scandal emerges, and then he gets cashed out entirely. So Biden's like recycled him, and Politico actually realized what a high magnitude scandal this was of conflict of interest. And so Tara Palmieri, who was there at the time, covered it. And then TJ Ducklo called her up and threatened her and said, anti-women things about her. I'm sure he used the B word, that kind of thing. And so this is just a completely scummy character, and he's currently, Biden's spokesman, and he's lying about what 2 courts in D.C. have found as a basic matter of fact. This has nothing to do with any sensitive revelations about Joe Biden and the sad death of his son. This is about his level of mental competence, and redactions have been applied to protect any privacy interest he has. And I'll just say, like at a super high level, Rob, that it's wacky that there's any notion of a privacy interest here. Joe Biden was doing these interviews in order to make $8 million on a book review and to decide whether to resurrect his flagging political career by running for president in 2016. And then ultimately he used this book, Promise Me Dad, as a way to, springboard and try to get votes in the 2020 presidential election. There is zero privacy interest in that, but in any event, there's nothing to do with his son in this, but they're just willing to lie in order to try to convince mindless people that, we representing the Heritage Foundation here at the Oversight Project, we're like inhuman people who want to drag the Biden family through the mud. That is not our purpose.
And it's so easy to prove it's a lie, too, Jeff. Not just that, but, Biden's, a lot of his mistakes and missteps vocally have been about Beau, his son Beau, that died of cancer and that served in the military. I mean, they're public and they're all over the place. You don't have to dig into anything like that to find those issues anyway. I want to hear the tapes for exactly the reason you guys are talking about, is we deserve to know just how bad off this guy was and what the extent of it was and when it was. That's the American people's right to know that.
Absolutely.
We got to take a break. When we come back, I want to move into election integrity stuff. Man, a lot of breaking news about that, Jeff. And as I know, most people will probably remember, you've worked election stuff. And that's the memo that got you sideways with the entire weaponized Justice Department and a couple of state agencies, too. We'll be right back with Jeff Clark from the Oversight Project.
At a certain age, you stop chasing younger. You start protecting what helps you feel steady, strong, and well. Your body's collagen matters. It supports the structure of your skin, joints, and connective tissue. But as the years go by, your body needs more support from the inside. That's where Bella Grace Elixir comes in. Bella Grace Elixir combines Verisol collagen, the world's most clinically proven collagen, with asteryl astaxanthin and cat's claw in a proprietary blend designed to help support the processes that reconstruct collagen, while also offering antioxidant and anti-inflammatory effects. And this isn't just for women. It's for men and women who want to age with more confidence, more care, and a daily wellness routine that supports the body from within. One simple elixir, thoughtfully formulated for whole body wellness. Take care of the body that has carried you this far. Order Bella Grace Elixir today at melissahousebg.com.
As you know, last night, the New Jersey governor admitted that 6,600 illegal aliens had made it onto New Jersey's voter rolls. At least that number, it could be a lot larger. And 400 of them actually cast a vote. That is the largest number of foreigners ever to vote in any collection of an election in American history. When we told you that last night, the governor said, not our fault, it was a software glitch, no big deal. Well, overnight, we reached out to the software company that runs New Jersey's system. And you know what they said? There's no software glitch at all. The state of New Jersey knew they were putting non-citizens, i.e. foreigners, onto the voter rolls. It is the state's responsibility to determine who is eligible to vote and who's not. The software had it marked right. That is a major contradiction. And just a little while ago, the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights in the U.S. Justice Department, Harmeet Dillon, announced that there is an investigation of New Jersey now into whether they knowingly were allowing non-citizens to vote and to get on the voter rolls. Remember, a week ago, she sent a letter out saying, if you let non-citizens vote knowingly, you're in trouble. Well, now the vendor's comments raise the very strong possibility that one of the blue states in America may have acceded to allowing non-citizens to vote. We're going to keep a close eye on that. Hope to get Harmeet Dillon on the show the next couple of days to describe what is going on. But that is a big thing.
Welcome back to Truth Thursday here on the Rob Maness Show and the Worldview Tube Network. And we're live on our X Spaces simulcast, too. My guest today is Jeff Clark, Vice President of Litigation at the Oversight Project, former Trump appointed official, both in this administration and in the first Trump administration, and was in DOJ, and worked election issues, as a matter of fact. I'm sure y'all will remember that, Jeff. After all these years, and the next segment's dedicated to this stuff, too, so we could just go wherever we want. But after all these years of people denying, especially those on the left in these blue states, that they're registering both legal non-citizens and I'm sure illegal non-citizens too. A Democrat governor has finally had to come to the podium and make the announcement that it's actually true. And it's not like 100 people, it's over 6,000, which tells me that there's probably more than that. She's just trying to stave off what she knows is coming because this administration is doing the right thing.
Yeah, it's remarkable, isn't it? And look, you know what the behind the scenes story, Rob, on that has to be, which is that advisors, lawyers for Governor Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey come to her and they're like, it's looking like Harmeet Dillon's got us dead to rights here, and she may get all the voter rolls. So let's try to contain the damage, and we'll admit that there was a software glitch. And 6,000, 60,000, whatever the number is, people voted. I agree with you. I think it's much too small. And then consistent with my theme from your first segment about the issue of, TJ Lowe saying, just total lies about the Biden tapes case. This is a total lie from Mikey Sherrill, too. It's been exposed. The software company was talked to, and they said, no, there was no glitch. We were asked to put the illegals on the voter rolls. And so, it's just whoever advised her that she could kind of like play limited hangout and kind of disclose something. But they decided to pitch it as a software glitch, like is a total idiot. Like now she really has egg on her face, and it just, further fuels it. That's not going to stop the MS Nows of the world, the New York Times, from continuing to try to run cover for the idea that the elections have been penetrated. But look, the president dropped incredibly powerful evidence, both in his live speech a week ago today and in the evening, and on the White House website, showing that the Chinese, penetrated into millions of voter records. And so the Democrats, they go back into their their sessions, and they decide, hey, how are we going to answer this one? And the answer they came up with was, well, you can buy voter data. China can buy voter data. I mean, like they can, and maybe they did as a first, stage, and to figure out what they were looking for and how to do it better later. But no, they hacked into these state systems. John Solomon, who was the one who's spearheading this as a special government employee at the White House, has indicated that China hacked this. Okay. And, what happened in 2016 that caused the left to say Trump was a Russian agent? Fake. The Steele dossier, fake. Part of the Hillary Clinton campaign effort, right? Well, what was Russia actually doing? They were had modest amounts of money spent on social media influence campaigns where they're kind of testing the water. They did not hack millions of America's voter files like China did. So what happened in 2020 and what happened in 2016 are leagues apart. The election system in America has been, in my view, completely compromised. And there were other elements of Trump revelations a week ago today. They included that there was massive fraud in Michigan. They were paying people, I call it on a piece basis, because you come up with a fraudulent registration for a fake voter in Michigan. They're going to pay you for each one you get. And how did you get paid? You got paid in gift cards. So it's like modern Tammany Hall. You don't get cash. You don't get a government job. You get a gift card you could use. And what also, came out was that information about the electronic voting systems. They were clearly compromised, for Maduro, Chavez, et cetera, down in Venezuela. And the systems in America, I'm not going to mention any companies' names, but the systems in America, even if they're different companies, they're functionally, structurally the same. They are not secure. And one of the reasons why we need election reform and we need things like the Save America Act is because we need to go back, Rob, to paper ballots counted the same day in small precincts with signature verification and with observers from both sides, from both political parties.
Yeah, and that's the way we did it for years and years and years, and it worked just fine. The country's not any bigger now than it was then. Jeff, I guess I don't understand why when Assistant AG Dillon asked for the voter rolls so they can help clean them up, because we have access at the federal level, you have access to different databases, and you can help the states clean their voter rolls. Why not do it? What is the issue that's driving these blue states, the governors, to say no? Because New Jersey was one.
Because they're hiding something. It's the same, general theme. You pick something, that can have a clear theme throughout, right? It's because, they're hiding the Biden tapes because they don't want that to show that Joe Biden was not capable of being president. They're hiding the voter rolls because they're going to show that there are lots of illegals on there and that there are other people who should be cleaned off either because they're dead or they moved. Or they're not eligible for some other reason. Maybe they're convicted felons, et cetera, right? So they don't want independent verification of that. And what's their legal argument? I mean, their legal argument is basically to say the elections have always been controlled by the states. This is not the federal government's business. Like Harmeet Dillon, butt out. And that's just a total lie. Like if you look, I just tell your viewers, go look at the elections clause in Article 1 of the Constitution, okay? So it confers the power in the initial instance on the states to set the rules, but it gives Congress the power to override those rules. Inherently, you can't have, federal officials being elected based on exclusive, state enclaves as if it's their only, they have that power. It can't be invaded. Like it's not the way the system was set up from the start. It's the same thing with the presidential elections. Like the states, they set rules for the choice of electors, and the state legislature can ultimately decide to, certify a new slate of electors. But in terms of the rules for how you elect the people who become the electors, the federal government can override those rules. And so you just use so much myth making and lying in the media to confuse people. Always, Rob, this, I'm sure you tell your viewers to do this. Go look at the document. Don't lose your literacy. Go look at the United States Constitution, and you'll see for yourself that I'm telling you the truth.
Oh yeah, I've read it many times, and to many people, citizens' surprise, they don't know it's there. When I pull mine out and I read it to them, and I go, "Look, there's always been a role for the federal government to participate in setting the rules for federal elections." One of the questions I wanted to ask you in this regard on the voter rolls and those kinds of things, how has the federal government generally approached it to try to give that the power of the states obviously to set the rules as it is in the Constitution? How has that traditionally been worked with between the feds and the state governments? Is there anything unusual today about what's happening as opposed the way things have been in the past? Because it's always been done, as you said.
Look, I think, the basic idea that we should have an election day, right? Like that's set in federal election law. Sadly, the majority of the Supreme Court in the Mississippi case this term went south, and now we're not going to have an election day. It's okay to have, a couple week window after for ballots to be received. The theory that they have postmarks showing they were sent on or before election day, which I think is totally contrary to the fact that Congress set, the first Tuesday in November as the day for federal House and Senate member elections or from the president on the 4-year cycle. But other than that, like the states have a lot of leeway on, the time and place and manner of elections, right? Like, the Constitution is not dictating to them where to have the polling places. They're not dictating to them how many hours the polls need to be open, et cetera. And so that's been given a lot of leeway by the federal government, right? It's not like Congress wants to legislate on all that minutia. Right. And so, but what's happened in recent years, call it, the last couple decades, is we've gotten structural perversions of the system at the state level whenever Democrats, or if they get, in my view, kind of stupid rhino type Republicans to agree to change the election laws. We get far too much mail-in voting, which if you go back to the joint commission that President Carter was on with Jim Baker, back when Carter could be honest, and it's probably a senility issue with him too, because fast forward, some spokesman, around 2020 starts saying like, oh, he regrets what he said about mail-in ballots. But he said back then, when the commission was operating in the early 2000s, like mail-in ballots are ripe with fraud, right?
Yeah.
And so, that's a key area where Congress, and this is why we have, the proposed Save America Act, Congress should act to get rid of the things that are big structural attempts to compromise our election system. Also, we get all this computer voting. At one of the major election systems in 2020, for instance, was not certified by Texas because they thought that it was electronically porous. It was not secure. Yet we had, Chris Krebs, who Trump has, I think, left in disgrace, who said in 2020, and the left keeps going back to this, that was the most secure election in history. We know after the president's speech last night and the documents that it was the most unsecure election in history because it had been penetrated by China.
Yeah, a friend of mine was one of the people that Texas hired to look at the vulnerabilities in these digital voting systems. I interviewed him before he passed. He passed away a year and a half after I interviewed him. But I interviewed him about it. Dennis Hawes, my friend's name, he said I recommended they never use digital voting systems again based on the vulnerabilities in the software. And he's a software engineer.
Right.
We got to take another break, Jeff. When we come back, I want to dive into this China piece. Not just from the voter files perspective, but from a national security perspective. And then the shadow government thing with Nikki Flores and keeping the PDB from telling the president the truth about the security risk. We'll be right back with Jeff Clark from Oversight Project, the VP of Litigation.
Take a look at the water you just poured. It looks clean. It tastes fine, but what's really in it? Lead, fluoride, arsenic, chlorine, pesticides, PFAS forever chemicals, pharmaceutical residues, and bacteria. Every single day, these toxins flow straight from your tap into your glass, into your family. It's time for Sentry H2O from Worldview Water. Sentry H2O is the ultimate water treatment technology, designed to remove harmful toxins, balance your water's pH, and enrich it with essential minerals like calcium and magnesium, the way nature intended. From commercial scale systems to whole house filtration to crisp, delicious drinking water right at your kitchen sink and shower, Sentry H2O delivers cleaner, healthier water everywhere you need it. No plumber, no tools, no plumbing knowledge required. Perfect for homes, apartments, rentals, RVs, refrigerators, and more. Because everyone deserves access to clean, healthy water. Visit worldviewwater.net. That's worldviewwater.net.
Ahead and ask Ms. Flores, in your testimony, you say that we do know that our adversaries are actively trying to influence public opinion and electoral processes in advance of the 2020 election. You've mentioned in your testimony influencing public opinion through various social media activity. What electoral processes, what efforts to interfere with electoral processes are you aware of at this time?
So, Sarah, thank you for the question. As we roll into 2020, the one thing I want to highlight is that countries like Russia and China, they pose a pervasive and persistent threat. It's not just based on the electoral cycle. Their foreign influence operations are essentially always present. When it comes to the electoral process, you can look at something as voter suppression. The whole concept of pushing out false information, of highlighting places to vote that are actually not true, this whole concept of disinformation that we've really seen the Russians focus on.
Okay,
that in and of itself can interfere with the electoral process.
Okay, but nothing to the extent of actively trying to hack into or interfere with electoral systems.
To date, sir, we have not seen anything specific regarding hacking into the electoral systems of the 2020 elections.
Okay.
Welcome back to the Rob Maness Show, and it's Truth Thursday, folks, and this is the day that I like to do a show that puts a lot of truth out there to contradict what people like that lady just said. And that lady's Nikki Flores, and that clip is from 2018. And so during the first Trump administration, and why is that important? And why is my guest today the VP of Litigation for the Oversight Project? Because it's Mr. Jeff Clark, who was in that administration in the DOJ. And Nikki Flores, I think Jeff was on, is she a seventh floor type in the FBI? Talked to Chris Wray all the time. And at the moment she was doing that, apparently the emails that President Trump declassified and released show that She was saying, I'm basically running a shadow government and we're keeping election material out of the presidential daily brief. And she's not only doing that internally in the FBI, but also working with people at the National Security Agency and other intelligence agencies as that PDB is constructed in order to do that. So it sounds like a conspiracy and sedition to me if she's attempting to prevent the president of the United States from doing his job and the will of the American people from being enacted through him to do his job by not telling him the Chinese have gotten 220 million voter files, which is almost all of them. I'll be honest with you.
Yes, Rob. I mean, it's mind blowing, right? The level of these revelations about Nikki Flores, and yes, she was a high ranking official, inside the Foreign Influence Task Force, FIDF. And while they're getting this information that China has hacked into our system, she is fielding questions from others inside the intelligence community of like, oh well, I guess we got to put this in front of Trump, and it's like, no, don't worry about that. I'm basically running a shadow government at this point to keep the president in the dark. I've never seen anything as damning as that, and I am not a man given to exaggeration. Rob, you're forcing me to tell you that sometimes because just outrageous things have been happening over the last 4 to 6 years, but there were maybe 2 instances where I thought it was like so outrageous that I was losing my temper. And I can remember being on Bannon during those 2 instances, and I was about to like really go off. And Bannon stopped me and he said, "Hey, wait a minute, Jeff, calm down a little bit. You're my straight man, so don't do that." But I'm gonna use the T word, Rob. This is treason. I do not understand how you can be a high-ranking official at the Justice Department, in the FBI. Something the president does not know, and it's your duty to share with him, that our elections have been compromised by our foreign main adversary, China, a communist government, a corrupt government, a mafia government for the benefit of a party elite with a lifetime dictator. And you do not tell the president about that because he could use that to his electoral advantage and his litigation advantage to say, hey, we got to do more checking about this 2020 election because of the prospect that it was compromised. And she's like, no, we can't trust him with that. I've set up a shadow government to block it. That is treasonous. She also said something that's like much more artful and Chris Wray-like. She has an email where she says, I'm massaging the presidential daily briefings. Well,
Right.
Like whether you move the shoulder this way or that way, like that shouldn't be happening. The president should get the straight dope, Rob. This is what the military and intelligence agencies deserve. The president deserves from them. And if you compromise that, you are violating the constitutional chain of command. You are doing something that is treasonous and disloyal to the country. There's just no way around it.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Look, I'm the Bannon. Unfortunately, I try to stay straight man type and only get angry at certain things. This is one of them. I'm just like shocked that when I read that email, somebody sent me a screenshot of it shortly after the president's speech, and I read it, and I'm like, this has got to be fake. You're kidding, right? And the person said, no, sir, this is really in there. You need to go look at the files and those kinds of things because I've been really livid to yell at about one other instance, and it has to do with the Obama administration and the intelligence capabilities assessment that set the stage for the Russia hoax. Because I deal in the military, in the Pentagon, I dealt in intelligence capability assessments and those kind of things. And as soon as I read the unclassified version of that, I was like, this has been faked. So this is the second time about this issue. The 2 things like you, I mean, I'm just absolutely livid. Now, you use the T word. You're the first former government attorney in this system of the Department of Justice that's worked in it that actually has used that word. It's definitely sedition and seditious conspiracy. And that's the thing that shocked me when I read that. I saw the data. I'm like, my goodness, just not long after Joe Biden took control. I mean, we're putting people in prison for 20 something years for seditious conspiracy on trumped up charges from January 6th. And that false narrative that was painstakingly constructed and built. Like Enrique Tarrio, his name is on my mind a lot since I read that email. Because, I mean, the man spent years in solitary confinement and was facing over 20 years of prison time. And his cohorts were in for over a decade, all of them, most of them approaching 20 years, and they were not treated well at all. And this person, I just got to ask you, why hasn't she been arrested yet?
The people worry about things, and rightfully so, that white collar criminals get treated differently than ordinary Americans, right? So let's suppose, like, to my mind, this is like the worst kind of view of it. Somebody goes to January 6th and they decide, I'm going to make some trouble, and then they push their way past police, or they shove a police officer or something. Like, I don't think that's conduct that I really condone, right? But I also think there was a lot more than that happening during the summer of love earlier in 2020, that people got off scot-free, and then when they were brought up on charges, sometimes then they were able to get tort recoveries afterwards. I mean, it's crazy. But here's this woman now. She works at Microsoft, I'm sure, making very handsome amounts of money, and somehow she's not being treated like anything like the January 6ers, even though I think she's in a much, more damaging position, and she did more damage. It's not the massaging email has been covered, but to a lesser extent. Certainly, the shadow government email has been covered on in conservative media a lot. But the thing that's not getting as much conservative media is that there's another thing she did. So the FBI field office in Albany, they're uncovering information that the Chinese are using TikTok to compromise the election. And they're like, we kind of got them, dead to rights on this, and they want to keep going. And the order comes down from her, from headquarters in FBI, of no, stop that. Don't say anything about that, because that contradicts Chris Wray's official testimony that there was nothing going on in terms of foreign election interference.
I'm glad I'm glad you brought that up. Look, this is the first show I've done. This is show number 692, I think, Jeff. And it's the first time I've chuckled before I spoke in my opening monologue in every segment of the cold opens, because they're making me chuckle, having lived through this and watched people get hurt like you through the weaponization of the government and all of this stuff. And the China, here's the reason, folks, why the 220 million voter files that the Chinese stole is important. And what Jeff just said about her and the TikTok issue is extremely critical to understand, because while you can buy those files in most cases, some of them you can't. The military absentee ballot files, the military files for the voters themselves, you can't buy those because they contain information where you can put information together and figure out where people are deployed to, because that's why military people are submitting absentee ballots, is because they're deployed, number one. Number two, when you combine all this information with the system TikTok, which Steve Bannon and I are both on the Committee on the Present Danger of China, we've been railing against it for years because Chinese Communist Party operatives use that system to collect targeting data on all the individuals. And the targeting data they're getting is primarily young Americans that are voting age. And think about what's happening today, Jeff, with the finally the president has called the Democrat Socialists of America what they are, communist, and how the young people that are voting for these individuals to win these offices have been indoctrinated and brainwashed, essentially. And that is what the Chinese operatives and the Chinese operation is really all about, in addition to faking driver's licenses and ballots for mail-in ballots and those kind of things. It's a national security threat. and it's a crisis because of this lady's actions.
Absolutely, Rob. And look, I do feel great personal vindication about that, right? You know, I'm still not in a spot because I'm pinned down by these bar proceedings that have gone into their 6th year. And, you know, the DOJ sued the DC judges who supervise the bar officials and disciplinary officials and the disciplinary officials on my behalf, which I'm very grateful for. And so, you know, what has the Democrat, party done? They brought in Joe Biden's Solicitor General, Elizabeth Prelogar. And, you know, it's amazing, right? Just at some level for little old me, right? They brought out the heaviest legal guns they possibly can. They got, you know, collection of legal scholars. Oh no, Jeff Clark should be disbarred. Former DOJ officials, like one guy who used to work for me, even though I can't even remember him, was on LinkedIn, like mouthing off against me and saying, I'm very pleased to have signed a letter, a brief against Jeff Clark, and I worked closely with him. Like, again, I don't remember this guy. So he's just trying to get clicks, based off of me. And why do I feel the vindication? Like, look, I saw a classified version of a foreign election report, which was supposed to be released as of something like December 19th, 2020. But the intelligence community, people like Nikki Flores, they held it up and it didn't get released until a few months into the Biden administration. Now, I can't talk about the classified version of it, but I can talk about the public version that came out during the Biden administration. And that version shows that Radcliffe, who was the head of ODNI at the time, he was the director of national intelligence, he dissented from the intelligence community report because he was like, it's clear that you're trying to play up Russia and play down China. And the opposite is true. And he also was pointing out that what happened, even by the majority of the intelligence community view in 2020, was worse than what happened in 2016. But yet you're trying to turn that upside down. And then there was another guy, this guy Barry Zulauf, who was the ombudsman of the intelligence community of ODNI. He also thought that the majority approach was deficient and wrote about it. So I'm seeing these things, and I'm like, we have to investigate the heck out of, admittedly, during a limited window of time, the 2020 election. We can't just say, oh, there's nothing to see here, like move on. That is unwise, and it is a major national security issue. So, but I couldn't really fully get into that. So now that the president's declassified this stuff, it shows that I was right all along, and yet they're still trying to take my bar license, Rob.
Yes, they are. And we're going to talk about that in Brandon Gill in the next segment. I got to take another break, Jeff, but I can't wait to hear some of your comments on Brandon Gill's interrogation of the president of the American Bar Association just this week. I think it was yesterday, actually, because it's pretty funny in a way, but it's deadly serious in another. I'll be right back with Jeff Clark on the Rob Maness Show.
You woke up with a sore throat and a low-grade fever. You know you are getting sick, so here's your choices. You can get sicker and miss work. Try to see a doctor this week or sit hours in a crowded waiting room at urgent care.
I have a smarter option for you. Open your medical emergency kit. Match your symptoms to doctor-recommended prescription in your booklet and take the right meds now and get well faster.
This is not a first aid kit. It's like having an urgent care in your home. It includes doctor-prescribed medications to treat over 39 medical issues like respiratory infections, strep throat, pneumonia, UTIs, and more.
No waiting to see the doctor and no standing in line at the pharmacy. It's right here.
Every home should have at least one medical emergency kit, and here's how to order.
Go to worldviewhealthcare.com. Your kit to treat dozens of common and serious illnesses is rushed to your door. worldviewhealthcare.com. That's worldviewhealthcare.com.
The emergency kit available at worldviewhealthcare.com. Make sure you don't have to go to urgent care. I got pneumonia. I didn't have to go. I took this last year. Stayed at home. Went to bed.
This week, you introduced the Citizenship Act of 2026. I think this is so important, Senator. Can you break this down for all of us and tell us about this?
Well, every generation has a Supreme Court decision that's so bad you hear about it, you read about it, and you think how could the Supreme Court rule in the way that they did? And that recent decision that just came down that struck down President Trump's ban on birthright citizenship is one of those decisions that I had so many of my friends and so many Hoosiers reach out to me and said, how can this be the case? But in the decision, it was a 6-3 decision to strike down President Trump's executive order. Justice Kavanaugh said in his concurrent decision that what all of the Supreme Court justices that were, even the ones that were on the wrong side of this, all 9 of them agreed that the children of invaders are not eligible for birthright citizenship. And by the way, the Supreme Court doesn't get to determine who an invader is. The Congress and the president determine that. So my bill is simple. It says that there is an invasion of illegals in our country. That's a fact. And that those invaders, their babies cannot become anchor babies. They do not warrant birthright citizenship. And Justice Kavanaugh told us, even though he was on the wrong side of the decision, that is the case. That would pass constitutional muster. We don't need a constitutional amendment to declare this. We need Congress to step up and act and say that the babies of invaders, in this case illegals in our country, are not eligible for birthright citizenship. My bill does that. I introduced it on Monday. I'm building strong support. There are House members who are introducing similar bills in the House. This week I gathered several co-sponsors, and I imagine that as more Americans become aware of this bad Supreme Court decision, they're going to demand that Congress step up and do something to act on it.
I mean, it's just common sense. I think you're right. Once people learn more about this and what's actually been going on, they're pretty outraged, especially when you see the billboards popping up at the southern border, Senator.
It's just common sense. Welcome back to True Thursday. Truer words have never been spoken on this show. It's just common sense, folks. And my guest today is the Vice President of Litigation at the Oversight Project, Jeff Clark. And Jeff, before we get into the birthright citizenship thing, I know you guys are doing work in that space too. I want to talk to you. I want to talk and give you a chance to speak about the American Bar Association president's appearance in front of Congressman Brandon Gill's committee this week. Now, Congressman Gill is a friend of mine. I've shared a stage with him before. I like him a lot. He's very bright. I think he's a great American, and he has a great staff. I got to compliment his staff. Somebody is doing a great job at finding Brandon's voice and putting them in the questions that he needs to ask. But he asked the ABA president a whole series of questions because she's a DEI woke Marxist. There's no doubt about it in my mind. And the ABA, the big question that he asked that I thought was most important was the ABA thinks that the Supreme Court should look like America. You know the old phrase, should look like America. And he asked her, well, if that's the case, if that's what the ABA believes, do you think that the next Supreme Court justice should not be a black American? Because there would be too many, what he's implying. Yep. And she couldn't answer the question.
He just took her apart. And one of his clips I reposted on X on Twitter with my commentary. So people could go find that at at Jeff Clark US on X. Mm-hmm. I just urge you to watch his entire questioning of her. And I'm told there were other members of Congress who yielded their time to him because they realized that he was just like slicing and dicing. And I think he's great. And you really got to watch him. I think he's up and coming. And look, I was a high-ranking official in the ABA, Rob. You probably don't know this. Like, this is the kind of thing that the mainstream media doesn't tell Americans because they decided to portray me as like, a nobody with no expertise in anything, who was just a Trump toady and would do whatever President Trump said. Not that I have like these massive mainstream legal credentials, from big law and from the ABA. The administrative law section, which I was on the governing council of the ABA about, is more moderate than other parts of the ABA, and certainly, of the people who occupied the presidency for many decades now. And so, anyway, the ABA also drafts these model ethics codes, and then they get adopted by the states or they get adopted by DC. And that's part of the problem of all this like ethics lawfare and barfare. But sort of maybe a future appearance about that. Enough about me. Let's talk about Senator Banks' bill, because it's truly brilliant, Rob. And we at the Oversight Project, and we're also heading up the Mass Deportation Coalition, we are very strongly behind this bill, and we need it to save the country.
Yeah, so that's one of the things I wanted to ask you, because I know that. I mean, look, Jeff, the Senate is just being intransigent over the Save America Act, but they'll do things like, just before I came on, I saw a public announcement that they put the next Ukraine support bill, funding bill, on the schedule at the same time that they're saying that, well, they got to get the NDAA funding bill passed before they can do reconciliation, which has parts of the Save America Act on it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Can we get Banks's bill passed?
We have to. And look, it's brilliant. Let me talk about his bill, and there's a reason why he mentioned Justice Kavanaugh's separate opinion. I don't think the mainstream media has well covered this, right? So the Chief Justice and Amy Coney Barrett joined the liberals to write the main opinion by the chief. And then there's, of course, the harder core conservatives, Alito, Thomas, Gorsuch. They were dissenting, and they had different opinions there too. Thomas's opinion is his views are the ones I'm most close to, and I think he did a masterful job. And it's he wrote at a length he doesn't typically write in for dissent, but Justice Kavanaugh occupied a middle position, and basically what he said was, look, we didn't need to decide this case on a constitutional basis. And the problem when you decide things on a constitutional basis is now you've thrown it into a world where it can potentially only be changed by a new decision by this court or by the constitutional amendment process, which is very difficult. Obviously it's only happened, a limited number of times in our history, especially if you kind of like take the first 10 amendments, the Bill of Rights, that followed quickly in the wake of the ratification of the Constitution, vindicating George Mason, his view that we needed a Bill of Rights, right? Like then you really get down to pretty limited number over our 250 years, less than that in terms of the ratification of the Constitution that have been passed. And so you should be cautious about doing that. And you could have decided this case purely on statutory grounds and said, look, Congress adopted a statute. It looks like it's largely, aligned with the text of the 14th Amendment, but, it's based on essentially kind of codifying the view of some Supreme Court cases and going back to English common law about jus soli, the law of the soil, versus jus sanguinis, the law of blood. And that, the English king wanted as much jurisdiction over people as possible. So, if you got there and somebody's born there, then you're a subject. I think subjectship is different than citizenship. I think the atom of sovereignty, to repurpose a Justice Kennedy quotation, was split when the Declaration of Independence was announced, and then the Constitution followed in its wake after the bad experiment with the Articles of Confederacy being too weak. And that element of citizenship is what's being totally trampled by this idea that we can have birthright citizenship. I commend everybody to read Justice Thomas's masterful dissent about that. But the interesting thing about this idea of the statute and of the case law that the Chief Justice draws on is that there are common law exceptions that were created, like for children of ambassadors, like for invaders, children of invaders. And so these were not passed as a text in our Constitution in the 14th Amendment, right? Yet these exceptions are now recognized. Okay, well, if we're going to have these exceptions, one of them is for invaders. And so Senator Banks brilliantly is saying, okay, we're going to double down on that. That's what you say. Then here's an exception. We've defined people of illegal aliens, their children, as invaders. And so that means that they can't have birthright citizenship. Like that's a game, set, match kind of move. You're right that we need to focus on the practicalities of getting it passed. But I think that, the chief and Justice Barrett, like that's really, if they see that as the expression of the will of the American people through Congress in a new law, especially given that there's Section 5 of the 14th Amendment that gives Congress the powers to enforce the 14th Amendment, I think they'd have to, put their hands up and say, all right, well, then, people who are the children of declared invaders under the law of Congress, they're not citizens. I think it's just great. And so we're totally behind it. We need to save the country, Rob. And, Senator Banks's bill, the Save America Act, we need them both.
You're absolutely right, sir. That's why I wanted to get you to talk about it, because of the bill itself and the fact that Oversight Project is supporting it and everything. Tell folks real quick, I'm out of time, unfortunately, tell folks where they can find Oversight Project so they can help.
Sure. So yeah, please come help us. Please come follow us, even if you don't have the means to help. It's at itsyourgov.org. So itsyourgov.org. And then on, it's the same handle, with an @sign on X. And you can follow me on X. My primary account is Jeff at JEFFCLARK on X.
Right,
US. I'm sorry, US.
US at the end
Jeff
of it.
Clark US.
Yeah, at Jeff Clark US. So, all right, sir. Thank you very much. I appreciate all your time. I know you're a very busy guy. We try not to tap in too often, but I look forward to having you back soon.
Excellent. Thank you, Rob. I always enjoy it. And, you know what you're talking about. And when I, throw out some of these constitutional points, like, I can tell you're nodding from understanding. Sometimes I appear, in more general sources and there's not the expertise. So kudos to you.
Well, this is fantastic. Thanks a lot. We'll see you later. And Monday, folks, More War Monday. Todd Wood, CDM Press CEO, has been in Lebanon all week. So we're going to have some interesting discussion on More War Monday. I'll see you then.
You're watching Worldview 2, built on the 35 years of Worldview books, documentaries, research, high-profile interviews, and the radio and television broadcasts of Brannon House.
The dollar is dying. It's going down, and inflation is soaring. Are you prepared to lose through inflation your life saving, your purchasing power? I don't think you have to. I would urge you to go right now to worldviewgold.com. Worldviewgold.com. Get the free packet of information available, because you know what? I've been working with this company for about 17 years. And I trust them. Now, look, I don't give financial advice. I give financial opinion. And my opinion is you should do your own homework and your own due diligence. And I think that starts with getting the free, no obligation packet of information on how to put gold into your IRA, how to acquire physical gold or silver, or what is known as numismatic, 1933 and older. Education is crucial. And it starts with this free packet at worldviewgold.com, worldviewgold.com, or 1-877-864-1072, 1-877-864-1072, worldviewgold.com.
Faith, spiritual values, moral issues, government, economy, education, work, responsibility. What we think about these depends on our worldview. Now, VCY America presents Worldview Radio with Brannon House.
And we're going to be joined today by Dr. Andy Woods. Normally he's with us on Fridays, but he will be gone on Friday. We don't want to miss a chance to chat with the good doctor, so he's going to join us here in just one moment. Tonight on Brannon House Live, I want to give you guys a little heads up here, because we are going to be having a conversation that, well, I think, again, we're going to be ahead of the trends. That's what we've done here consistently over and over again. I have an email I want to read to you here. I'll find it after we get going here, from a gentleman who has been in law enforcement for years. And he wanted to say that what I was talking about last week with the deficit of good police officers and recruits was so spot on. And he went on to add more to it. And as you know, that's something we were warning about probably 12, 15 years ago, a long time ago. Warning. Don't respect someone just because they're wearing a uniform, military or police, because you're going to see a transformation in law enforcement. You're going to see a transformation in the U.S. military. How did I know that? Because I know what the ideas and agenda are, what those agendas are by the left, by the Marxists, by the Islamists, by the globalists. I know history. It doesn't repeat itself, as one man said, but it rhymes. So it wasn't hard to predict that trend. Go back to my book, third book in 1995, Reclaiming a Nation at Risk. I told you we would have vaccine tracking systems, that those systems would be used to penalize and to target conservatives, Christians. I told you we were headed toward corporate fascism, the merging of big government and big business. And I went into great detail, not just a paragraph, great detail. And what do we see today? Big government, big business. Well, I say all that because that's what we try to do. Now, if someone says one of our goals here is to teach you worldview, but never to teach you how to apply it to life or to understand the times and to prepare for what's coming, then isn't it just academic? Because what we want to do is not just teach people what to think, but how to live. So I'm going to give you another trend to look out for in great detail tonight. And I would venture to guess that the mainstream corporate media will not be on top of this until sometime next year. You might hear a little bit about it here and there. You might read some articles here and there. But as far as it being a news item, the mainstream media is really focused on, and that has made it into the bloodstream of the American electorate, I don't think you're going to see that until perhaps next year. What am I talking about? I'm talking about the private credit time bomb. The private credit time bomb. Now, I got off the air last night and I went right away, as is the case with pretty much every night, because we have this master, and it's called the clock that rules over us, and it's called the clock that's ticking to the next time the broadcast day starts. And you guys want new, fresh content and new, fresh news every day. So we have to give you what you want, and we are glad to do it. So every night I get off the air, I'm like, okay, that was a wrap. Now let's work on tomorrow. What should we talk about tomorrow? What's in the news? So well after midnight, I was still up studying, reading, and building graphics. And I'm going to have several tonight, several graphics. And I think we already have Ed Dowd, who had been with BlackRock. He is one of the most prominent voices warning about this. And I'm going to do my Worldview Report commentary tonight on this. And I'm going to talk about it on my TV show tonight. And I'm going to bring it up again and again and again. Because I don't give financial advice, I give financial opinion. My opinion is you better be doing your homework and your due diligence, particularly my audience. My audience traditionally is made up predominantly of 55 and older, 55 years of age and older. And that's really by design. I'm happy to have the young people listen. We need young people listening. But we deliberately set out years ago, not as I've said before, to build the biggest audience, but to build an audience that is educated and wants to be educated. And that tends to mean we attract a little bit older crowd, which is fine with me. But that means this topic that I'm discussing is in your demographic. For the bulk of the audience, this is in your demographic. You, me, 55 and older. I'm 57 now. I think I am. I always have to ask the kids, the wife, how old am I now? 50. Can you imagine that when you're a kid? You never forgot how old you were. You know how old you are. I'm 10 3/4. I'm 10 1/2. You knew, right? Now I have to say to the wife and kids, I don't know, I think I'm 57. I was wrong last year. I kept saying I was 57 and I was really 56. So sometimes I need a little help here. But I'm in that demographic with you guys. And you need to hear this. And you need to do your own homework, because I do not want to see anyone in my audience damaged. We love our audience. I want to protect our audience. We want to serve our audience. I don't know if you guys are hearing that, but that's a nail gun going off. No one's firing shots in the studio. Just, you heard that in the background. I don't know. Maybe this mic is so good it won't come over, but that's a nail gun going on down the hall. Were they hearing that?
A little bit, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. If you did hear it, you're probably thinking, oh my, he's got an active shooter situation. Dolly is now under my desk. All right, where was I? So you need to do your homework, folks, because I don't want to see any of you wiped out. I don't want to see any of you that are on a fixed income, any of you that are retired. I don't want to see that. And most of you probably, well, I don't know, I shouldn't say that because it's such a well-educated audience. So I'm sure maybe some of you and maybe a lot of you, I don't know. But the mainstream corporate media is not concentrating on this issue of private credit and the private credit time bomb. And it's not that hard. That's why I love to build graphics, to take things that are complex and break them down. You've got private credit firms. What they do is they raise capital from investors. A lot of times these are big money people. They take the money and then they make loans, high interest loans, to middle market companies, real estate, other assets. And then those assets are sold sometimes to, listen now, insurance companies and investment companies, which for some of you includes your pension. All right? Now, the issue becomes quickly that the loans are risky. They can be risky, and they're not easily made liquid. It's hard to cash out. There's little transparency or oversight. So how much gambling is going on here, folks? Valuations are based on models, not market prices. And then defaults, they will surge when the economy weakens. And again, this is a house of cards. This is a lot of dominoes that are set up. I have no idea what will be the spark. It could be derivatives. And I guess one bank here holds derivatives greater than our GDP in America. But these derivatives, as weapons of mass destruction, financial weapons of mass destruction, I think is what Buffett has called them. But all it takes is something in the system to start to fall, and the dominoes fall with them. And many of you are going to go, wait a minute. Where's my pension check? Wait a minute. Where's my money related to my financial investments? Where'd it go? And remember then, now we're talking about, again, the Depository Trust Corporation, which again, most Americans don't know about the Depository Trust Corporation and how the laws were deliberately written starting back in the 1970s. You may own it in your mind, but go read the small print. You're basically an uninsured creditor. So we're going to get into the private credit crisis and how it could definitely trigger losses throughout the system tonight. Okay, I'm just basically describing for you right now one slide out of 7 or 8 that I have built. So if you don't watch it tonight, you can catch it later. We'll put it up at worldviewtube.com. But I urge all of you to do your own homework, your own due diligence, and let's just see if it takes the media, the mainstream corporate media, until next year to really start honing in on this topic. I would hate to think that next year, the year after, that you say, oh, there was a private credit crisis. And everybody go, oh yeah, I know what that's all about. It was, and that becomes a historical thing that people all refer to, the private credit crisis. Well, if you said the private credit crisis or the private credit time bomb to most people right now, they don't know what you're talking about, nor can they describe how the system works and how it's so really underregulated. But wouldn't that be something if here, as we're in July of 2026 talking about it, and years from now, what was not known today is now a common catchphrase. Oh, the private credit crisis. Yeah, I remember that. So again, part of having a biblical worldview includes money, right? Understanding the times, knowing how we should respond biblically. And the Bible has a lot to say about money. Money's not what's evil. It's the love of money. Money's to be used to care for ourselves, take care of our loved ones, your spouse, yourself, your kids, your grandkids, leave an inheritance spiritually and monetarily. It's to provide for your family's needs, maybe provide for that of the needs of some others, to be a blessing to others, support ministry, the Great Commission, save for your older age, for your health care, so that your spouse, you and your spouse, are treated with the dignity and the sanctity of life that you deserve. And I don't want to see any of that wiped out because no one explained it to you. I wonder how many of you have financial planners that have ever said to you, hey, we need to schedule a phone call because I'm concerned about what looks like a coming private credit time bomb. And I think at your age, you guys have way too much in the market and we need to get a little more conservative because when there is a 30, 40% correction, if that happens, you don't have time on your side to come back even. I wonder how many of your financial planners have done that with you. If you have such, you're very blessed. I don't think most financial planners are saying, let's take money out of the system that pays a lot of them commissions every month, and let's diversify it into something like, I don't know, precious metals, something that doesn't have a liability against it, something that is out of the system you have control of because they don't get paid on that. So think for yourself, think what is right for you so you're not taken advantage of. All right, joining me now is Dr. Andy Woods, attorney, pastor, seminary president, father, husband, author, whole 9 yards. Dr. Woods, welcome back to the broadcast. Thanks for being with us on a Wednesday, not a Friday, because I know you'll be gone this Friday.
Great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Any thoughts on my opening monologue today? I know as a pastor, as a guy that watches the news and a lawyer, you might have some thoughts on what I just talked about.
Well, just it's sort of shocking to realize that the Bible talks more about money than it does any other single subject. And, the Bible talks quite frequently about how, the foolish don't take precautions for the future and suffer for it. The biblically wise person, sees trouble coming and makes adjustments. So if people want a great book on money, read the Bible. You might start with the book of Proverbs, but the whole Bible is about money.
Wow. All right, we'll be right back. Lots to talk about with Dr. Andy Woods. How does the Iran war ultimately end? We'll be right back.
Take a look at the water you just poured. It looks clean. It tastes fine. But what's really in it? Lead, fluoride, arsenic, chlorine, pesticides, PFAS forever chemicals, pharmaceutical residues, and bacteria. Every single day, these toxins flow straight from your tap into your glass, into your family. It's time for Sentry H2O from Worldview Water. Sentry H2O is the ultimate water treatment technology, designed to remove harmful toxins, balance your water's pH, and enrich it with essential minerals like calcium and magnesium, the way nature intended. From commercial scale systems to whole house filtration to crisp, delicious drinking water right at your kitchen sink and shower, Sentry H2O delivers cleaner, healthier water everywhere you need it. No plumber, no tools, no plumbing knowledge required. Perfect for homes, apartments, rentals, RVs, refrigerators, and more. Because everyone deserves access to clean, healthy water. Visit worldviewwater.net. That's worldviewwater.net.
All right, welcome back. Glad you're with us. Worldview Radio, website worldviewradio.com. All right, Dr. Woods, let's talk a little bit about Iran, how Iran ultimately ends according to the Bible. But before we get there, I don't know who this lady is. I don't know her. I'd never heard of her, I don't think, until this very moment. There's an article over at the Jerusalem Post, and here's the headline. Does JD stand for Jew defamer? That's a pretty clever line there. This lady has come up with. Does JD, as in JD Vance, stand for Jew defamer? Evangelical leader urges Trump to reject Vance's Israel remarks. As the global plague of Jew hatred continues to grow on our shores, we must be extremely careful to measure our words very carefully, end quote. Now, that is what a lady by the name of Lori Cardoza Moore has said. I don't know who this lady is. I don't have any recall as to who she is. But then when you find out, they would probably show me a video where I've interviewed her before. And I've done that. I would like to have interviewed that guy. Well, you did back in 1998. I've had that happen. But I don't think I know Lori Cardoza Moore. So apparently she runs an organization that is focusing on Israel. But she is concerned. She says, as one of the millions of evangelical leaders who stand with Israel and our Jewish brethren, I call upon President Trump to immediately distance himself from the vice president's recent statements on Israel and Jews, end quote. That's what she said in a press release. He appeared on Joe Rogan's podcast, during which the vice president said a very, quote, discreet, extremely well-funded campaign, end quote, had attempted to derail U.S. negotiations with Iran. A very discreet, extremely well-funded campaign, end quote, had attempted to derail U.S. negotiations with Iran. Vance said some members of the Israeli government opposed the agreement and referred to reports on an Israeli government-funded effort involving conservative influencers. He nevertheless rejected the broader argument that foreign interests determine Washington's Iran policy. Cardoza Moore said linking Israel to disproportionate influence over the U.S. government echoed longstanding anti-Semitic accusations. Quote, it's interesting to note that many of the accusations hurled at Israel by J.D. Vance are the same as those hurled at Israel by enemies at home and abroad. Is that a coincidence? I think not, end quote, she said. Yeah, and that's interesting when you figure how close J.D. Vance has been to people like Tucker Carlson. Just by reference, we do have a clip, right? And it's clean. Let's go with it, guys. We always, yeah, I can play it. I can play it. All right, here we go, guys. This is J.D. Vance on Joe Rogan. We'll have Dr. Woods respond.
He clearly had connections to the highest levels of American intelligence.
Okay, he's talking about Epstein. Okay, he's talking about Epstein, and then he goes into Israel and America. Here we go.
Clearly had connections to the highest levels of American intelligence. He clearly had connections to the highest levels of Israeli intelligence. In fact, one of the interesting things the Epstein saga reveals about, and I try to make this point, is one of the reasons why I'm always careful, and I say there are some elements within the Israeli government who don't like our peace process, because there are a lot of elements within the Israeli government that actually do like our peace process. They recognize that this indefinite campaign is not good for them either. And the Epstein thing is interesting because as much as I know, Prime Minister Netanyahu, not a particularly popular person in the United States of America right now, Epstein seemed to be connected to the elements of the Israeli deep state that were left of center. Like, I've always found that fascinating. It wasn't like he was super connected to the right of center of Israeli politics. America, he was connected across.
And then he goes on to talk more about, I think, Ehud Barak's government, Israeli deep state, in particular, Ehud Barak's government. Now, why is he going out of his way to do this? You could talk about Epstein and Bill Clinton. How many times did Bill Clinton fly on what was called the Lolita Express? Dr. Woods?
I think a lot. I guess the point I would try to communicate to people is J.D. Vance is tricky because he comes across as a Christian. I mean, he claims to be a Christian, and he stands for moral truths, certain moral truths that Christianity, Christendom embraces. But it's very important to understand the version of Christianity that he's coming from. He's coming from a Roman Catholic, supersessionist, replacement theology idea where the New Testament essentially rewrites the Old Testament, and all of Israel's terrestrial promises are just kind of subsumed or absorbed in this allegorical method of interpretation. And this is a form of theology that has been on the scene since the Catholic, Augustine himself back in the 4th century, in his book, City of God, postulated and advocated for all of these things. So, you might agree with J.D. Vance on, I don't know, school choice, pro-life, whatever the issue happens to be. I mean, he talks a great game, but when it comes to Israel, he is completely and totally unbiblical. He's completely and totally lost. He's not even in step with his boss, Donald J. Trump, the president of the United States. And, he's going on Rogan and all of these kinds of podcasts, fraudcasts, as I call them. And he's almost like he's sucking up to the audience. I mean, he's not standing for biblical truth, at all. And he doesn't see Israel the way we see Israel. Israel is a supernatural work of God. Are they in belief yet? No, but we're just at the beginning of the process. They are the miracle on the Mediterranean. And Genesis 12, verse 3, as much as all of these people, Kirk Cameron and everybody else, is trying to rewrite the Bible, Genesis 12, verse 3 is in the Bible. I mean, God says, I'll bless those who bless you concerning Israel. I'll curse those who curse you. People say, well, that's just one verse. I mean, are you kidding me? That's a theme that starts there and it runs through the whole Bible. And you'd have to be purposely blind, deaf, and dumb, to not see this. But Vance is Catholic. They don't read the Bible in the Roman Catholic Church. They're steeped in tradition. And so that's what you're getting with J.D. Vance. You're getting this Augustinian reading of the Bible through this Roman Catholic lens that elevates tradition over the plain sense of Scripture. And yeah, he might sound spiritual on points, but he doesn't represent me and he doesn't represent God, particularly when he talks this way.
Well, he also said on Rogan's program that he sees himself as a reasonable moderate between pro and anti-Israel extremes. Now, why would you even try to present yourself as a moderate on anything that's anti-Israel? Does that mean, again, we can't disagree with the Israeli government? No, we can. But again, you have to understand that even there being a nation was part of it. I'm not talking to you, Dr. Woods, you know this. Any of the audience that doesn't know it, and much of our audience does. But it's not that we can't disagree with the Israeli government. We can. But we also must understand that they have to have a government there. They have to be a government. As Ezekiel 37 predicted, the dry bone scenario, coming back together with political revival, then spiritual revival. Now, that's what we're waiting on, the spiritual revival part. But if you're going to confirm a treaty with the Antichrist, which we're not in favor of, then who confirms treaties? Cookie clubs? People getting together to play croquet in the backyard? No, nations confirm treaties. So we know we have to have a nation, number one. Number two, they have every right to have a nation. God gave them that land. They're not even occupying everything that's been promised, more to come during the millennium. So why would you put yourself in any position that is moderate to anti-Israel? Why wouldn't you be hostile to anti-Israel when it involves like the group saying from the river to the sea? So this guy's telling you up front, when it comes to the anti-Israel, Jew hatred, anti-Semitism, I'm a moderate on that topic. Why would anyone vote for a guy that says he's a moderate when it comes to Jew hatred? And I think that's what he's saying. He may disagree with my characterization, but I don't care.
Well, first of all, this whole thing, you guys agree with Israel on everything. What a preposterous accusation to level against us when our Bible, I'm thinking of Revelation 11 around verse 8 and 9. It talks about Israel, the city of Jerusalem, being Sodom and Egypt in the last days. I mean, they just had, near the Dead Sea area, not too far from the historic site of Sodom and Gomorrah, they just had this great big, gay rights thing. I mean, do I, as a New Testament Christian, say thumbs up? That's great. No, of course I don't say that. But I support Israel in the sense that I see God's hand at work in the life of the nation. because God has a program for her in unbelief before she moves into belief. So Sodom and Egypt, unbelief. The treaty that you were talking about a little earlier, that's God's plan for her while she's in unbelief. In fact, Isaiah 28, I think it's around verse 15, I think it's repeated in verse 18, says that when Israel enters into that treaty, she's entering into a treaty with Sheol, or hell itself. So obviously, I don't think Israel is in faith when she's doing that. So I'm not sitting here a cheerleader for everything Israel does. But here's what the Apostle Paul says, and nobody talks about this verse for whatever reason. It's in Romans 11, verse 28. Paul says, currently, speaking to the church at Rome and all of the trouble the unbelieving Jews caused for the early Christians, they are your enemies, okay, currently. However, they are beloved on behalf of the fathers or the patriarchs. So can they be troublemakers? Of course they can be. We can all be troublemakers when you get right down to it. But that doesn't change or somehow eradicate all of the Old Testament promises that Israel has that are unconditional, unfulfilled, in fact, going all the way back, to the Abrahamic covenant. So criticism of Israel, fine, but when it moves into delegitimization, defamation, and double standards, the 3 Ds as sometimes they're called, meaning you treat Israel with one standard and every other nation with a different set of standards, that's where I say, no way, you can't go that direction. Mm-hmm. And I am, from this standpoint, a Zionist, meaning I believe Israel has a theological and a legal right to be exactly where she is, geographically. And I'm going to speak up on behalf of Israel. Will I criticize the Israeli government? Of course I will. That's my right to do. But at the same time, I'm not moving into the 3 Ds. And this is where Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Joe Rogan, J.D. Vance, and all of these people, they're moving dangerously close to the 3 Ds. And they're going to discover pretty quick here, I think more sooner than later, that when no one is going to fight for Israel, God himself is going to go out on their behalf and fight for them. And I think a lot of these fraudcasters and politicians are on the wrong side of the ledger.
Did you say fraudcasters?
Broadcasters, yeah.
Wow, that's a good one. Wow. All right, here's what J.D. Vance had to say about Israel on the Joe Rogan show. Talk about double standard. One standard for Israel, one for everybody else. Here we go.
Do you think that Israel is affecting American political judgment?
I mean,
do you think?
Okay. Well, what government isn't it? Isn't. Don't they have ambassadors? All these governments send ambassadors here. What are they doing? They're here trying to impact legislation, foreign policy, and politics in Washington. But only Israel's doing it.
At a certain age, you stop chasing younger. You start protecting what helps you feel steady,
the Epstein
strong,
saga reveals
and well.
about
Your body's collagen matters. It supports the structure of your skin, joints, and connective tissue. But as the years go by, your body needs more support from the inside. That's where Bella Grace Elixir comes in. Bella Grace Elixir combines Verisol collagen, the world's most clinically proven collagen, with Asteryl astaxanthin and cat's claw in a proprietary blend designed to help support the processes that reconstruct collagen, while also offering antioxidant and anti-inflammatory effects. And this isn't just for women. It's for men and women who want to age with more confidence, more care, and a daily wellness routine that supports the body from within. One simple elixir, thoughtfully formulated for whole body wellness. Take care of the body that has carried you this far. Order Bella Grace Elixir today at melissahousebg.com.
All right, welcome back. Worldview Radio, our website, worldviewradio.com. Dr. Woods is andywoodsministries.org, andywoodsministries.org. All right, Dr. Woods, how will Iran finally end? Because the Bible does tell us it's going to happen. This war is not going to go on forever. Now, this war might end at some point. We've had a couple wars now, and then they say the war's over, so they can restart that 60-day clock. for Congress have to approve the War Powers Act. So this war may end, but the overall history of the nation of Iran, as we know it, is going to end at some point. And the Bible tells us how that happens, does it not?
Well, it does. I mean, Ezekiel 38, verse 5 mentions Persia, and aligned with Turkey and Russia invading the land of Israel in the last days. So Iran, the regime, will meet her end on the mountains of Israel when the Lord destroys that invading coalition, including Iran. And there's a parallel passage, I believe, over in Jeremiah 49, where it talks about God setting up his throne. And like John Walvard and others, Dr. Charlie Dyer, others, commentators that I follow on Jeremiah, that's a metaphorical throne where God is actually personally supervising the destruction of Persia or Iran. And I want to be clear here, God is not against the Persian people. They're beautiful people. I mean, it was Persia that released the nation of Israel from the 70-year captivity all the way back in the 6th century, BC. So God is not against the Persian people. God is against the regime, this diabolical regime that's probably slaughtered since Operation Midnight Hammer and Operation Epic Fury, probably slaughtered about 52,000, and that's a conservative estimate, of their own people. And keep in mind that there is a demonic presence over Persia. And I know that from Daniel chapter 10, verses 12 and 13, and verses 20 and 21, because it talks about an angel, who I think is Gabriel, who breaks through to try to answer Daniel's final prayer request, as recorded in the book of Daniel, when Daniel was seeking more information about the future of Israel now that the Babylonian captivity had ended. And Israel was kind of streaming back into the promised land. And this good angel is dispatched from heaven, and there's a fallen angel over Persia, the empire that Daniel was within at the time, fighting that good angel for 21 days. And the battle got so significant that another angel, Michael, had to be dispatched to help Gabriel break through this prince and power over Persia. So that shows me that what's going on over Persia or modern day Iran is satanic and it's demonic. And I don't see a statute of limitations on that the prince of Persia, this fallen angel, suddenly disappeared into the night somewhere. I think that power is still there. And this is why Persia turns on Israel in the last days. And apparently it gets very severe. God doesn't like it. And Persia will meet her end on the mountains of Israel, and God will establish his metaphorical throne over her destruction because he's personally supervising her downfall. So that's the future of the regime in Iran, in my estimation.
And the dead of Israel's enemies will be so great, it just takes, just to bury the dead of their enemies inside their border takes them, 6-7 months?
Yeah, well, they've got to bury the dead, and then they've got to burn the weapons. And I think they're burying the dead for 7 months, if I remember right, burning the weapons for 7 years. And you're right, it's very severe because there's a 75, when you really get into the particulars of Daniel, Daniel 12 verses 11 and 12, right in there, it talks about an additional 75-day interval before the kingdom is set up. And there's a lot of things happening during that 75-day interval. And one of the things is this burning and burying. In fact, the burning of the weapons continues on into the millennial kingdom, just like Babylon is going to burn, Revelation 19, verses 2 and 3, throughout the 1,000-year kingdom. So this war that we're talking about here is very severe, and it's going to, even for God, it's going to cause sort of a delay of 75 days, before the manifestation of the kingdom to, sort of get rid of all of the aftermath and debris. And by the way, when the global attack against Israel happens at the end of the kingdom, that's called Gog Magog also. People will find that in Revelation 20, verses 8 and 9. Why is that called Gog Magog? Is that the same war? No, that's a different war. But it's called the same name because that has now become the standard by which all future wars are gauged or judged. So it's like using the word Waterloo. You know, we use as a figure of speech when we're having a difficult time. I met my Waterloo today. I mean, we're not saying that the Battle of Waterloo literally is being refought. It's just we recognize in history how severe Waterloo was, and so that becomes the standard by which all future struggles, you know, are measured. So that's how severe this Gog-Magog war is, and that's how Persia will end.
And for those wondering now, why would God allow the smoke of Babylon to continue rising through the 1,000-year millennial reign? And I can only surmise it's a testament to God's glory and greatness and his holiness that he judges the wicked. That this is, remember, this is the city of Antichrist, of Satan. It was a dwelling place for demons. God destroys it. And if you want to follow Satan, we got a time coming here at the end of this millennium, and you're going to have the choice to follow God or follow Satan. So you've got 1,000 years to look at this smoke rising and make a decision. What will it be? And isn't that, again, the opportunities over and over for those who are born during the millennium, and again, for the new people, there folks who survive the tribulation, who are believers, go into that millennium with their physical body and continue to procreate. And many of those offspring will come to believe in Yeshua, Messiah, follow him. Others won't. And at the end of that 1,000 years, there's another great battle. And hard to believe after watching what goes on for 1,000 years and literally being able to go up and talk to Christ, they choose to follow Satan. But they've had 1,000 years to ask, Mommy, Daddy, why is the smoke rising over there? And they would hear the story of God judging the city of Satan, the city of Antichrist, Babylon. I mean, it's just remarkable when the measures of which people will go to deny following Christ. Here's an article. You and I have been watching this for so long.
Mm-hmm.
We're one of the few people that have been the Babylon watchers that we are. And
we could start a new ministry called Babylon Watchers.
Babylon, yeah. Wasn't it focus on Babylon? Wasn't it fun though to watch the Prime Minister of Iraq sitting there in the Oval Office, 41 years old, banker, master's degree in finance, basically a mini Donald Trump of Iraq with his business biography, which is pretty immense. And then he signs a deal worth $60 billion with Chevron and all kinds of other companies. I mean, this is absolutely amazing. Building this trade route, building more berths. They're going to outdo, as far as their ability to hold ships and shipping containers, bigger than Dubai. They're going to be working with, we already mentioned it, Turkey, running goods through Asia into Europe. I mean, it is absolutely amazing to have watched this last week. And I don't think we've had the chance to visit too much about this since it went down. Your thoughts?
Well, it is amazing. I mean, everybody today, what are they talking about? Strait of Hormuz, Strait of Hormuz, Strait of Hormuz. Well, guess what? You get something like this in place, the Strait of Hormuz becomes less essential to the world. So even all of this, kind of pearl clutching, as it's called, about the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, this kind of thing would make the Strait of Hormuz kind of irrelevant, just like the Suez, that's going to make the Suez Canal and, other types of canals irrelevant, because this will change global trade. And those articles that you're quoting, they keep saying over and over again, global trade. They say it over and over again. Well, what do you read in Revelation 18? Babylon, which is modern day Iraq, global trade. So this Babylon watching is very significant because it's another strand of prophetic truth coming together in harmony, in concert with all of the other prophecies that we routinely talk about. as part of the end time scenario. And Christendom has just blown it on this because ever since Martin Luther, everybody's kind of moved into this mindset that Babylon is really allegorical in Revelation 17 and 18. You know, Luther, he figured out that if he could call his opponents, in this case, the papacy, if he could call the Pope the Antichrist, and if he could call Vatican City Babylon, then the masses who hated Roman Catholicism and had been abused by Roman Catholicism through the sale of indulgences, you know, Tetzel, when the coin in the coffer rings, the soul from purgatory springs, that kind of thing. They hated Rome. Luther was very blue collar, and he figured out if he could just redirect those prophecies against Rome, the rank and file liked hearing that kind of stuff. And so he developed, as good as many of the things Luther did, he developed a very allegorical view on Rome. Well, that's stuck now for 500 years. And here we are in 2026, and countless Christians still think that Babylon means Rome or some other city. So the truth of the matter is that's not how you interpret prophecy. You don't just grab something and redirect it against people you don't like. You interpret it with the same consistent, literal, grammatical, contextual, exegetically based hermeneutic that Luther did in Galatians and Romans. And if you do that, you'll see Babylon means Babylon. And it's just a matter of time for God to sort of redirect history through some of these articles you're talking about to see Babylon restored to life and become the seat of the Antichrist in the last days.
Mm. And now, speaking of the Antichrist, he's going to confirm a peace treaty with all these nations so they don't come against Israel. And I think President Trump, and I think he has, I think he has good intentions for the most part. I think there's some business deals behind some of it as well. But we have a headline now from Israel National News that Trump, a lot more countries will join the Abraham Accords soon. That's a quote by President Donald Trump. So I guess we're just trying to get past this Iran thing. And I know in the polls, it's not good. It is not good for him in the polls. And he's trying to get this past him before these midterms come up, and it really drags them down. But I guess Trump is out today saying, look, I made it clear, every time you guys strike us over there or shoot at any of our partners over there, we're going to destroy a bridge or a power plant. Now, there is increasing talk about going after the Pickaxe Mountain, where a lot of these weapons are supposedly stored. Now, this thing is so deep in the ground, I don't even know if we could get to it without putting boots on the ground. Let's discuss that with Dr. Woods when we come back. Some people are saying, well, it may take 500,000 troops. Others are saying, well, we can use tactical nukes and then send people in. Of course, all of that has other consequences like fallout.
The storm hits, the power's out, the stores are empty, grocery shelves cleared in hours. And now you're staring into an empty pantry, wondering how you're going to feed your family. It doesn't have to be that way. Worldview Store offers premium emergency freeze-dried food, real meals packed with nutrition, ready when you need them most. Hearty breakfasts, savory dinners, hot, satisfying food for your whole family. With a shelf life of up to 25 years, you store it once and forget about it until the day you need it. Just add water. In minutes, you've got a hot, delicious meal. No refrigeration, no fuss, no panic. Hurricanes, blackouts, job loss, supply shortages, whatever comes, you'll be ready. Don't wait for the next emergency to wish you'd prepared. Visit worldviewstore.com. That's worldviewstore.com or call 901-825-0652. That's 901-825.
All right, welcome back, live with this Worldview Radio, website worldviewradio.com. Be sure to stay tuned for Crosstalk with Jim Schneider, America's original Christian talk program. Crosstalk is since the 1970s on about 150 outlets nationwide. If you do not have one of their terrestrial stations in your market, you can pick them up at VCY, V as in Victor, VCY.org. And speaking of Milwaukee area, well, that's where VCY is based, we are looking forward to our 22nd annual National Worldview Weekend. And this is the first time in 22 years we've made it absolutely free. We'll take offerings to offset the cost of the building, which is 10 grand alone for 2 days, plus the honorarium and airfare and hotel of the speakers. But you must have a ticket. And if you'd like to secure that seat at the conference, the Waukesha Expo Center, you can do so now. worldviewtube.com/events, worldviewtube.com/events. Friday night, October 23rd, Saturday, October 24th. We'll also be bringing our baby grand piano with us. We'll pack it up, take the legs off, pack it up in a custom-made case with foam and everything so it doesn't get scratched. Get the legs back on up there. And we're bringing our grand piano player with us, and we're going to sing some great songs together, some classics I know you guys love. We'll have the words on the screen for those who maybe don't remember those words. And we're going to have a great time together, some special music that my piano player and I will bring to you as you also participate in the singing. So it's going to be a great weekend of Bible teaching, biblical worldview training, Bible prophecy, and singing together. All right, worldviewtube.com/events, worldviewtube.com/events. The speakers will include Dr. Andy Woods, who's with me right now, Patrick Wood, Sharam Hadian, Annie Cyrus, Erwin Lutzer, myself, and Alex Newman. All right, Dr. Woods, there has been talk about going after Pickaxe Mountain. The issue, though, is can we get to it? It's holding this nuclear material, a part of their nuclear program. It's at least 80-meter deep facility. And it may be immune to even the most powerful bunker-busting bombs. Say that 10 times in a row. Now there's talk of boots on the ground. Then there's others saying 500,000 troops we'd have to use. Others saying, no, we use nuclear weapons. You go in there with 50,000 troops. I did my commentary last night on this on Worldview Report, and I talked about the scenarios here. This is surrounded by mountains. They have been preparing for decades for this. The casualties would be extremely high from everything I'm reading, not to mention the mines, the waterways have been mined. And then you add in the rockets, you add in potential biological issues, biological warfare. But if we use things like nuclear, tactical nukes even, then you have the issue of, well, what are we doing with fallout? Even though it's tactical, smaller, you're still going to have some problems here. And not to mention the wind is going to run likely in a direction that could then impact some of the allies. So people who have quick responses like, oh, we just need to go in there and use nuclear attacks and get this over with, I don't think they understand all of the scenarios. If it was that easy, it would be done. Now, President Trump told, I don't know who it was, Israel or somebody. Oh, Europe, NATO, Europe. We've done the hard part. Just go in there and take it. Just go in there and take it. Remember that about 2 months ago? Well, it's not that easy. And maybe people thought that he made it sound easy. That's why we haven't done anything. This is a much bigger problem than people realize. And I don't know if we have a solution because, again, do we want to see more flag-draped coffins? As I watched at Dover Air Base today, those soldiers, 4 of them coming off in their flag-draped coffins, a solemn moment. And so this is a big, big issue here. What are your thoughts on it?
Well, I guess my general thoughts are it shows me that the damage to Iran is not as great as we've been led to believe. And that fits with Bible prophecy because I don't see Iran prophetically declining, as a bellicose, belligerent, regional power. And you can take away from them physical things, but you can't take away from them the knowledge that they have. I mean, they already know how to make great strides towards these weapons of mass destruction. And so if they've just moved this technology to another site that's harder to reach, it just shows me that we don't have what we thought we had in terms of supremacy over Iran, that we've basically been led to believe. And, the boots on the ground thing, that obviously bothers me as an American because Trump ran on not getting us into these forever war situations. And when you're dealing with the Middle East, we know very easily, going back to the Bush administration, the second Bush administration, how things can get bogged down over there because you're dealing with terrain that we're not used to. It's the same kind of problem that we had, you remember, back in Vietnam. You're dealing with a totally different style of warfare. And so anybody that thinks you can just, drop a few goodies and it's all over really doesn't understand, the complexities of war. War is hell, and we have to keep that in mind. I don't want, from a human standpoint, Iran to get their hands on a weapon of mass destruction. But this whole pickaxe thing, it shows me that Iran, we don't have the supremacy over Iran that we've been led to believe.
Yeah, absolutely. They've now put up comments. So people are making comments. Someone just said, bunker busting bombs, Sally sells seashells by the seashore. Okay, so some people are making comments on those fast, little and difficult tongue twisters. But apparently we have added something new that allows folks to make comments and be seen on the screen. So now I got your comments right in my face, folks. So this should be fun to engage. That's just been added, which I like, because I like to hear what the audience is saying at any given moment. At least I think I do. I don't know. Maybe I don't at certain days, but there you go. All right, Dr. Woods, anything else in the news that you were watching well, I'll tell you what, Dr. Woods, I mentioned yesterday that why didn't someone ask the museum director, what is a woman? Because she was making so many dumb comments yesterday. I said, someone should ask her what is a woman. Guess what? Someone did ask her what is a woman. Listen, Congressman Mace asked her.
Because you just...
Oh, do I have audio from somewhere else coming in, guys? I got audio coming in from somewhere else. That means I'm going to miss out on this. Oh, my. Well, let's see. I'll try it real quick for a second. Did I get all the audio? It sounds like I've got a... I've got open a... count where I think they're shooting in LA at a guy who was running from them. Okay, I got rid of it. Well, this woman cannot define what is a woman. She can't. Let's see if I get a little bit in here.
Getting prepped for this hearing, they did a good job because you're filibustering and not answering a single question from a single Republican. Today, do you believe that men can become women?
She won't answer that either. And then she won't answer how many genders there are. Oh, my. All right, stay tuned for Crosstalk. Take care. All right, let's go back to the full clip now that we got it. Here we go.
I'm moving on because I don't know how much money you spent on getting prepped for this hearing. They did a good job because you're filibustering and not answering a single question from a single Republican. Today, do you believe that men can become women?
Ma'am, as the director of the museum, that's not relevant in this case.
It's very relevant. You've got men dressed up as women, and you have them on displays in front of kids. Do you think men can become women, yes or no?
So RuPaul's Drag Race, which is the upper...
It's a man. RuPaul is a man who dresses like a woman, literally.
Correct.
What is a woman, Dr. Hartig?
As a director and as a historian, it's not my opportunity.
You sexualize the American History Museum, so this is a fair question. What is a woman?
So at the museum...
What is a woman?
We strive to represent and not categorize all Americans.
Okay, I have another question for you. There's a glossary at the museum that informs visitors that while American culture traditionally recognizes 2 genders, other countries recognize 3 or more. So enlighten me this morning. How many genders are there?
Ma'am, which glossary?
This is a display, and that has a glossary that says other countries recognize 3 or more genders. So I would like you to enlighten me today. You're the director of the American History Museum who's sexualized things in front of kids. I want to ask you, how many genders are there?
So first of all, I'm happy to get
How
back
many?
to you about the glossary.
How many genders are there?
Sure.
And what are they?
I'm not sure which glossary you're speaking of.
Of course, I know that you don't. You know exactly what this hearing was about today. One of your exhibits at the American History Museum says sometimes gender isn't revealed at birth. So when is gender revealed?
So
when was your gender revealed to you, Dr. Hartig?
So I don't really think that's relevant to the
It is relevant. You have a display at the American History Museum talking about gender isn't always revealed at birth. So when was your gender revealed?
So since I am a PhD and
I wasn't done yet, but I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you,
Wow.
Ms. Mace.
Wow. Dr. Woods, this woman's the director of the National American Museum in D.C. that I started going to when I was 4 years old in 1973. My mom texted me yesterday during the show and said, when we went, there was a display of a classroom from the 1800s. It was a chalkboard. It said, God is love, and had the Bible verse to back it up. Now you go, and it's queers and fags. You want to respond?
Well, I guess my response is he or she who controls history controls the future. So this historical revisionism, is there by design. Number two, it's taxpayer money, hard at work. She is teaching a religion. This is the religion of humanism, which claims that all values are relative. So there's nothing fixed right down to gender. And then the third thing I would say is, all these people, they're singing off the exact same song sheet. Remember, it was Ketanji Brown Jackson that said the exact same thing during her Supreme Court confirmation hearing. Tallarico in my state, who's running for Senate, he's got 5 or 6 genders. And so it's interesting to me how these people across the spectrum, are all saying the same thing. And I'm wondering what common source, they're getting this from. Is this some kind of George Soros, funded group email that goes out to everybody at the same time? So that similarity is interesting to me also.
Well, there you go. All right. What's really interesting too is I remember Dr. Noble talking about queers and the queers this, the queers that. I'm like, I think that's considered derogatory. Not that I really cared, but I'm like, isn't that derogatory? And he said, oh no, they like it. I remember this is back in like the late 90s. He's like, no, they like it. That's now what they want to be called, LGBTQ. And I remember when that Q part came on the scene, because when we were kids, we would play Smear the Queer. And that was considered, a derogatory term. And your parents probably said, you probably shouldn't use that term. I'm telling you, folks, they don't care when you use these terms. They celebrate these terms. Dr. Woods?
Well, I remember Tim LaHaye giving his testimony. He says he threw a faggot into the fire and gave his life to Jesus. And I'm saying, Tim, you can't say that kind of stuff today.
And he was referring to a pile of sticks, I'm guessing, right?
That's right.
Because that's what the word means.
I said, don't say that kind of stuff today. You get thrown in jail.
Yeah, Tim LaHaye, you can't say that. Well, there you go. All right. Dr. Andy Woods, andywoodsministries.org, andywoodsministries.org. All right. Thank you, Dr. Woods. Have a great trip.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, guys, that's our broadcast. Don't forget tonight's special report on the private credit time bomb. Many of you, your pensions, your investments are involved. Do you know about it? We'll tell you about it tonight. Take care. Don't forget, we are now training Bible teachers. We're training people who maybe want to start a home church. But we're doing more than training people. And you can find out all about it at worldviewtube.com/leadership. worldviewtube.com/leadership. But you know what also we're doing besides training people? We're transforming lives. Because you know what happens when you intently study the Word of God for 2 years? It's transformational. I can promise you that. You want more joy? You want more hope, more happiness, more peace, more understanding, more wisdom, more knowledge? Study the Word of God. And that's what we do with our Leadership Institute. So don't think about it as just a course to take to become a teacher. Think about it as training that will do all of those things I mentioned, bring you hope and peace and understanding. And it'll bring you accountability because you got this course, you start taking it, it's 2 years, it's in-depth, it's for lay people, but it's going to keep you on course to keep going. You know what keeps me studying as many hours a week as I do? The accountability of showing up on this broadcast, or the accountability of showing up every Sunday night with people ready to hear the word of God. That causes me to be accountable to say, you know what, I'd like to go do this, but I got to go spend the day studying because there are people counting on me to teach and be encouraged and edified and equipped from the word of God. But I get more out of it probably than those who watch, because I'm telling you something, folks, there's something about deeply studying the word of God. It is totally transformational. So don't think about it as doing someone else a favor by taking this course you can teach. You'll be doing yourself a favor as well. But you'll also, I think, be storing up great blessings. The Great Commission, evangelism and discipleship. Many people like to evangelize, but where's the discipleship part? Teaching them what the Bible says and how to live. Folks, this is a great way, again, for you to fulfill the Great Commission, but also bless yourself and store up treasures. So get busy. Get busy over at worldviewtube.com/leadership. Become a biblical worldview instructor. Again, this is a course that features myself, Dr. Andy Woods, so many people that you've come to know over the years, John Ankerberg, so many more I could list off, people you know, respect, and trust. And folks, again, we need more people helping teach the Word of God and considering starting Bible studies in their home or home churches or teaching a Sunday school class. All the details are there, worldviewtube.com/leadership.
No signal, no service, no way to reach the people you love. When disaster strikes, hurricanes, wildfires, grid failures, civil unrest, the first thing to go is communication. Cell towers fail, networks crash, and suddenly you're cut off. Not anymore. Worldview Talk brings you military-grade satellite phones that work anywhere on Earth. Mountaintops, deep wilderness, disaster zones, no cell tower required. When everyone else goes silent, you stay connected. And that's just the beginning. At worldviewtalk.com, you'll find everything you need to protect what matters most. Solar generators, silent, clean power when the grid goes down, bulletproof backpacks, everyday protection for your kids, your commute, your peace of mind. Faraday bags shield your devices from EMPs, hackers, and tracking. This isn't paranoia, it's preparation. And in today's world, it's smart. Visit worldviewtalk.com. That's worldviewtalk.com. Don't wait until the lights go out. Worldview Talk. Stay connected, stay protected, stay ready.
This is Brannon House Live. Whether the issue is law, science, economics, history, family, social issues, education, religion, government, or national security, Brannon brings the issues of the day into clear focus through the lens of a Judeo-Christian worldview. And now, here is your host, Brannon House.
And welcome to the broadcast on this Wednesday night, July 22nd, 2026. Oh, you need to tweet, text, email, Facebook, Getter, Truth Social. You want to be ahead of the times, not behind the times. You want to know the trends that are coming to protect you, yourself, your family members, your parents, your grandparents. Because I believe there is a private credit time bomb coming. I've made about 8 or 9 slides for you last night, friends. I want to share with you tonight. I did share a little bit today on radio, predicting and telling you that I'd be talking about it tonight. I'm going to talk with Courtney Turner here in a moment about America 250. Remember Dukakis, who ran for president? Apparently he's still around and doing things. There's something called the AI World Society. We're going to talk about really the push for stable coins, cryptocurrency, and how might a private credit time bomb cause people to be willing to accept that. Oh, you lost so much money, I'm sorry. Flip over to this new system, and we'll give you some money to help make you whole. How many people do you think would get in line to go to the new system? So let's talk about this $2 trillion private credit time bomb, what it's all about. I've got a lot of graphics to show you tonight. And so some folks, maybe in this audience, you are over leveraged. You have way too much money in the stock market at your age. Some of you have no idea what is in your pension plan. Where has the leadership of those various pensions placed your money. Are you at risk? Let's talk about this tonight with Courtney Turner and then Michael Weiner. I'm going to go through all of these slides with Michael Weiner and play some clips for you as well to try to help you understand what may be coming. Again, I say it a million times. I'll say it again. I don't give financial advice. I give financial opinion. But I do try to help people understand the times so they can make their own mind up about what to do for themselves. And not everybody is the same. There is no cookie cutter answer. Everybody is not the same. We're all in different situations. Our age, how much we have in this market, that market, how much it costs to live, our monthly cash flow that's needed. Nobody's the same. And so I can't give you a cookie cutter financial answer, and I'm not going to do that. But I will tell you about what I think's coming and the trends, and you can then plan accordingly. Many people lost a lot in 2008. I think a lot of people are going to lose in this coming crisis, whether it's the private credit time bomb, the derivatives, whatever it is. Are your parents at risk? Are you at risk? My audience is largely made up of people that are in my age bracket, 55 and older. So I hope this helps you tonight. It's a very important topic. Stayed up till well after midnight making some of these graphics last night to try to help you understand what's going on. Apollo's $25 billion private credit BDC caps, withdrawals at 45 cents on the dollar, what it means for the $1.8 trillion market. Reuters, BlackRock fund limits withdrawals as redemptions rattle private credit. Now, again, this is not made the mainstream of the American conscience. It's being reported on. I don't want to imply that it's not. But most Americans, if you went out on the street and asked them about private credit or a private credit time bomb, they had no idea what you're talking about. But I think the day is coming where they will know exactly what it's about. But like 2008, it'll be too late. That rhymes. Like 2008, it'll be too late. So we don't want that happening tonight. So tweet, text, email, Facebook, Getter, Truth Social. Let everybody know to get over here because we have some very important news. Now, before we get going, I want to remind you, looky here, folks. Looky. We have, of course, Worldview Report. Worldview Report is your daily aggregated news site. There's a lot of stories over there. We can't get to all of them because there are so many. But every day at worldviewreport.com, I'm putting up stories early in the morning, and there they are for you. So I hope you'll check that out, worldviewreport.com. My Worldview Report newscast every night. The other day we did show broadcast number 1,100. Do I have that right, Logan?
Yep.
Tonight
was 1,102.
Was that tonight?
Yep.
1,102. Look at that. Wow. 1,102 shows, Worldview Report newscast. Well, there's, of course, lots of ways that we can keep this network going. You can do business with Numi, Gatatana, Bella Grace, Worldview Talk. You can also go to our foundation, make a contribution so we keep pushing out free programming. But we need your support, folks. I say it every night as we come on the air. Now, I can do this. I can just take commercial breaks every 15 minutes. I could have our computer system set where it automatically does a hard break every 15 minutes and takes a commercial break. I could do that, couldn't I, Logan?
Yep.
I don't want to do that. I want to get into these conversations and interviews with people and keep going without a distraction. But I have to have your attention. Please, I need your attention. And your attention has to be on going to worldviewtube.com/sponsors, worldviewtube.com/sponsors. I promise you there are more than one or two products there that you can use. I'm taking about a week now, melissaprotein.com. Melissa's been taking this for like 4 months, getting great response. Great. I have to tell you, she has lost weight. I don't think she needed to lose weight, to be honest with you, but it has definitely toned her up. Okay. And that's what this does. It helps to tone you up, helps to build muscle mass, increase your muscles. And it also has so many other important things in there, 8 essential amino acids. Now, I take about 5 or 6, 7 in the morning, however many Melissa hands to me. I take these every morning, and it, not only gives me energy, helps to speed up my calorie burn rate, but it also suppresses the appetite. So I don't need to eat anything until around 2 or 3. So if I stop eating at about 7 o'clock at night, which is not hard, I'm going on the air, can't eat on the air really. And then I go from 7 o'clock until 3 o'clock or 2 o'clock, I should say, 7 at night to 2 o'clock the next day. I don't normally have anything to eat until I get off the radio show at 1 o'clock Central. So around 1:30, 1 o'clock, 1:30, 2 is where I would grab a quick bite to eat. Something small, not a lot. And then my normal small portion dinner at night. So I'm trying to drop a few pounds. I don't need to drop a lot, but if I could drop another, 5 pounds, I'd be happy. So this is really helping me because the protein is helping build muscle mass, and it's also helping to curb my appetite. So again, I'm using them now. Melissa's been on it for 4 months with great results. Melissa House, GPA, we talked about it with Dr. Lana. Right now, between tonight and August 11th, if you are a first-time buyer, you can get 30% off. There are clinical trials behind this. Phytoplankton. I'm not giving you medical advice. I'm not making a claim here, but I'm reading more reports about how people that are on some kind of green phytoplankton drink, the free radicals have a really hard time living in your body. And you know what I mean by free radicals, right? Mm-hmm. So again, I would be drinking this. I've already had this twice today. Once this morning and once at dinner. I normally have it at dinner, but today I woke up feeling a little achy. My legs were hurting. I'm like, I don't know what's going on. Am I fighting something? Maybe. So I took an extra dose of this phytoplankton today. And then, of course, I do a little extra of the Numi and the Bella Grace. But there you go. Melissa House, GPA. Worldview Talk. Get the bulletproof backpacks for the kiddos going back to school, elementary, high school, secondary, university, even for yourself. We live in a dangerous world. A bulletproof backpack is really smart. Some of the guys in our control room have them. Okay. Worldviewtalk.com. Worldview Healthcare. Keep your antibiotics on hand. Be your own wellness center. Worldview Water. We sell a lot of these water filters that filter out the toxic, nasty chemicals that you don't want to drink. Unless you like drinking chemicals, then by all means, have at it. Have seconds. Otherwise, get yourself a filter at worldviewwater.net. MelissaHouseBG.com. That's Bella Grace. I do one of these each and every day. I'll do one right now. That's it. Now, I got collagen in a matter of minutes running through my bloodstream. Look at the hair growth. That came back when I got on Bella Grace, December 2023. My hands aren't cracked and bleeding like they did for years and years and years. I don't have acid reflux, I haven't taken Pepsid since December 2023. There's a lot of things I can say about this. And that's got collagen in it, where the peptides cut short, so your body actually absorbs it. It's got cat's claw that helps with anti-inflammatory. That's an anti-inflammatory. A lot of the problems are inflammation related. And it has something called astaxanthin that crosses the brain-blood barrier that takes on the free radicals. So there you go. Numi, swishforlife.com or at worldviewtube.com/sponsors. That's loaded with what's called glutathione. 165,000 studies on that. So that helps to remove mercury and lead from your brain as well. It detoxes your system. And of course, I don't want mercury or lead in my brain for many reasons. And studies have shown that this can remove mercury and lead from your brain. Glutathione can, helping prevent Alzheimer's, dementia, and Parkinson's. So check it all out. Now, I will tell you this real quick, kiddos. We need you to go over to worldviewtube.com/vault, worldviewtube.com/vault. Last night, we showed you our Worldviewpedia. Worldviewpedia is part of the vault. And you can, now we're launching it. The date we got now is August 1st. That's my date. I said I want August 1st, not before August 1st, because I want to keep putting in questions and making sure the answers are the way I want them to be. And it is now taken us over a year and right at around $100,000 to build this proprietary software that will search our entire 36-year database. We had to spend about $25,000 having all of that 36 years of radio shows, TV shows, ebooks, audiobooks, etc., articles, transcribed and transcoded into the system so that when you search our Bible software, biblical worldview and Bible prophecy software known as worldviewpedia.com, you can ask a question and it will give you back the answer. And it'll tell you where it came from, and then you can go there and watch the entire program, listen to more. But it not only will give you a chat answer back, Worldviewpedia, it'll also give you video. So if you say, I want to know about Gog-Magog war, it's going to bring up all the videos where we discussed it, and it's going to bring you to the minute mark. You don't have to go searching through the video. It's going to bring you to the minute mark that we began talking about that, whether it's myself, Dr. Andy Woods, Jimmy D. Young, whoever. So you get text response, you get a video response, and if it's radio, it's going to queue up where I was talking about that on my radio show. So again, this is a very powerful biblical worldview software program that helps you study the Bible. You can pop in Bible verses, biblical references, and ask, what does this verse mean? If we've talked about it, boom. Wrote the book Twisted Scripture, Twisted Theology. You ask, what the verse, judge not lest you be judged. What does that verse really mean in context? Are we never to judge anything? No, that's not what it means. You'll be able to ask it. It'll give you the answer and the link back to where I talked about that to watch the full program or watch the video. So, worldviewtube.com/vault. Brainwashed America Part 3 is now in the vault. So if you're a vault member, you get to watch Part 3. We hope to have Part 4 out by sometime in September, and that'll be the final part of that book or of that documentary, which I will turn into a book, okay? So again, when you're a Vault member, you get access to my books as PDFs. When you're also a Vault member and you ask a Bible question, guess what? Worldviewpedia, if you ask it a Bible prophecy question, my 2,100 pages of my commentary on Revelation is going to be placed in there so that it is searching that when you ask it Bible worldview and Bible prophecy questions, okay? So again, there's so much in there, 36 years, radio shows, TV shows, ebooks, audiobooks, and now if you're a Vault member, we let you have access coming August 1st to our Worldviewpedia Bible prophecy worldview software to help you understand the times, do Bible research, have your questions answered, answer the questions of your kids, your grandkids, anyone that asks of you. You can search our massive database. We built this because I couldn't find things I wanted to find. You've heard me a million times on here say, I wish we could find the clip where we talked about this so many years ago, or where we interviewed Jimmy D. Young and he said this and talked about that. Well, now we can. Now we have the ability to do that because we have transcribed every word that's ever been spoken and search it and find it, and you get access to it. So please consider joining now. Worldviewtube.com/vault. You can join for as little as $7.99 a month. Okay? So get started. We'd love to have you be a member. We need you to be a member. So thank you for doing that. Let's get going. Joining me now is Courtney Turner. Courtney, welcome back.
Thank you.
Great to have you with us. All right, we got a lot to talk about with you. And before we get into your talk, just tease the audience so not that they would run anywhere, they run to us when they hear you're coming on, but just so they'd stay, because this is not what we're going to talk about. I'm going to talk about the private credit time bomb for a minute and get your response to that, because I think it fits with what you're talking about and the coming CBDCs and stablecoins and all that. What is it you're going to talk about with us tonight?
So I had done a series. Now, the last time I was on with Patrick Wood, and we talked about the Digital Bill of Rights that we had drafted together. He had drafted that. He sent it to me. He said that, some people were looking at it, and I asked if I could add some things that I thought there needed to be some things to strengthen the firewall. And so I did, and then I wasn't sure where it was going. But then I was finishing up my series on America 250, which sounds like it's a celebration firework for, our constitutional republic. But unfortunately, this is a globalist organization. It is former governor of Massachusetts, Michael Dukakis, runs the Boston Global Forum, and he has partnered with the UN Centennial called the AI World Society. It was originally called the Artificial Intelligence World Society. They've now rebranded as Artificial Intelligence Wisdom Society, which, I used to think it was a nod to New Age. They pretty much admitted that, full disclosure. But they are gearing up. I've written a 4-part series about how they are essentially preparing for a declaration of a 2027 global constitution. And this is all about a global technocracy, as you might imagine, artificial intelligence, world society. That's what it's about, is a global AI governance construct. So when I saw that, I was like, oh my gosh, we need to really ramp up this firewall. And I asked Patrick if I could put it in, the end of that series, just, as a proposal of what people could do. And he had said, he had constructed it for the states. And I vehemently agree that, that's a better firewall is through the states, because we already see how the federal apparatus can easily be co-opted. Not that the states can't, but the 10th Amendment is a stronger decentralized way of reinforcing some of our rights that should be unalienable, but are being alienated.
Well, I want to get into that. America 250, the caucus, AI World Society, all of that. Now, before we do, I'm going to have on Michael Weiner here in a minute, because I built some slides last night, and to try to break down a complex topic and make it really easy for all of us to digest and share with friends. And so maybe people tonight, right now, and later with Mike, want to take screenshots with their iPhone, their Android, their iPad, whatever, of these graphics I've made built. But I think what's going on, I dealt with it in my Worldview Report commentary tonight, the private credit time bomb. You got the Wall Street Journal, the Economist, you have some groups talking about this. But this has not penetrated mainstream media. But I think next year, perhaps it'll start getting a little traction. But I think when we look back, it'll be like the 2008 crisis, right? Everybody will know about that crisis and how it happened, how it went down. When this crisis happens, the one most Americans don't know about now, they'll all know about it. If you went on the street and said, hey, do you know about what's the private credit time bomb? They don't know. But when this finally happens, it'll be a part of history. And, oh, yeah, I remember the private credit time bomb. So I made some graphs because my buddy Ed Dowd, who used to be with BlackRock, and I've had on several times, he's coming back on later this week or next, he's really warning about it. So I made a series of graphics. Here it is, the private credit time bomb. What happens is you have private credit firms. They raise capital from investors. They make loans to middle market companies, real estate, other assets, and then they sell those assets to insurance companies and investments, including pensions. All right. Now, some people have started to get a little nervous due to the volume of money that has been put into AI data centers by some of these groups. Some of the investments have gone into these AI data centers. Some folks are getting a little nervous, and some of them are, according to numerous reports, are asking for some of their money back. Hey, I want to get 10%, I want to get 15%, whatever it might be. And they're being told, no, you can have 5% back. Wait a minute. This is exactly what we've warned about with the Depository Trust Corporation. You're an uninsured creditor. In the small print, you don't really own it. You're giving up some serious control. And it's like when you go to a bank and you say, I want to wire some money to buy gold. We've had people actually, their bank says, we don't think that's in your best interest. We're not going to allow you to do that. What? So here we have people that are invested in these, situations where they want to start getting their money out, and they're told, I'm sorry, you can only have 5%. So it goes back to my graphic of what is really, the loans are risky, not very liquid, little transparency or oversight. Valuations are based on models, not market prices, and the defaults will surge when the economy weakens. And again, another graph that explains how it goes. Now, a lot of this is in the pension funds. Some of it's in the 401ks, these investment funds. And if you have an issue with the liquidity, and that's a lot of times where the problem starts showing up, is in liquidity issues with banks or bigger banks or these investment firms. And it starts to become a problem because they're all intertied with each other, with pensions and with 401ks. And so all it takes is one domino to fall and other things start to fall with it, right? So I don't know what will be the spark, what derivatives, who knows what it'll be. But when it happens, you're going to have a lot of older people who are going to potentially, and I don't give financial advice, I give financial opinion analysis, they're going to potentially lose a lot of money in their 401ks and their pensions that have been invested in some of this stuff. Now, some of them have their main home and they worked really, really hard and they now have a vacation home. Maybe they have a vacation home on a lake in Wisconsin or Minnesota or Michigan. Maybe they have a vacation home or condo in Florida, wherever it might be. Some of them are going to, and they're paid for, a lot of them, they're going to be forced to sell one of those homes to come up with money to live on because they've just lost a lot of money and they don't have the years to wait around for the market to come back and those funds to come back. And Ed Dowd's really warning about this. I'll get into more of this with Michael Weiner here in a minute. But Ed Dowd is really warning that this is going to be a major crisis. It'll make 2008 look like a walk through the park. And I wonder if it's something like that, Courtney, that is how we end up seeing more banks fail, more institutions fail, and move more and more to a stable coin or what, these big government, big business stable coins with the Clarity Act, the Genius Act, etc. Okay, so this is a new topic to you. Now that you've heard the Cliff Note version, how do you think it fits with what you're warning about?
Well, I can see how it would push people towards tokenization. I obviously I don't know. This is pure speculation on my behalf, but I do think the Clarity Act will pass. It's being pushed back by people on all sides, and even the banks. I mean, even the big banks, like Jamie Dimon, has been very vocally against the Clarity Act. And just so for people to understand, give them a kind of cliff notes on it, originally the Clarity Act was inside the Genius Act. The banks pushed back so hard that they knew they couldn't pass the Genius Act, which President Trump has signed, that is passed. They couldn't pass it unless they took the Clarity Act out. So they first went ahead with the Genius Act, which gives a regulatory legitimacy to stablecoin. So it's now a legitimate, recognized, currency, and that is backed. They tether it to the dollar, right? The USD1, it's the 1-to-1 backed. So essentially, it's a fiat backed by a fiat, but that's another separate conversation. But it gives it legitimacy and a regulatory infrastructure. Now, with the Clarity Act, what that does is it allows the issuers to be able to make monetize the transaction fees. And so this creates a whole nother industry, which is, you could see how a lot of the banks would be against this because that's where they make their money. They have now created this, I wrote an article about the two-rail system with this is what you're talking about with the DTCC and the stock market, where they're essentially creating two paths where you have the traditional stocks, but then you'll also have the tokenized, the stable coin. They're not exactly the same, but you'll have the stable coin and the digital products that will also be, but they both have legitimacy, and now they'll end up in the same place essentially. And so what I foresee is that tokenization is going to be promoted to people as one, being a fractionalized asset, and two, something that is much more easy to liquidize. So they will have access to liquidation much more quickly. And so if they're in kind of an emergency crisis situation, they could do a tokenized loan, and they could do it could be fractionalized. So I don't know exactly how that will all play out, but I do know that it will be a similar kind of situation where you were talking about the DTCC, where they essentially hand over their ownership. And I think that the package will still be there, but it will be hollowed out by the token. But a lot of people will feel desperate, and they'll think they're getting essentially free money. So this will be a new way of transitioning people. You see this in terms of like credit cards has a similar kind of where people think they're getting this huge advance, but of course there's this major interest rate that they have to pay off. So then they end up in this cycle where they're in this just perennial revolving debt. Well, now they're going to be offered this, but with their assets. So whether it be their stock assets, which is part of how they're going to be doing this tokenization. Right now, it's only, I think as of November 26th, it's a certain portion of the stock market that will be enabled to be tokenized. I don't think, and I might be wrong on this, so don't hold me to this, but if my memory serves me, it's a certain portion of the stock market. But I think that that's kind of beta test and a conditioning kind of a operation where it will slowly entice people into being more comfortable with the tokenized kind of a framework.
So do I hear you saying then that the crisis is what is going to be used to lure people in, thinking that they're getting some free money, they're getting back some money to be made whole?
Yes, I think they're going to think that it's free money. They'll be made whole. I also think it's the immediacy of that money. It will be really quick because it's going to be just a digital transaction. That's really like with most of this digital infrastructure that they're selling us. Technocracy is not being sold as a way to control and manage us and put us into a digital gulag. It's being sold as for your convenience and for your security. And those are the two things that I keep hearing. I mean, the buzzword is transparent. Of course, blockchain transparency means that it is not at all secure. Those two cannot be synonymous. They keep saying digital sovereignty. I think that's an oxymoron. I don't know how you can have digital transparency and have sovereignty, right? You're certainly not going to have privacy. So it's I've actually asked a lot of people in the banking industry because it's not my field. And, they keep giving me the buzzwords, well, everything will be secure. You'll still have your private wrapper. But to me, it does sound like a lot of buzzwords. And I'm not saying they're intentionally trying to mislead us. I think that a lot of these people, they've been sold the same thing. They've been told that this is going to be so quick. It's going to, be much more efficient. It's going to be cheaper. It'll be a way that people will be able to inject more money into the market. Kind of the idea of like right now we have a debt-based economy. So everybody's been conditioned that debt is how you make money. So I think this is going to be a similar narrative swap. I don't think it'll play out that well, though, because I think what we're doing is we're moving further and further away from any true ownership where you actually have tangible assets, and things will be, more, you'll have more and more steps removed from true assets.
And I guess, again, that's why a lot of people like precious metals, because you actually have physical control and custody of it. And Ed Dowd's saying gold, he thinks, will go to 10,000 by 2030 due to this financial crisis, including the private credit bomb. Before I get into your article a bit more on America 250 and the AI World Society, et cetera, I came across a very interesting video last night, which is, I've interviewed Pat Boone before, and he actually has been a spokesperson with Swiss America for many, many, many years. But I came across a video of him last night. He's been a big fan of President Trump, and I think he still is. But man, I was really shocked. I was not expecting this from Pat Boone. Watch and listen to this, please. Here we go.
Pat Boone here. I love that word neighbor. I feel that you and I and any American that I see or visit together with on this wonderful medium are friends, neighbors, even relatives perhaps, because we are socially, geographically, politically, even spiritually in this country called America together. That's why I hope that our chief neighbor, the President of the United States, will take what I'm about to propose in the spirit of neighborliness. Sir, you're a very wealthy man. I've known you a long time and admire you. You weren't born with a silver spoon. You were born in a bed of gold. And you've had the smarts and the drive to buy hotels and golf courses, whole companies, just unimaginable success. Now, very recently, you invested millions in this imaginary currency called crypto. Not only did you invest millions and millions for yourself and your family, but you created a company in which you encouraged others to invest as well. And they followed your advice and your worldly influence and invested heavily. Millions and millions believing that they could share in your wealth and your example. It's a neighborly thing to do, it looked like. But wait, just as these trusting people were relishing their newfound richness, even happy that their investment had made you $1 billion richer and happy for it, the whole thing collapsed like a bad dream, and they woke up to find that their investments were fool's gold. Sir, you know that thousands and thousands of people, your neighbors, who elected you to your high office are hurting now, having lost millions, taking your lead and advice. Would you please take one of your billions, the latest one, and offer it to the people, your neighbors, in at least partial compensation for following your example to their own financial harm? Think about it. You can do it. Wouldn't that be a gloriously neighbor-like thing to do? You can afford it. We know it. You know it. Pray about it. Your neighbors are praying too.
All right. Well, I was a little shocked by that. I've never heard him do something like that. What do you make of that? Here's Pat Boone saying, look, President Trump, a lot of people followed you. They've lost money now. Make them whole. Do you think President Trump, if he saw this video, do you think he would say, well, Pat, just wait. Just wait. I guarantee you this is all going to come back. They're going to get their money and 10 times what they invested. If you just wait, Pat. Do you think that's what he would say?
I do. I think that he's got a lot invested. There's the meme coins, the Trump meme coin, the Melania meme coin. They've already made billions of dollars. But with the Clarity Act, which he has been very vocally advocating and trying to motivate the Senate to get on board with this and sign the Clarity Act, he stands to, with the World Liberty Financial, he stands to make trillions of dollars. That's the USD1, which of course he marketed as the truth dollar, right? So he's marketing it to the libertarians and the people who've been canceled, saying that this is the truth dollar. It's our, rebellion freedom dollar, where you will not be canceled. I actually saw, I think it was 2 years ago, him speak at the Bitcoin conference. And he was talking about how Bitcoin was going to become a reserve currency. And I don't think Bitcoin, I don't think that's true. I don't think that's what's going to happen. But I think that he is trying to make, we were talking about Oracle and, how they're now giving some sort of a Federal Reserve acknowledgement that's in the works for these stable coins. So I think that he's got a lot personally invested in this. And he's hoping that this is going to be the future and that he and his family, I know Barron is very involved as well. So it almost looks like he's grooming Barron to kind of take the lead on this. They make the whole family, at least from what I've heard, Don, Eric, they all make these jokes about how he's so savvy with, all the digital currency and crypto. And I think that they're kind of grooming him to lead the way on that. So yeah, he's personally very invested in. Literally trillions of dollars is what he stands to accrue because it's on every transaction with these the USD1.
Now, again, he's pushing to make USD1, which he is one of the owners of that company. He's pushing to make that. Correct me if I'm wrong. He's pushing to make it like the new American dollar, right?
Yeah, well, because he branded it as the truth dollar, right? Truth Social, truth dollar. It's a USD1. But I think that's why he's pushing the Clarity Act so hard. Because with the Clarity Act, he will make money on it. The issuers make money on every transaction.
But is he negotiating with other countries to do trade and have them do trade with his US dollar one?
Well, the UAE has already invested, right? Is it MGX, I believe, who invested something like $2 billion into it. So I don't know the exact number. It might have been 500 million into the USD1, but they invested a lot of money, and it was in exchange for these AI chips. So yeah, he's got sovereign wealth fund, Gulf State sovereign wealth fund money that is very heavily invested in his venture. So that to me is it brings the emolument clause kind of into question. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not making a legal claim. But, I think I'm certainly not the only one who has raised the question of, kind of conflict of interest here. He's got a very personal investment dealing with foreign, potentially adversarial, interests, but in his own investment. That he's branded as being a U.S. kind of, and he's using global geopolitic diplomacy as a cover. That's what it looks like to me for his own personal investments. And it's the marketing versus what's actually happening does look like it raises a lot of questions. We can put it that way.
Well, if the midterms are lost by the Republicans and the Democrats take over, can you imagine the hearings they're going to have and how much of this is going to come out in the hearings?
I think a lot of it will. And, it's going to be interesting what role the quote unquote independents, which are, in my estimation, really technocrats, are going to play. I have mentioned before there is something called Operation Phoenix, and I haven't seen any updates, but this was erected. They were talking about this back in last year, 2025, and RFK Jr. is kind of at the helm of this, but this is the United Independents, and they have done many conferences helmed by and largely funded by Brock Pierce. Brock Pierce is a whole rabbit hole in of himself, but a lot of people remember the digital entertainment gaming company, which Steve Bannon then became the CEO of. There was some sexual scandals as well, and he was actually a crypto advisor to Epstein, and he was very young at the time, so I can't prove this. It seems to me like he was some sort of a construct that was propped up. He then had a house in Puerto Rico that was near a naval base, which again doesn't prove anything of itself, but it's interesting that then Bannon, who's naval intelligence, then takes over this company. Lots of questions there, but Christopher Life was also very much a front figure of this United Independents Convention, and I've talked about Game B extensively, and he's a Game B proponent. But this United Independents Network is people like Andrew Yang, it's not left, it's not right, it's forward. He's an arch technocrat. Brett Weinstein, who is a very interesting character, when you start looking into him. And I'm not attributing a malice or, sinister intent or anything to these people, but their history is worth investigating, and their roles, but what does it mean for when they're involved with something like Operation Phoenix? Brett Weinstein got up on his in 2024 the Rescue the Republic speech, and the last 5 minutes he says, and this just struck me, so it's why I investigated Game B, because he said we need to phoenix the Republic to save the West. And it wasn't a throwaway line. He spent 5 minutes closing his speech explaining how we need to phoenix the Republic to save the West. And this really just seems so bizarre to me. Why on earth would we phoenix the Republic? I mean, those who understand the imagery of phoenixing, right? This is up from the ashes, but it's the emolument. You have to kill it, right? You have to burn it down in order to resurrect it. Why are we burning down the Republic? Why on earth would we ever recommend that? And
by the way, let me just show, Logan, can you get the... was it Piker Hassan or Hassan Piker? What's his?
Uh-huh.
What?
Piker?
Which one? Piker Hassan or Hassan Piker?
Hassan Piker.
Hassan Piker, all right.
Piker.
We want to get to that because he's calling for burning down the American plantation, much like the Weather Underground. I guess what I'm trying to say here is there seems to be a common theme from the Democratic Socialists of America, the technocrats, the globalists, the Fabian socialist. I mean, the Fabian window is the world on fire coming out of the hot earth, coming out of a fire with two guys holding it on an anvil with tongs banging on it, remold it near the heart's desire. Guy in purple is with a bellow blowing up the fire. So you got the Fabians calling for burning the world.
And the wolf in sheep's clothing, their coat of arms is right in that painting. Yep.
Yep. So you've got the Fabians calling for the world on fire, to remold the world. You've got the DSA calling for overturning the country and burning down the system. You got the Weather Underground, who wrote a book in 73, 74 called Weather Underground. I think it's at my feet here. Called Prairie Fire, I should say, called Prairie Fire. We got burned down the American plantation. I think Bill Ayers wrote an article titled that. It seems as the technocrats, the globalists, the DSA, the Fabians, they're all in agreement with burn down the system. And then you have the Economist magazine from back in, I think this was 1988.
Wow.
We have showed it so many times. Have you ever seen this?
I have not, but the imagery.
Oh, you've never seen this? Really? This is the Economist magazine from 1988. Yeah, we have talked about
Yeah.
this so many times over the years.
Okay.
Get ready for a world currency.
I was a kid and very asleep at that time, but
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Well, I was reading books on this kind of stuff in high school in 84, 85, believe it or not. I was a nerd. Get ready for but it paid off well for me. Look where I am today. Get ready for a world currency. Look at this. The Phoenix. That's what they could call it. In a pile of burning cash. The Economist, 1988.
The Phoenix with that sword on his head that looks like a unicorn. I mean, there's so much. The semiotics are like very fascinating. There's a lot going on here.
Yep. So, and look what it says. Now, this was 1988, but look what it says for the coin, 2018. Okay. So they're a little off.
A little, yeah.
They're a little off, but hey, if you're 1988,
but you know what? I don't know how off they are because the AI World Society was that was 2018 when they were formed. So, I mean, maybe they just it didn't come to fruition at that time, but they were definitely moving things in motion for sure. Yeah.
Well, isn't that something? Well, I'm shocked you hadn't seen that. I'm glad I could teach you something because you're always teaching us. So that makes me feel good tonight that we could teach you something. Yeah. But yeah, that was January 1988, The Economist magazine. All right. With that, before we get into this World AI Society, America 250 and whatnot, Dukakis, pushing this to the guy that ran for president, I think against George H. at the time. Let's go to Hassan Piker. He was wearing his little Mao suit the other night. Let's see what he has to say, because I think they're all in agreement. They want the system burned to the ground. The question is, who is going to rebuild it after the ashes, out of the ashes, right? Watch this.
Empires never die quietly, and we must end the American empire regardless. But we must manage the retreat of a superpower from the world stage. This is a challenge for our time. Actually, this is the challenge for our time. Because if we do not do this, then the American empire will come to an end in a much more violent way.
Right, so we need to get ahead of it. So let's burn it down ourselves. Yeah, got it.
And if we don't burn it down and have this done, then it's going to be more violent. So you know, we can either burn it down, let it collapse, or we can get really violent in how we do it. I mean, wow. And they're talking about blood in the streets. Many of these people, we've got all that going on now for the last few years. But don't you find it coincidental or not that the Fabians, the globalists, the technocrats, the Democrat socialists of America, they all want to burn the system down and rebuild something different?
Yeah, well, I don't think it's coincidental. I'm not saying that they're all coordinating together, but they all operate from a very shared kind of metaphysics and a shared worldview. So it's not at all surprising to me that they would see that, you know, this is they don't have any interest in I'll phrase it this way. I kind of see, I used to have my pinned tweet. I now have it as The Final Betrayal, our book, here. But I used to have my pinned tweet was about how I see America as the bulwark for the free will of humanity. And if America falls, so the rest of the world follows. And I truly do believe that. And it's not because America's never done anything wrong and because we're infallible or perfect or anything like that. Very far from it. However, we are the only, as far as I know, in world history, we are the only nation to have our founding predicated on a political legal document that codifies in writing a metaphysics that stipulates that we are all endowed, we are all created equal by our creator, and that we are endowed with the certain unalienable rights to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. And that is a metaphysical a metaphysical firewall, which, yeah, maybe it was a firework too at the time, but it certainly is a metaphysical firewall because it says that we have rights that they're otherworldly. They come from our creator. They were conferred by a creator. We are not the creator. There is a distinction between the two, and therefore they cannot be taken away. No government created them, no digital infrastructure, no quote unquote trust infrastructure has conferred those rights, and therefore they cannot be rescinded. And so this is a firewall for the free will of humanity. And I think that all of these organizations that you've talked about, this is I usually talk about it in terms of being versus becoming. And this is the disparate kinds of metaphysical worldviews. And I think that all of those organizations that you've mentioned, the Fabian Society, it makes it so explicit, their permeation and the tortoise as their mascot for the slow revolution, right? We're constantly evolving is their entire worldview. And so therefore, human beings are seen as raw material to be upgraded and optimized and molded like clay, or to be managed nodes on a global grid, versus the document that we have codified stipulates that we have a fixed nature and that we have inherent rights and dignity, and that the government they didn't grant it and they cannot take it away from us. And I think that what they share in common, all of these organizations, is that firewall stands in the way of what they see as the next evolution of humanity.
Which is why they have to burn down the system to give us another form of government. Logan, would you mind handing me that book? I've done this a million times before, but I'll do it again. By John Stormer over there, please. None Dare Call It Treason. You've read that book, I'm sure, right, Courtney? None Dare Call It Treason by John Stormer? It should be right there. It's a fat little book. It's not tall, but it's fat. It's a short, fat little book. None Dare Call It Treason.
It sounds familiar, but I'm pretty sure I've not read it.
Maybe I've moved it, Logan. Maybe it's not right there. Maybe I took it to my office and left it down there. Oh, you found it. Good deal. All right. Thank you, Logan. The reason I wanted to bring this up is this was written by my friend John Stormer. He passed away. 7 million copies sold. If I can find it. Reagan used to order it by the case and give it away. And he met Reagan when they were at a event for the U.S. Senator from Arizona that was running for president, Goldwater. And they met and they started trading Reagan would send him a check and he'd send him books, cases of books. And I think it's his attorney general, Ed Meese, had said that Reagan used to quote from this book in some of the cabinet meetings. But the reason I want to bring this up is because in this book, he talks about the fact that one of the things that the globalists want to do is get rid of the system we have now and go to a parliamentary system. The Republicans. And it was the Bush Republicans that were pushing, the George H. Bush Republicans that were pushing with going to a parliamentary system because they don't like the way our system is now. And he talks about the dangers of a constitutional convention in here and why they have to get rid of this system as it is now. Here it is. This is page 521. In addition to Bush cabinet members Thornburg and Brady, the Constitutional Convention Society group includes U.S. Senators Ernest Hollings, Daniel Patrick Moynihan, and he goes on to list the others. The group wants constitutional restructuring to adopt a more efficient parliamentary system by eliminating the checks and balances and separation powers in the present Constitution. Change the terms of office of all elected federal officials so the president, senators, and congressmen will be elected at the same time for concurrent terms of 4 years each. Adopt taxpayer financing of congressional campaigns, repeal two-term constitutional limitations for presidents, limit Congress to 5 terms, and abolish the Electoral College. Include procedures for forcing a president to resign and Congress to dissolve when there is a loss of political confidence. Eliminate the 2/3 vote required in the Senate for ratification of treaties to make it easier for future presidents to make agreements with foreign powers. To the extreme danger in this proposal, reread the treatise versus the Constitution section of this, end quote. So again, I bring that up because of the fact you've got this push going back so many years ago, and Phyllis Schlafly, John Stormer were all warning about it, to do away with the system. So between the globalists, the neocons, the Republican establishment, the Fabians, the Democrat Socialists of America, the globalists, the technocrats, they're all working to destroy the system.
Yeah. Well, and speaking of the Fabians, so there's Tony Blair, the Tony Blair Institute, one of the single most investors in the Tony Blair Institute is Larry Ellison.
And of course, Tony Blair is the one that unveiled the Fabian window after it showed back up and it was stolen. And of course, the Fabian Socialist is what gave birth to the Labor Party. Tony Blair is the one working behind the scenes in the Middle East between the Israelis and the Islamist over there. He is the one that has the Tony Blair Faith Foundation, trying to bring the religions of the world together as one. I mean, there's a lot to say about Tony. He's the one pushing the idea of a digital dollars, digital tracking,
Well, and I think that's coming from Larry Ellison, who is his single-handedly
donor?
funding him. Yeah.
All right. So how does all this fit in with America 250, the caucus, and the AI World Society?
Well, I'll start with this. So so Tony Blair wrote that book on the third way, right? Third way politics, which is
communitarianism. Just stop, make sure people understand third way. Thesis and antithesis, idea, opposite idea. They merge for a mixture of both, and the mixture becomes a new thesis or a third way.
Yes.
And Tony Blair was behind that. You've got many people over the years that have been a part of the third way. I think I saw Samuel Rodriguez, who works with the Hispanics groups and the Republican side. Many of the people you think are conservative, some of them were a part of that third way. Remember that third way committee that was created 10 plus years ago to do this?
Well, there was compassionate conservatism, which was
George W.
So, yeah. So, yeah, absolutely. But that's essentially what this Operation Phoenix is doing. It's third way politics. And they are, and people like Andrew Yang, most of them are technocrats. But what the plan is for the midterm to essentially flood Congress. They don't use the term flood Congress, but they're to flood Congress with independence, quote unquote, independence. And most of them are talking about AI governance. They're talking about things like liquid democracy or quadratic voting or conviction voting, or ranked choice voting is one that's very popular, that's already being widely used in many states. And this is really AI voting. And the way they're advertising it is that you get direct participatory democracy, which of course is antithetical to everything our founding fathers. The reason why they instituted a republic, if you can keep it, was to avoid a democracy. But that's what they're selling. And so that ties right into what they're doing with this AI World Society that's now being rebranded as the AI Wisdom Society. Is they're trying to use the marketing of democracy, which again, we are not a democracy, we are a constitutional republic, but they're using the marketing of democracy in order to target the United States to subvert the constitutional republic, to have us get on board with this AI world governance. And they talk about essentially AI voting is one of the main ways that they are targeting us. But Michael Dukakis wrote a book. It was I believe it was in 2018, maybe, I don't know. It was a few years ago, maybe 2022, he wrote the book. But the AI World Society, I think, was launched in 2018. But in 2022, I believe it was, he wrote this book called Remaking the World Towards Age of Global Enlightenment. And I used to make the joke that it seemed like it was a total nod to the New Age. When you go and look at their website, it's all very New Agey type of semiotics. You've got what looks like a phoenix, and which for the capital city. And they talk about things like they've done several symposiums on how we have to rebuild Ukraine because it's been decimated by the war. That's why we need to funnel all this money into Ukraine. But they say that Ukraine will be like a central node in this AI world society where you have all of these various, different whether they be smart cities, C40 cities. I wrote an article called The Path to Mass Surveillance, which was about all these different types of essentially 15-minute cities or smart cities. Now we have the network states. They're different names, but essentially they're the same thing because they become nodes on this global grid. And they talked about Ukraine being the central locus of all of this. So they did their Boston Declaration. They did a compact in Tokyo. The partner, I'll butcher names. I'm going to look him up. It's Nigel Tuan, I believe. He's Vietnamese, but he's partners on the Michael Dukakis Institute. So it's Boston Global Forum, which is Michael Dukakis's organization, in partners with the AI World Society.net, which is the vision. It's a vision for the centennial of the UN. Yeah, UN 100, Remaking the World in the Age of Global Enlightenment. Now, the new book that they launched on May 1st of this year, which happens to be, interestingly enough, again, I have no evidence at all that this is why they picked the date. It could be purely coincidence. It is May Day, Communist Day, but it's also the anniversary of the inception of the Bavarian Illuminati, which is strange, given the same type of vocabulary and ideas that they use. But they launched this book, and it's called America 250, America at 250, a beacon for the AI age. So you can see that in this global organizations they're creating for global governance using AI, that they are explicitly targeting the United States. And this, of course, this was held at Harvard Loeb House. We've got MIT Connection Science is involved. So we've got a lot of American, think tanks and academic institutions who are involved in this AI World Society and Boston Global Forum partnership. And I wrote a 4-part series because there's a lot to this, but I think it was the second or maybe the third, but one of them was called the Counter Liturgy. And I talk about how this is when they rebrand it. They created a white paper called Illumina. And essentially there's this whole rebranding. And I think it's because I said that's the Digital Bill of Rights that's on the screen right now, but they've rebranded because I think they realized that if they went with the strictly like mechanistic, so that was part 3, that was counter liturgy, but if they went with like the strictly mechanistic trust infrastructure that they're trying to create, for those who may think trust sounds great, they mean it in terms of technocratic managerial trust. So essentially, they're trying to create an infrastructure that is permissions oriented. So where they have these ratings, to determine what is trustworthy. So not trust in terms of like personal relationships, something that is earned and, relational and lived. That's not what they're talking about. And they're creating this trust infrastructure, but I think they understood that many people would not be in favor of this, particularly if they're now trying to target the United States, where a lot of us have a very different kind of worldview and metaphysics. They have to use a more spiritually oriented type of marketing. And so they've got this where they're framing things in terms of, I call it polysemy, and I talk about the Platonic nightmare, which is a phrase that comes out of Joseph Piper's book, the abuse of power, the abuse of power and the abuse of language and abuse of power. I believe it was, I might have reversed that, but it's a very short, like 55-page book, and it's fantastic for anybody who is not familiar with it. He is coming from a Catholic perspective, but the messages I think are pervasive for anybody. We can all resonate with the Platonic nightmare. Essentially, what the Platonic nightmare is where it's essentially what I'm describing, this polysemy. So where they use words that to us mean one thing. When we hear inherent dignity, when we hear trust, when we hear love and wisdom, we're thinking something very specific. And especially in terms of the constitutional republic, it has a very specific meaning. However, when they use it, they mean something completely different. And this is the Platonic nightmare, where words get hollowed out. And so that becomes the tyranny, because we don't need like a shadowy cabal to come in and take over and enforce tyrannical measures. That of course that has happened throughout history, but that we don't need it, because what they do is through the language and through the hollowing out of the language, people will opt into things that are completely antithetical to everything they stand for. And I think that's what we're seeing here. They appointed this Gavi robot to be a monk, and they put like a lotus flower sticker on him. So he didn't even go through the official Mahayana I never know how you pronounce it, but Buddhist kind of initiation because he couldn't. And so what he vowed was instead of, to be peaceful, it was that he will be peaceful to the other robots and he will save energy. Because, of course, Gaia religion is very intrinsic to all of this. It's all centered around the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and, to protect the environment. And so that's where we're at.
So and
It's
the
a lot.
UN is involved with these folks. Obviously, we saw that on the screen. So how is this going to fit with President Trump's peace board? You see that as a flash in the pan? Is that going to go away?
I don't know. I see a lot of this as converging. I think a lot of what Trump is doing with his World Liberty Financial, with his Peace Board, with the Board of Trade, I think that there will be some sort of convergence because there's a lot of mutually invested interest. They're not the same. I don't want people to mistake me and hear like, oh, they're all working together. That's not what I'm seeing. These are actually, you've got a lot of organizations doing very separate things. This AI World Society has now presented that in 2027, I did try and do some investigating. They have not drafted anything formal. If they have, they've not presented it to the public. But they say it will be based on this essentially the social contract that they're erecting now with this quote unquote trust infrastructure. But essentially what it is a global AGI contract. It's a global constitution that they're trying to present for 2027. Now, back in 2024, we already had a global AGI constitution that was presented, and this was it was called the Participatory Framework for a Global AGI Constitution. And the people involved in it were Laura George from the Oracle Institute. We've got Ben Goertzel, who I'm sure is no stranger to this audience. He was working with the UN, the World Economic Forum, on AI for Good. Now, I don't know if his ethics, AI ethics, are aligned with mine or yours, but that's what he's presenting, and that's what they're presenting for the world. And he was also partners with Handsome Robotics for the Sophia robot. And he's also partners on OpenCog with Gino Yu. And that is very significant because his vision of what AGI is very different from someone like Ray Kurzweil or Marvin Minsky. He believes that constitutes consciousness, which of course they're working on machine consciousness. He was involved with Joe Shabak, who's doing the California Center for Machine Consciousness, which Jim Rutt, who recently passed, was a chair of. And then we've also got Mariana Bozeman, who is a member of the Club of Rome, and Annalise Smithsman, who is the founder of Earthwise and is also a proponent and adjacent to Game B. This is in partnership with the AQAL organization, which is Ken Wilber's, Ken Wilber's organization, and I don't know what his society is called, but that whole framework. And so all of them together are creating this participatory framework for a global AGI constitution in 2024. And in their draft, they talk about how we will have to control the AI and parent it so that it becomes a benevolent AGI. And then the AGI might become superior and we might become subordinate to it because it will be a better steward of the planet than humans are. So
and that's why now it's called the AI World Society.
No, so this is what I'm saying is that has already been drafted in 2024. Now the AI World Society separately is saying that they're drafting a global constitution that will be presented in 2027.
Have you seen any notes in advance?
They're just saying it's based on the tenets of this social contract that has been drafted by the trust infrastructure of the AI World Society already. So they haven't given us, any
And how many of those,
specifics.
do you know the percentage of, can you send me a list of those behind that so I can search them to see how many of them are new agers, cosmic humanist, Alice Bailey types?
Yes. And I absolutely can. And I go through it pretty extensively in I think it's part 3 on how
a lot of them are new agers.
They are absolutely new agers. When they talk about rebranding wisdom, they talk about it in the same context that Madame Blavatsky talked about wisdom. They talk about the wisdom tradition. I mean, they made a robot a monk. So yeah, this is the AI World Society. It was Gabby was the name of the robot that they had made, and they had appointed as a monk, and they put a lotus sticker on it because traditionally they get like a tattoo branded, but the robot couldn't do that.
Alice Bailey would be a happy camper right now, wouldn't she?
Well, I think we're seeing the externalization of the hierarchy, which, right, that was 2025 that she predicted. That
and she wrote that. I think she died in
49.
49 is what I was going to say, yeah. And she wrote that, I think, in 1933. Somewhere around there.
I think that's right. Somewhere around there.
And there it is.
Right.
That's it right there, right?
That's the robot. Yep, Gabi.
And that's tied back to this group of New Agers that are writing these standards for really global governance, global AI governance.
Yes. And so everything will have to meet these trusted, networks that they've created. Yeah, the robot Gabby becomes a Buddhist monk.
And what's really interesting is that, of course, I think this is all setting the stage, of course, for the mark of the beast, right? And the social credit scores and everything is under his control. But Daniel chapter 7 seems to make it quite clear that when those 10 world assistants are there with this world government, then it says, then the 11th horn, the Antichrist arises. So you have to have this system in some form on the scene when the Antichrist arises. So all of this is just setting the stage for the Antichrist, the one world religion, the social credit scores, the mark of the beast. Everything is getting set into place for Satan's man to show up. I mean, I don't think most people think that way, but they should. What they need to see is, in my theological biblical worldview analysis and my eschatology, Satan is moving everything into place to get ready for the time his man is introduced to the world. And this is all the building of that system.
It seems that way. It very much seems that way. And I think what's so interesting is that it's like I said, we've got two global constitutions from completely different people. There is some overlap, right? There's obviously Ben Goertzel is working with the World Economic Forum and the UN, and we've got Mariana Bozeman, who's a Club of Rome member. I mean, there's overlap between these institutions. There's a really interesting concept, and I may have brought this up before, but I think it's worth repeating and impressing upon people, because not a lot of people are familiar with it, but it's a concept called spin. You might call it spear as well, because they sometimes, instead of calling it networks, they call it reticulates. And reticulates is an interesting term because I've screenshot this in many of my articles, but it's probably still on there. But Tavistock actually has in their Between Worlds lecture series, they talk about the Gnostic reticulus. And they say, I think it was from 2024. And they were saying how, Gnostic reticulus, we are recruiting you. It is now your time. And they openly say how the aphorism, as above, so below, may no longer be relegated to just the initiates of the ancient mystery schools and will be available to all of the masses. I'm paraphrasing somewhat, but that's essentially what they say. And so that's interesting, the term reticulates, because that's this idea from Virginia Hine and Gerlach back in the 70s. And it was actually, they noted this in the Appendix A of the Changing Images of Man document. And they talk about the spin network, so it's segmented polycephalous integrated networks or integrated reticulates. And so it's this idea. Most people want to think about, I make the joke, and I've made it many times, that the only game people seem to have played growing up was pin the tail on the donkey. However, and I get it, it's very appealing. You want to find that, that one boogeyman, that one shadowy cabal that's running the world. It's just, maybe we could say Satan and Lucifer, or, maybe if we're going to pin the tail on the donkey, that might be the tail to pin. But I think in terms of humans here in the physical domain, I think it's much more complicated, much more nuanced. And the spin framework really does articulate this very well. It's this idea that you've got these various kind of networks and nodes, and they have shared worldview, shared incentives, and shared funding overlap. So there's a lot of convergence that happens, but it's not one, entity that's going to control everything, but it all ends up funneling into the same place, even though they may not have coordinated at all. And I think it's just really interesting. That's why I brought up that there are two global constitutions around AI, and they're completely separate. I mean, there's some overlap, but that is what typically happens. You have this overlap of funding networks, of, ideology, of metaphysical frameworks, of, different institutions that may collaborate from time to time, but it's not people gathering in like a smoke-filled room. That's not really how it operates most of the time.
CourtneyTurner.com, CourtneyTurner.com. You can see her entire series there on her website, CourtneyTurner.com. Wait, actually, CourtneyTurner.substack.com is that one. CourtneyTurner.substack.com, as well as Courtney, to be honest, CourtneyTurner.com. It's always fascinating conversations when we get you on board. Thank you, Courtney.
Thank you so much.
Guys, we'll be right back with Michael Weiner to talk about the private credit time bomb, some clips and some information you need to hear. Folks, this is a very, very important segment. I've made some graphics for you to help us understand. Many of you, I think your pensions, your 401k, your life savings is at risk. We've been here before with the 2008 crisis, but Ed Dowd is saying that will look like a walk in the park compared to what's coming. We're going to show you all the graphics I made last night and play some clips. It's up to you to do your own homework, your own due diligence. I'm just giving you my analysis and opinion of what I think's coming. You can listen or not listen. It's up to you. But you're being forewarned, I believe, at what's coming. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the Worldview Tube Vault, built on 35 years of research, broadcasts, and films by Brannon House and his team. Sabotage, all 6 hours, exposing how Marxists, Islamists, and their useful idiots are working to destroy America from within. Siege, 5 gripping parts on the clear and present dangers pushing America to the brink. Brainwashed America, Parts 1 and 2, with Part 3 coming soon, revealing 12 documented tactics used to capture the minds of Americans. Plus, Reagan Under Fire, the 1981 assassination attempt, the history of Arlington House and General Robert E. Lee, and many more being added all the time. And getting there is simple. Once you're logged in, just click Vault, go to Vault Library, and select Docu-Movies. That's it. Hours of eye-opening content ready to stream anytime, anywhere. Join Worldview Tube Vault today at worldviewtube.com/vault.
All right, guys, take a look at this graphic. I made a series of graphics last night. The private credit time bomb, unregulated, opaque, systemic risk. So how does this work? Okay, you have these private credit firms. They raise capital from investors. Then they make loans to middle market companies, real estate, other assets. And then they sell them off. They sell the assets to insurance companies, maybe into a 401k, into various financial institutions. And here's the problem, folks, because some of you may have this in your 401k, some of this garbage. You may have some of it in your pension. And it's $2 trillion and growing, folks. And I think while this is being discussed by some, it has not permeated the mainstream thinking of Americans. But if the private credit time bomb is coming, and when it explodes, everybody will then be talking about it after the fact. It'll be like, oh yeah, remember when that happened? Like we talk about 2008 now. Now, the problem with a lot of this is that it is not liquid. Some of the loans are very risky. I mean, you're dumping a lot of money into data centers. Are these companies, AI companies, making money yet? And if this pops, what is that going to do? Particularly when it has been, the money's been raised and then it's been made made its way into insurance companies, pensions, 401ks. What's going to happen? Now, it's also not very liquid. And I'm about to show you, some people have called up and said, hey, I want to start getting my money out. And they're not being allowed to get what they want. We'll give you 5%. Wait a minute, what? So you're going to have to sit there and wait until what? Your money's completely devalued and lost? Remember now, we've been trying to tell you about the Depository Trust Corporation, the small print, who really owns it once you hand it over. Now there's little oversight, little transparency, not very much. You have valuations that are based on models, not market prices. You have defaults that will surge, of course, when the economy weakens. Ed Dowd is warning about this. He'll be at my broadcast next week, likely. So here's the loop. How losses spread back to pension funds. Joining me now to talk about all this is Michael Weiner. Good evening, Michael.
Good evening, Brandon.
All right, look at this. When private credit loans default and insurance companies suffer losses, pension funds are hit, reducing returns and threatening retirement security. All right, I got 7 slides, at least 7 slides altogether, and then a clip to play. Speak to this, Michael, because I sent you these slides that I built last night. I said, please go over these. Let's discuss it together. Now it's your turn.
Well, it's really interesting. We're creating our own subprime world in credit. It's exactly, these guys are the same crew, the same group of people who bestowed actually trillions in the subprime market. And then when it bailed and we almost lost our banking and housing industry, and everybody remembers the foreclosure world and people moving home, and everywhere around the city, there were foreclosures everywhere. This will happen to companies, but also hit individuals at this time, because what they have done is created a black market credit entity. You see some of these things being sold on television with these promises of great returns, and they bring on that former great football or basketball or golf stars, and they're selling these things, telling you that you're guaranteed this amount of return for X amount of period of time. It's sort of a annuity on steroids, but the reality is that it's backed by very weak criteria to lend money. It's sort of like during the situation with the subprime markets. They were loaning 120% on a house. You could buy a house and get an extra money to just furnish it or put in a swimming pool. It was nuts. Well, this is just as crazy. The problem is when it does explode and it flows back. Literally, it goes down, the money comes out, they make lending loans to companies not based on strong criteria, then they sell it off. So they're creating a double-edged sword. They're raising money from us, they're lending money to garbage, and then they're selling it off to entities like insurance companies who are buying it. And by the way, for those people who don't understand, insurance companies also sell you annuities. And these annuities buy these things because they figure, well, they're going to pay this great return and we can be able to substantiate what we got to pay you in 5 years if you're lucky. So when this all starts crumbling down, it'll be like the subprime market was. It's going to flow all the way down through the system, and it'll get back to us as far as the bad debt. And the bad debt will be done by the insurance companies, which they'll try to throw back on us. And then there'll be the people who lose money, who invested in it. So just like in the subprime market, you had people that invested with Bear Stearns. You have people that invested with Shearson, the old Merrill Lynch, and other companies, billions of dollars that lost it during the subprime crash because they invested in it.
Logan, can you grab the clip of that congressman again? We played a couple weeks ago from Pennsylvania, talking about the digital bank runs and how they had to shut everything down in 2008. Remember that? Let's grab that, play that real quick because it's going to be a repeat of that. That's what I believe is coming. Ed Dowd, I think, does as well. He's talking about $10,000 an ounce gold by 2030, maybe sooner, who knows, but that's what he's talking about. Now, I want to play a little clip here, Michael, because I think you are the one that has talked about the movie. There was a movie, I can't remember the name of the movie now, Shorts.
Margin Call.
Margin Calls. All right, let me play a little clip because I think this fits right into what we're kind of talking about, selling this garbage into these in investments and pensions and 401ks and whatnot. Watch this, guys, and listen, please.
Okay. So let me get this straight. The bank calls you up. They give you the bonds they want to sell. They give you clients. They give you money to run your business. Give you fat fees for doing so. But you represent the investors? Is that right?
Yeah. But we're not in the Merrill Lynch building.
Okay. Where are you?
We're in New Jersey.
You're 20 minutes away.
Well,
If I ever used a helicopter.
Okay.
It's funny, huh?
That's hilarious.
Oh boy. Your boss is about to explode.
No, he's too curious to explode.
Hold on. Say that again. CDO A has parts of CDO B, and CDO B has parts of CDO A, but then they both get put inside CDO C.
Yeah, that one's called CDO squared. CDO of a CDO. All right? And then there's CDOs made up of the opposite side of the bet you made with your swaps. We call them synthetic CDOs.
What did you synthetic CDOs?
Synthetic CDOs.
That is crazy.
It's not. It's awesome. His face is starting to boil. He looks like the bad guy from Doom.
All right, let's stop there. So is that the movie you're talking about, Michael?
Well, that's The Big Short. That's the other one. What Margin Call talks about, and what this movie is demonstrating, The Big Short's a great movie. And what it's showing you is these people in New York and other places around the world, in the financial world, they don't care about you. These financial people and they're the same people that your financial planners work with. It's one big incestuous cesspool. And what they do is, like that guy is smiling because they don't care. They really don't care. It's all about what generates income to them. So they create one false marketplace after the other false marketplace, after the other false marketplace, after the other false marketplace. And in Margin Call, what that movie shows is when Shearson was going out of business, going down, and they had to get rid of all their bad paper, the management people got up in front of all their brokers and offered them millions of dollars and said, sell it to whoever you have to. Your mother, your brother, your clients, your friends, get rid of it. They did not care about the public. They only cared about existing themselves. So now when we're looking at all this trash, and I say the word trash, that's exactly, there's a bigger credit crunch, false credit market coming up. And it's called digital money, digital financial world. They are going to sit back and create it in a big league. It's going to be part of our complete financial system. And what's going to land up happening, and none of you, all of you think you have a control. Did you know the day before something happened in 2008? Only a few people did. I did. Let me tell you why. Because all you have to do is look at the numbers. They've got this. We've warned you about this digital thing a year ago. That's the same thing with this private credit. It's creating a false narrative. First of all, we've got these great loans, creating a credit bubble. By the way, we're going to get to that, which Ed Dowd is pointing out brilliantly. But what it ultimately does, it creates a fake world, and then they go to borrow money and from the insurance companies, or sell it off to them, they sell it off. And those insurance companies are involved with your pension plans and your 401ks and all of the rest of that. And that's why the trickle down happens, where the ultimate loser is never these big guy eating sushi at that restaurant. They're going to drive home in their Aston Martin and they're going to have a nice afternoon. You will lose. And that's why we talk about the fact of the digital world, because that's tying into all this. This is one big cesspool. So, yes, we are worried about socialism in this country. That's true.
Well, yeah.
But you
better be worried also about vulture capitalism, so-called, right? Exactly. Risky loans.
Vulture capitalism on steroids.
Risky loans, easy money, so-called, and inflated valuations lead to massive defaults, as I built in this graphic last night. Enormous spending with little real productivity to justify valuations. Look at all the data centers, all the AI companies, what they're supposedly worth, right? Elon Musk is supposedly worth trillions of dollars. But his company, has it turned a profit, Michael? Is it profitable?
No, not yet, no.
High rates, affordability crisis, and commercial real estate exposure are a ticking time bomb. Then, of course, people run to the safe haven, and gold is real money. It's a hard asset. It's the ultimate hedge against this kind of failure. Let me go to the coming default wave. Private credit is highly vulnerable. Again, Ed Dowd's going to be on with us probably Friday or next week on this. Defaults are already rising in private credit. Unlike public bonds, there is no daily pricing or transparency. When defaults hit, insurance company balance sheets will be shocked. This will force selling and create a liquidity crisis. And this will be a credit event unlike 2008, because it'll be far, far worse. Now, how bad was 2008? Here's a clip we played 1 million times, folks. And for those who've learned from 2008, many of them have taken their lessons from that and are in a great spot. Others are still playing the roulette, Russian roulette, right? Watch this clip from 2008 from this congressman from Pennsylvania.
On Thursday at about 11 o'clock in the morning, the Federal Reserve noticed a tremendous drawdown of money market accounts in the United States to the tune of $550 billion was being drawn out in a matter of an hour or two. The Treasury opened up its window to help. They pumped $105 billion in the system and quickly realized that they could not stem the tide. We were having an electronic run on the banks. They decided to close the operation, close down the money accounts, and announce a guarantee of $250,000 per account so there wouldn't be further panic out there. And that's what actually happened. If they had not done that, their estimation was that by 2 o'clock that afternoon, $5.5 trillion would have been drawn out of the money market system of the United States, would have collapsed the entire economy of the United States, and within 24 hours, the world economy would have collapsed. Now, we talked at that time about what would happen if that happened. It would have been the end of our economic system and our political system as we know it. And that's why, when they made the point, we've got to act and do things quickly, we did.
Now they're ready. Now they're ready to go to a new system. They're very close to going to this new system. Now, the question is, Michael, before I go to another slide, will this private credit time bomb or the derivatives time bomb, there's so many that are buried in the system right now, folks. When this happens, will it be this crisis that is used to get people to surrender their liberties and freedoms in order to get some of their money back?
Absolutely. What's leading to this, and more, I'd say, out of 100% of people who learned from 2008, I would venture to say less than 3 to 4% have really gained any knowledge because of one little magic word. It's called greed. The stock market has just thrown all this greed out there. It keeps going up and going up and going up and going up. And you just figure, well, my genius I have handling my money is doing a great job or whatever else. But while all this is going on, you are seeing more and more central banks globally buying gold, because they don't want to be caught in what's up and coming attractions. The other thing that the government is building itself for in this entire disaster is a situation with the digital financial system, that they will be able to make everything literally with smoke and mirrors every single day. And the only people that will pay out of it is you and I, and eventually you will. When this all happens, when you're talking about what we would be willing to do, the thing that motivates the stock market right now is greed. Nobody has really learned from 2008. Probably less than 3% of those people have learned a thing from what's going on, because they have this false market that just keeps going up. But it's all a setup. It's all part of this whole program of a complete changeover of our financial system. And that's why this private credit, and which Ed is going to get deeper into, is so important, because of the fact that it's based on garbage. And they're selling it to us. You're seeing these ads on TV to get people to put money into it based on the fact of one little word, greed. You're going to get paid all this money for a certain period of years until you don't. Okay. And then they're going to sit back and run full circle and sell it off to the insurance companies after they lend it out to companies that you and I wouldn't loan money to personally. And then they'll sell it to insurance companies who dump it on pension plans. And then it's like a full circle of garbage. And reality is the people who are going to pay for this is the people who invested, the pension plans that will lose, and us as citizens that they'll either devalue to the digital currency market. They can do that instantaneously, and they'll be playing with that all the time. Devaluation will be a daily thing with digital money, daily. So this situation is a full circle gambit of garbage, and it's going to lead us into another 2008 on steroids, but they will use that, as Brandon said, as you said, Brandon, they're going to use that as a means of controlling us, selling assets, signing on a dotted line, whatever.
Yep. All right, let me go to the next clip, Michael. 5, pension funds are the collateral damage, retirements at risk. Pension funds chase yield, so they're looking for high returns, good returns, high yield. They'll allocate more to private markets. Of course, that stuff is higher yield, but it also comes with risk. And really, should retirees be taking a lot of risk at their age? No. But do the fund managers, a lot of them, care if they're out after a percentage of the profits? No. Do some of the folks care themselves? No, because like Michael's saying, a lot of them have gotten greedy. And this is where you got one financial guy saying, I'm telling these people that are in their 60s, I don't want your business. You got 95% of your net worth in the stock market. I'm not going to be responsible for that when you get wiped out. You're too old to have this much exposure to the market. You don't have the time. Time isn't on your side right now at your age for it to come back. And I'm not going to be responsible for that. But there aren't a lot of people that have that kind of character and integrity. Of course, it's not money that's the root of all evil. It's the love of money. Losses in private credit plus insurance exposures equals lower returns. Promises made to retirees may not be kept. The retirement system is only as strong as its weakest investment. Gold. That, I think, is the ultimate insurance. No counterparty risk, not someone else's liability. It's real money for a real crisis, and the central banks, they're buying it. So why should you not be, right? I mean, again, I'm not here to give financial advice. I give financial opinion. Now, I do want to say this on number 7. You can either prepare now or complain about it later. That's up to you guys. But the private credit market, it's built on risk, leverage, and false valuations. And we know that when it comes to a lot of these AI companies, data centers, all these other companies we talk about. The losses will flow through insurance companies and hit pension funds. Multiple bubbles are inflating, and all could burst together or at the same time. So again, protect yourself. Now, this comes from Financial Times, Barron's Investment News, The Guardian, Fortune, Yahoo Finance, several different news outlets. They're saying that this is about a $1.8 to $2 trillion, the private credit market. Now, according to news reports, there were people who wanted to remove their money. And in one incident, they wanted to remove 10%. They were only allowed 5%. And again, here are the different companies that news reports talked about this happening with. You know this to be true, do you not, Michael?
Absolutely. And we've had this happen before when they sit back and you go to the bank and they tell you can't have all your money. You don't own it. That's the reality. So they dictate to you. And ultimately, when things go south, when people that are seniors that are sitting back and put in money based on the false narrative that this is a wonderful investment, sort of like Bernie Madoff on steroids, these people would be happy, oh, please just give me back my principal. Just give me back my principal. You know, you forget about this greed factor that led you there. I said a long time ago on the show, the reality is that if you don't properly protect yourself, when it comes time to do so, you'll pay a lot more for gold and get a lot less. And also looking at what's going on here right now, people are legitimately looking at a complete false narrative as it is on these investments. If they were so great, literally, why does this happen out of nowhere? And there's something even bigger, Brandon, than the private equity. And you could talk to Ed about it when he's on. But the derivative market, there's a really big, huge global Ponzi scheme of unnecessary risk that is put upon everyone based on a false narrative regarding the value of a derivative. And a derivative is just like a private banking debt. It legitimately is something that is just backed by nothing. It has no real basis, but it sounds great because all they sell is what you're going to make, not what you got.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to try to find you another real quick article on this. Here we go. Yeah. Here we go. My browser is going to go over there. But yeah, here we go. Wall Street Times, Apollo's $25 billion private credit BDC caps, withdrawals at 45 cents on the dollar, what it means for the $1.8 trillion market. So again, you guys can go out there and verify these slides. The reality is, folks, I'm not here to tell you what to do with your money. I'm going to say it again. I don't give financial advice. I give financial opinion. I give financial analysis. I give news and information. I try to help predict trends so people can prepare accordingly. Those who prepare are going to end up calling me up, emailing me, or calling Michael and saying, I watched the broadcast from you guys a couple years ago, and I believed you. I did my own homework. I validated what you were saying, and I limited my exposure. And not only did I save my principal, but now because of the way I was able to put it into hard assets, I was able to preserve my principal, right?
Absolutely. And additionally to all of this right now, I stand firm on my predictions. I always had. When I make them, I live with them. And last time, several weeks ago, when gold dropped below 4,000, and I remember Brandon mentioned on the show that, oh, God, some of these guys are saying gold's going to go to 3,500. And what did I say? Not going to happen. And guess what? Gold's almost at 4,200 now. The only person that was right with me, and now they're all turning around and saying, yeah, it's going to head back. Right now, what you should be concerned about is that my position is $5,000 gold back in September. 6,000 stays firm with me the end of the year, although Ed, I know, is looking at 10.
No, he's not saying 10 till 2030, by the way. But Michael, I don't care if it goes to 3,500. I hope it does go to 3,500 because it's a great time to do dollar cost averaging.
Well, you're sitting there right now. For the people who are sitting on the sidelines, you can't figure a better time to get into a marketplace where gold is down almost $900 from where it was for no fundamental, remember the word fundamental reason. And you're sitting on the sideline and playing games, getting the people just like that guy on that show that Brandon just showed, who's literally sitting there greedy. When you're calling him up on the phone, boy, is he or she sweet as can be. But boy, when he goes on the side and has a lunch with somebody and talks about the business, they're smiling and grinning how they stick it to you. They don't care. It's all about generating the money. I said before, in 2008, none of those billion-dollar hedge fund guys lost a dime. You did. And one of the other things that happened during those losses is get in touch with those people. When it starts collapsing, we had so many phone calls from people calling up going, I can't get through to my broker. I can't. And I said, don't plan on it. Get in line. By the time you get in touch with them, whatever damage has been done will be done. They're not going to bother to get you out ahead of time. They're going to stabilize their company, and then they'll deal with you. So be one-dimensional. This is the most transparently, because you can see what's going to happen, time in our lifetime. And people over 59 and a half that have saved and put away money, we said it in other shows, you are at risk. You are the literally bait on the fish hook. You are the people that they look at to destroy a generation of wealth, grab assets, hurt you in a manner that will literally affect people that will actually, I don't want to say really negative, but affect your lifestyle in your retirement, which is you don't have to do it. You don't have to make 9%. You can make 4% doing other things. And if you don't have gold in your portfolio, soon, it's financially irresponsible, literally, and you're in for what you built. I'm done.
I'm done. So before we close here, Michael, let me just say, folks, if you want to get the free packet, no obligation, 1-877-864-1072, 1-877-864-1072, or worldviewgold.com, worldviewgold.com. What do you make of those graphics that I built? You like those graphics?
I think those are fabulous.
I was up till
Dolly probably
past midnight building those last night.
I think
Michael.
Dolly was involved. I think Dolly was involved. With
She
it.
was laying at my feet when I made them. I can tell you that.
Well, that's
So,
what I said.
yes,
She was involved. But
she was involved
these are
in.
excellent graphics, and I'm looking forward to hear what more. And Ed, I remember. Let me correct myself. Ed is talking 10. I believe by 2030, my number is more like. Could be close to 10. I'm looking at 8,000 by the time Trump leaves office. Could pass that by, Ed. That's what my thoughts are. I think we're going to be sitting somewhere around $8,000. And but again, it's not about making money. It's about what's going to happen to cause that. And the cause, and then there's an effect. The cause is the irresponsible management of our monies, which we see every day, and the irresponsible effect of what it's going to have happen on you unless you balance your portfolio with a tangible asset. That's why the central banks are doing it. The central banks are banks of all the countries in the world. They're not buying stocks. They're not buying derivatives. They're not buying they're buying gold. All of them.
Well, that's because they know it's coming. I mean, that's just all there is to it. They know exactly what's coming. So there you go. All right, guys. Worldviewgold.com or 1-877-864-1072. Logan, do you have any questions in there tonight for Michael or I on this topic? Did we cover it well where lay people can understand this?
I think so.
Okay. Worldviewgold.com or 1-877-864-1072. By the way, got a big announcement. We have a 24/7 financial channel coming, Michael. We're going to take all these great interviews that are really evergreen. I mean, you could watch this over and over, share it with people, which you can do tomorrow when we post it online, and I hope you will. But we've got all kinds of great programs that we've done like this. And so we're about to launch a 24/7 financial channel. Worldviewtube.com. You go down the page a little bit at worldviewtube.com. You'll see our hymn channel, our Bible channel, our news channel. We have a prophecy channel, right? I think we do. Yeah. And we're about to have a financial channel. And I think we're also going to add an Israel channel. We're going to take a lot of the interviews from Aaron.
I have an interesting story about a Worldview recent World Weekend member referred me a friend. You know, we talk about credibility and who you do business with in metals. I've been in this 46 years, not 4,600, though Brandon thinks that. The reality being that it is, this this gentleman put his IRA with us. If he needs money, I've gotten it in 2 days immediately. When we liquidate you same day in your retirement plan. Funds are sent to the trust company to distribute with you. This woman put in $700,000 with some company that sounded good. You know, you could check companies out on Better Business Bureau. I hope you all realize you can open up a company tomorrow yourself, and if you sign up with the Better Business Bureau, you're A+ rated because you got no history. So you're A+ rated for nothing. We've been around 44 years, okay? Not 44 months. So what ended up happening is this lady tried to liquidate and get out of her IRA. I had to help her. I'm literally helping her frantically because her husband is trying to retire. They're not rich people. They put everything in there. And now they've lost a third of that money, not because the market went down, because the company put them in irresponsible types of gold. And then ultimately they're waiting 3 weeks to get liquid. There's no reason to wait 3 weeks other than the company who's buying it back's got to raise the money to put it there. Absolutely. Sometimes, ladies and gentlemen, look more beyond just a little bit peripheral information. There's a reason why Brandon chose us as a firm, and that goes back 20 years ago. We're still here.
Yeah. That's one of my favorite country songs, by the way, Michael. My IRA. I love that. My IRA. My heart's on fire for my IRA. That's what people are going to be singing when this all falls. They're going to be singing about my IRAs. Not instead of Elvira, it'll be about my IRA. They'll be, singing blues about that. But hey, we've been trying to tell them. They're going to be wishing they had put gold into their IRA. Others are going to be celebrating their IRA.
This is true. This is absolutely true if they protect themselves properly, and we'd be more than happy to help or at least listen to you or give you a review. But you cannot be lethargic right now. You have to be involved. And a lot of people sit back and say this, I'm 68 years old, I'm 72 years old. I don't want to be bothered with this. I did everything right in my life. And that's exactly true. But unfortunately, somebody's trying to take your money. It's your own government. And these companies out there look at you as a target, not as a friend.
True
Period.
that. True that. All right. Mike Weiner checking in. We've been working with Mike for 18 years, and there's a reason for that. This company's been around since, 1988? Is that when you were started?
No, 44 years ago. So it goes back to 1982.
82. I'm sorry. All right. 82. Craig Smith started it out of his apartment, didn't he? Out of his living room?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And you guys are a debt-free company, and you've never missed a buyback in those years.
Never. And we big moves, never had a problem. I've been in this industry for 46 years. I owned my own gold company for 23. I've known Craig for 46 years. I would not involve myself with any other company than this. I don't need to worry about I'm worried about people when I do business with them. My clients know it. I want to make sure that they have a gateway to get assets liquid when they need to, not be told, I'll get back to you tomorrow.
And that's if you can get someone on the phone, by the way.
That's another issue. True.
All right, Michael Weiner, thank you, my friend.
Good night, Dolly.
She's asleep over here. You can go to the Dolly cam if you want.
She helped you with this whole thing here.
She did. She's asleep and she's got her toy. She's got her toy right next to her, curled up into a knot. I don't know, is the Dolly cam working tonight? We're going to try it. But she's here, Michael. She's here. She's been listening with one ear, sleeping though, sleeping, very tired.
We're going to put a picture together in Milwaukee.
Yeah, you're going to meet her. You're going to meet her in Milwaukee. I guess the Dolly cam's not working tonight.
I'm going to have to work on that.
Yep. You have to work on the Dolly cam. All right. Take care, brother. All right, guys.
Bye-bye.
That's our broadcast for tonight. Do you appreciate what we're doing here? Again, trying to give you news and information before it happens. Projecting trends, predicting trends. Again, I don't get financial advice. I get financial opinion. Do your own homework. My opinion is you should do that homework and due diligence. Get the free packet. Roll the music. Let's call it a night, folks. Great program, I think. News and information you can use, that's for sure. We'll post this up tomorrow at worldviewtube.com for you to share with your family and friends. I'm going to go let Dolly out and then start working and researching on what we're going to talk about tomorrow. Maybe even build some more graphics. I enjoy building these graphics. It's kind of a fun little hobby. All right. Hope you enjoy it. Hope you learned something tonight. Again, thanks for all your support. Worldviewfoundation.com. Worldviewfoundation.com. Till next time, I'm Brandon House. May God save America. Take care.
True beauty isn't applied. It's nourished from within. Bella Grace Elixir, a luxurious, scientifically crafted blend designed to restore radiance, vitality, and strength at a cellular level. At the heart of Bella Grace Elixir lies cat's claw, a powerful herb from the Amazon known for its ability to control inflammation and protect collagen. With Verisol collagen peptides, it goes beyond the surface, stimulating your body's natural collagen production to reduce fine lines, improve skin elasticity, and promote real, visible change. Bella Grace Elixir doesn't stop at collagen. It includes astaxanthin, one of nature's most powerful antioxidants. 6,000 times stronger than vitamin C, astaxanthin protects your skin from harmful UV rays and environmental stress, while locking in hydration and promoting a radiant, youthful glow. Experience the power of nature with Bella Grace Elixir at melissahousebg.com. Discover the science behind Bella Grace Elixir at melissahousebg.com. Read powerful testimonials from doctors and real customers who've experienced life-changing results, and explore other wellness products from Bella Grace. Bella Grace Elixir is more than just a product. It's a solution. Visit melissahousebg.com today.
Don't forget, we are now training Bible teachers. We're training people who maybe want to start a home church. But we're doing more than training people. And you can find out all about it at worldviewtube.com/leadership. Worldviewtube.com/leadership. But you know what also we're doing besides training people? We're transforming lives. Because you know what happens when you intently study the Word of God for 2 years? It's transformational. I can promise you that. You want more joy? You want more hope, more happiness, more peace, more understanding, more wisdom, more knowledge? Study the Word of God. And that's what we do with our Leadership Institute. So don't think about it as just a course to take to become a teacher. Think about it as training that will do all of those things I mentioned, bring you hope and peace and understanding. And it'll bring you accountability because you got this course, you start taking it, it's 2 years, it's in depth, it's for lay people, but it's going to keep you on course to keep going. You know what keeps me studying as many hours a week as I do? The accountability of showing up on this broadcast, or the accountability of showing up every Sunday night with people ready to hear the Word of God. That causes me to be accountable, to say, you know what, I like to go do this, but I got to go spend the day studying because there are people counting on me to teach and be encouraged and edified and equipped from the Word of God. But I get more out of it probably than those who watch, because I'm telling you something, folks, there's something about deeply studying the Word of God. It is totally transformational. So don't think about it as doing someone else a favor by taking this course you can teach. You'll be doing yourself a favor as well. But you'll also, I think, be storing up great blessings. The Great Commission, evangelism and discipleship. Many people like to evangelize, but where's the discipleship part? Teaching them what the Bible says and how to live. Folks, this is a great way, again, for you to fulfill the Great Commission, but also bless yourself and store up treasures. So get busy. Get busy over at worldviewtube.com/leadership. Become a biblical worldview instructor. Again, this is a course that features myself, Dr. Andy Woods, so many people that you've come to know over the years, John Ankerberg, so many more I could list off, people you know, respect, and trust. And folks, again, we need more people helping teach the Word of God and considering starting Bible studies in their home or home churches or teaching a Sunday school class. All the details are there, worldviewtube.com/leadership.
Welcome to Technocracy News with your host, Patrick Wood. I am your co-host, Logan House. Today we have, is Iraq's new technocrat, a rehearsal for Iran? U.S. data center protests go national as backlash grows, and we have massive power shortfall in Northeast thanks to AI data centers. And Patrick, we were just talking before we go on air here. It looks like we are going to hit 40 on the AI capability multiplier today. We're at 39.93 at the time of this recording. So by the time this airs, because we're pre-taping, just so everyone knows, it's probably be 40 by the time this airs, maybe.
I know. I think it will. This afternoon it'll be 40. Mm-hmm. And I might be a little bit off on my prediction or forecast. It's doubling every 3.5 months. It might be less than that, maybe 3.2, 2.5, you know. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't say necessarily 3.0 at this point, but there's been significant developments in the AI world that indicates that the whole thing is compressing.
Yeah. Well, let's go to this first article. Is Iraq's new technocrat a rehearsal for Iran? And this is from you, from July 17th. And I'm guessing you're saying a rehearsal as in, are they testing this guy to see if they can find someone like him, if they were to take down the regime in Iran, to put someone like him in charge?
Well, maybe, yes, somebody like him. The offer that was made to this guy by President Trump is basically the same offer that they made to Iran in the first place, under the failed one at this point. The Memorandum of Understanding, it was called, and it was negotiated by Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. Both developers, real estate developers. Jared Kushner had no business being in the theater at all. He's not working for the government. He has no position, no authority whatsoever. But nevertheless, he was in the middle of the creation of the Memorandum of Understanding. basically what they offered Iran was a seat at the economic table in the world, and they offered them $300 billion in not reconstruction, but development funds. Development funds, that's not to fix things that were broken or bombed. That was just to be for economic development. So when this guy from his name is Al-Zaidi came from Iraq to meet President Trump last week, basically he walked away with an oil deal with investment, like the oil companies are going to develop their oil fields for him again. A pipeline is on the books right now, and they also promised him, let's see, over how many years was it at this point? $400 billion in over 30 years for economic development. Wow. This is huge. But this is basically the same deal that they made to Iran. This guy took it. He walked away with it, and he's very closely aligned with Iran. He's a Shia Muslim, very religious. He attended the funeral of the Ayatollah in Iraq. That's where he was buried in Iraq. That's where his home was in the first place. So he attended the funeral and was kissy with the other mullahs. Then he went to Washington D.C. and shook the hand of the guy that ordered the Ayatollah to be killed in the first place. This makes no sense to me, but nevertheless, this guy's a technocrat. He's not a radical, sword-waving jihadist like they are in Iran at this point, but he's a business guy. He has a master's in business. He's held multiple positions in industry in Iraq in his short 41 years of life. So he's a young guy for sure. Trump likes this guy. Trump was kind of responsible to get him in there in the first place because the first guy that they wanted to put in was more radical, is more very aligned with Iran as well. But Trump said no to that guy. He was elected by not popular vote, but whatever. He was elected by some committee or whatever. But Trump put his foot down and said, no, you're not going to put this guy in office at all. We want somebody else. So they ended up with Zaidi right now. And here he is. I think there's a video in here that you can, it's a short one, might be worth playing.
All right, here we go.
We've had already a good meeting. We're going to decide to do a little lunch. It wasn't scheduled, but we are going to do it on the fly because we have a tremendous chemistry together. The Prime Minister of Iraq has been amazing. He won an election that a lot of people didn't anticipate could be won by anybody else other than another person who was not, in my opinion, a good person. Not good for America. I don't think good for Iraq. And I played a role in, it was very important to me to have somebody get in there that can do the job and do it well. And we have a fantastic champion, a new champion. And he won the election very soundly, very conclusively, and he wasn't favored. But by the time they got to know him, he ended up winning. And he's going to be there for a long time. So I just want to say it's a great honor to have the Prime Minister of Iraq with us. He's been a great fighter, and he's been a great fan of America. We'll be discussing that a little bit with you, but they have tremendous oil reserves. They have tremendous potential wealth, and they have tremendous wealth, not only potential. But he's done in a short period of time, he's changed that country so much, especially toward their thinking about the United States. And we have partnerships. Chris was just saying we have tremendous oil partnerships all of a sudden being formed over the last short period of time, and I guess you're going to be announcing them this week or next week, but massive, among the largest. So they have done a fantastic job over the last very short period of time, but they have a great leader, the new prime minister. He's a great leader. I think he's going to be there for a long period of time, and it's great to have you at the White House. Thank you very much.
Oh, boy.
All right, Patrick. So he's going to be there for a long period of time. He said that twice. And I think the big thing was the potential wealth. That's the big driving factor here, right?
Exactly. And it's interesting that Trump made the point 2 times that he was elected soundly, with in Iraq. That was a bald-faced lie. He was not elected at all. He was appointed by a committee of 25 people or 23 people. And this was on the heels of the guy that got rejected or vetoed, if you will, by Trump. So Trump gets his guy. He was not elected. He's a technocrat. In fact, his own people call him a technocrat in Iraq. We see this time and time again. The members of the Atlantic Council, that's a elite think tank, very, very favorable towards the Trilateral Commission, by the way. Nevertheless, they said they heard, and in any case, they're parroting of some rhetoric that came out of Zaidi camp in the first place, that they're calling him the Trump of the Mideast. You can't make this up. This is what they're looking at this point. The Trump of the Mideast. Well, Trump is the guy in the Mideast right now, but this guy is on the heels. And it's interesting. Before I heard this, before I researched this article, I did a segment with your dad, with Brannon's house, on as TV program. And I jokingly called this guy, Zaidi, a mini-me.
Of President Trump.
I know, of President Trump. And how other people got the idea as well. So it wasn't just me, but this guy looks a lot like Trump. And at this point, he's being offered the reintegration package, if you will. That's the economic reintegration package to come into the world system again and to be, part of the club. Iran rejected this at this point, but this guy being has very close ties with Iran, he might be able to convince them to lay down their arms, play ball, get the strait open, and restart trade again. So we'll watch him. We're going to watch this guy like a hawk.
Yeah.
The most significant thing is the development road that goes through. That's a trade corridor that goes through Iraq into Turkey. This is going to be potentially a huge deal for Turkey and for Iraq as well. We'll have to watch that carefully because the development road runs basically just a few miles to the Iran side of Babylon, going into towards Baghdad and so on. So this we've been watching this. Does this mean possibly that Babylon could be repurposed for a global center of trade?
Yeah, and that's what you and my dad were talking about. And he's been talking about the Al-Fal port and how they're building up that as well. So
exactly. Yeah.
Well, we're all out of time for this segment. We'll come back. We have data center protests and power shortfalls related to data centers as well. We'll be right back.
Take a look at the water you just poured. It looks clean. It tastes fine. But what's really in it? Lead, fluoride, arsenic, chlorine, pesticides, PFAS forever chemicals, pharmaceutical residues, and bacteria. Every single day, these toxins flow straight from your tap into your glass, into your family. It's time for Sentry H2O from Worldview Water. Sentry H2O is the ultimate water treatment technology, designed to remove harmful toxins, balance your water's pH, and enrich it with essential minerals like calcium and magnesium, the way nature intended. From commercial scale systems to whole house filtration to crisp, delicious drinking water right at your kitchen sink and shower, Sentry H2O delivers cleaner, healthier water everywhere you need it. And here's the best part. It installs in just 15 minutes. No plumber, no tools, no plumbing knowledge required. Perfect for homes, apartments, rentals, RVs, refrigerators, and more. Because everyone deserves access to clean, healthy water, including you, including your family. Visit worldviewwater.net. That's worldviewwater.net. And discover what truly clean water can do for your health.
All right, welcome back from the break. Let's go to this article, Patrick. U.S. data center protests go national as backlash grows. You have in here, the protest is nationwide and bipartisan, as 86% of all Americans oppose data centers in their neighborhoods. The concerns are excessive electricity and water consumption, as well as sound and radiation exposure. Lobbyists at the Data Center Coalition, which argues for AI data centers, are totally tone deaf to the protests, saying they are mitigating any negative impacts to households and businesses. And you say, really? Question mark. Yeah, I mean, you see it every day. You see it on social media of people that are just not putting up with it. And it kind of falls in line with the flock cameras as well. It's kind of the same group of people who are standing up against the data centers are also standing up against the flock camera systems.
They're getting the idea now that something's brewing, and it's coming for them.
Yeah.
At this point, this is a big deal across the country. Every neighborhood that protesting, it's not about Republican or Democrat at this point. Everybody's utility bill is rising. Everybody's concerned about the drinking water. Some neighborhoods are so plagued with sound emanating from the turbines and stuff that they're putting plexiglass and mattresses against their windows to muffle the noise.
Yeah, we played the video of the one. Was that in Virginia? That was basically in the neighborhood. There was houses right next to it, and they had some type of turbines for energy that they said were going to be, I think, temporary or backups. And they have not been. They've been going 24/7, and these neighbors are complaining because they can hear it in their homes. A constant buzzing.
That's right. I found we have one of these data centers here in Arizona. I just discovered it the other day driving around that I can see the turbines all lined up in a row. They haven't been fired up yet, but this thing's going to go online apparently pretty soon. And it has its own turbines for power consumption. And they'll be tapping into our natural gas pipelines that pipe the whole area at this point. And I don't know we know about electricity, but I don't know how natural gas is going to be affected because there's only so much pressure in the pipe in the first place. So, they're going to take up a huge amount of natural gas energy and electricity as well. So they don't care at this point. They don't care what they're doing. The bum's rush is on to get AI established in our country for the sake of all control everywhere.
Yeah, and water is a big thing. Water and energy, and here I just saw this story this morning in Wyoming. I guess they're building a 715,000 square foot data center in Wyoming for Meta. And I think they did like a flush because the water system is supposed to be reusable for this data center. They're supposed to be reusing the same water, but they did a flush through and brought in flushed out the old water and brought in some new. And now it's been found by the Cheyenne Board of Public Utilities that its reclaimed irrigation system was contaminated with a bacteria. I'm not going to attempt to say the name of the bacteria, but there you go.
It was a very rare bacteria, deadly. You don't want it in your water for sure. And it's affecting the groundwater at this point. So, where that will come out, who knows? We don't know exactly how that bacteria was, got into the water in the first place, but here it is.
Mm-hmm.
And, the types of, the outcomes, they're so unpredictable at this point. Who would have thunk that there would be a rare bacteria produced by a data center?
Mm-hmm.
This is on top of the sound and the radiation and everything else. It's crazy.
Yeah. I was moving on, I brought up the flock cameras. I was talking to someone about it this past week, and they said, well, I don't have anything to hide. It doesn't really bother me. I don't have anything to hide, but you may think that, but what if they would have had these systems during COVID, right? I mean, what if they would have had these? It just, all it takes is one person to use these in the wrong way. And then you don't have to worry about having anything to hide, because that's not what they're being used for. I don't think these flock systems or these camera surveillance systems are going to be used just for tracking crime forever. Someone's going to get their hands on the systems, and they're going to be used against you.
Even at this point, people inside of police departments are misusing these systems like crazy. There was one case where 2 or 3 buddies in the police system were tracking one guy's ex-wife around town.
Mm-hmm.
How does that fit? You know, that there's the idea, there's no checks or balances. Are the police omnipotent at this point? They can do anything that they want to do with these cameras. They can read all the fees, et cetera, and you just can't do anything. You can't do it yourself, but they can.
Yeah.
And you really trust them at this point. They're just people, right? And they can hide behind the curtain.
Yep. And wait till something happens like COVID, like I was saying. I mean, wait till they track your car going somewhere that you don't need to be going, according to them. A non-essential trip. You took a non-essential trip across town, Patrick. And now you're going to be fined because you're not supposed to leave unless it's essential, unless you're going to get food or you're going to get medicine. You went over to your buddy's house across town and you weren't supposed to leave your home, Patrick.
There's another layer of being laid on top of the flocked cameras and in conjunction with them to measure all the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth emissions from your vehicle as it passes by the flock camera. That means there's an ID, specifically ID on you and your devices going by. You might remember that there was Apple tried to roll out a contact tracing application where you would be tagged with to other people that you came in contact with them. You could imagine that was bad enough in itself, but imagine being tracked by all of your devices like that for the sake of contact tracing. You can't escape it. At that point, the dragnet would be out there and you can't escape it.
Yeah.
This is very, very disturbing. You're right.
Yeah. Well, going back to the data centers, which we were talking about, the protest to the data centers, our next article kind of falls in line with that. Massive power shortfall in Northeast thanks to AI data centers. Average electricity prices have surged by 18% across the U.S. since Trump took office in January 2025, driven in part by an energy deficit. In the Northeast of 6.8 gigawatts, New Jersey consumers are hit hardest by a massive 27% shockwave with no end in sight. Technocracy was consumed with energy prices in the 1930s. Now it comes full circles in 2026.
27% increase on your utility bill in New Jersey. think what that means for the average consumer. The prices were already high. They've been high for at least 15 years at this point. But if your utility bill approaches your house payment, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
What are you going to do? You're going to bail on your house, I guess, and find a bridge to live under. I don't know.
And it's not even just owners; it's renters too. Renters have to pay for utilities. So wait till the utilities are as much as your rent, then you got double rent payments.
I know. And of course, the utility bill is just one thing. You have water as well. All the water prices are going up everywhere, and natural gas has been going up as well, because these data centers are taking up so much energy with natural gas to power their turbines. So that makes a big deal as well for utility payments. There's no end right at this point. These people won't back off of their stampede to establish these data centers. They just don't care. They don't care about the environment. They don't care about the people. And basically, they're ignoring every single citizen across the country at this point. Yeah. They're just flat out ignoring them and just pushing forward. We have to do this. It's for your own good. I don't know if they say that, but it's going to be good. Like this board said, we're trying to mitigate all the complaints of the citizens. Give me a break. They don't care about the citizens at all.
Yeah. Another thing that bothers me is that I'm here in Memphis and I pay utility bills, and there's no gauge on what it's going to be every month. Especially here, it's so fluctuating. I mean, 1 month it will be $200, $300, and then the next month it'll be $500, and then the next month it'll be $600, and then the next month it will be back to $200. So it's like, where are they getting these prices from? Right? They're just jacking them up, raising them up and down depending on the month.
That's an interesting observation as well. The prices are based on the contracts that the utilities make with the power generators, so they can fluctuate greatly. And we have the same thing in Arizona right now. Not maybe that radical, but the same thing we see it all the time.
Yeah,
in Arizona.
Yeah. Well, we're out of time for today. We'll be back on Thursday. It's Tuesday, right?
Yeah, that's right.
We'll be back on Thursday with another report. Until then, take care.
God bless.
Don't forget, we are now training Bible teachers. We're training people who maybe want to start a home church. But we're doing more than training people, and you can find out all about it at worldviewtube.com/leadership. worldviewtube.com/leadership. But you know what also we're doing besides training people? We're transforming lives. Because you know what happens when you intently study the Word of God for 2 years? It's transformational. I can promise you that. You want more joy? You want more hope, more happiness, more peace, more understanding, more wisdom, more knowledge? Study the Word of God. And that's what we do with our Leadership Institute. So don't think about it as just a course to take to become a teacher. Think about it as training that will do all of those things I mentioned, bring you hope and peace and understanding. And it'll bring you accountability because you got this course, you start taking it, it's 2 years, it's in depth, it's for lay people, but it's going to keep you on course to keep going. You know what keeps me studying as many hours a week as I do? The accountability of showing up on this broadcast, or the accountability of showing up every Sunday night with people ready to hear the Word of God. That causes me to be accountable, to say, you know what, I like to go do this, but I got to go spend the day studying because there are people counting on me to teach and be encouraged and edified and equipped from the Word of God. But I get more out of it probably than those who watch, because I'm telling you something, folks, there's something about deeply studying the Word of God. It is totally transformational. So don't think about it as doing someone else a favor by taking this course you can teach. You'll be doing yourself a favor as well. But you'll also, I think, be storing up great blessings. The Great Commission, evangelism and discipleship. Many people like to evangelize, but where's the discipleship part? Teaching them what the Bible says and how to live. Folks, this is a great way, again, for you to fulfill the Great Commission, but also bless yourself and store up treasures. So get busy. Get busy over at worldviewtube.com/leadership. Become a biblical worldview instructor. Again, this is a course that features myself, Dr. Andy Woods, so many people that you've come to know over the years, John Ankerberg, so many more I could list off, people you know, respect, and trust. And folks, again, we need more people helping teach the Word of God and considering starting Bible studies in their home or home churches or teaching a Sunday school class. All the details are there, worldviewtube.com/leadership.
The storm hits, the power's out, the stores are empty, grocery shelves cleared in hours. And now you're staring into an empty pantry, wondering how you're going to feed your family. It doesn't have to be that way. Worldview Store offers premium emergency freeze-dried food, real meals packed with nutrition, ready when you need them most. Hearty breakfasts, savory dinners, hot, satisfying food for your whole family. With a shelf life of up to 25 years, you store it once and forget about it until the day you need it. Just add water. In minutes, you've got a hot, delicious meal. No refrigeration, no fuss, no panic. Hurricanes, blackouts, job loss, supply shortages, whatever comes, you'll be ready. Don't wait for the next emergency to wish you'd prepared. Visit worldviewstore.com. That's worldviewstore.com or call 901-825-0652. That's 901-825-0652.
Welcome to Worldview Tube's Washington Report. It is July 23rd, 2026, and I'm joined by Jim Paff of the Conservative Caucus.com. We have President Trump gave a speech last night. We have some clips of that. We have the House passing a bill banning members of Congress and their spouses from trading individual stocks. We'll see where that goes, and we have more. Jim, how are you doing?
Doing well, yeah. And oil prices are up because of the Houthi attack against Saudi Arabian ships coming through the Red Sea, which was a bypass of Hormuz that is now under threat. Lots going on.
Yeah. That's the Bab el Mandeb Strait that they've been using to bypass the Hormuz, correct?
Yep, that's right. I think there's a possibility you would see Donald Trump renew strikes on the Houthis, potentially to address that. And we'll have to see how that goes, but it's becoming more messy. That's for sure.
Yeah.
As we've talked about, listen, the whole, I mean, I'm for the goals that Donald Trump has in all of this. The problem is once you start down that path, it gets very, very messy, very, very challenging. And this is one of those messy things that he's going to have to deal with. I don't know that it puts a kibosh on the midterm elections. I think it's a complicating factor. I don't think it's a fundamental one, but it is a key factor as we go into November.
Yeah, and it's not a simple solution, right? I mean, they've tried negotiating. So for people who, are against the war and renewed fighting, they've tried it. They've tried to sit down and have negotiations, but it just hasn't worked. So it's a tricky situation.
Well, and Iran is fighting a war of attrition, not a war of contrition. We're fighting the war of contrition. The difference between those two is that our effort is to try to bring them in line to some particular outcome. Their effort is to weaken us and to make us lose the will to fight. That actually is what the Civil War was about. Lincoln's effort was a war of contrition, and the South's effort was a war of attrition. They just needed to hang on for as long as they could, and ultimately they couldn't. And we got to see if that's going to happen here in the case of Iran. And so far, we haven't broke that barrier. But I do remember, and I think the history we can remember is that Abraham Lincoln was going to lose the 1864 election. That was an absolute, notable outcome that was on the way until Vicksburg fell on July 3rd, 1864, and then Gettysburg fell on July 4th, 1864. And then the whole paradigm changed and everything was fine and Lincoln was reelected. That's the kind of outcome that you would hope would happen here. But right now, I don't think you can say that that's an historical example that proves the end result at this stage. There's a lot more to go with this. And frankly, so far, it looks like it's going to extend very close to the election, if not be resolved at all by the election. That's a real challenge going into November. It really is.
Yeah, and on other news with Iran, the House has passed another, let me find it here, the War Powers Resolution, which they've done. They did that just about a month ago as well, didn't they? Trying to block Trump's authority.
Yeah, and it failed. I think that'll continue to fail. Trump's going to be able to continue this, but it doesn't make it any less messy.
Well, here is a report. According to Axios, President Trump says he is close to a decision on a massive attack on Iran. Details include, President Trump says, we are all set for it regarding the attack, which he has been hinting at for weeks. President Trump says this attack would be bigger than ever before. President Trump said Israel would join in 2 minutes if I asked them to, but added that we don't need anybody. They haven't received enough pain yet, Trump says. So that comes as we have continued the strikes. I think we're on the 12th consecutive night of strikes. And I've been seeing footage of last night's strikes, and it seems like we're hitting them harder than ever, Jim. And we'll just have to keep covering it.
Yeah, but where's the pain point? I don't think anyone precisely knows what the pain point will be. I mean, this is an apocalyptic group of people who are running Iran right now. They're willing to go all the way to death. So we'll see. I don't know what the pain point is just yet. The only pain point that might have an effect, and I don't even know that you can prove that it will, is to take out all the power plants and destroy the infrastructure. Can that be enough? We'll have to see. These people want to drive us into the ground. And again, they're successfully engaging a war of attrition right now. That paradigm needs to shift.
Yeah. Well, let's move on to this. The House has passed a bill banning members of Congress and their spouses from trading individual stocks in a 232 to 198 vote. Does this go anywhere, Jim, in the Senate, or is this going to fail?
I don't have a good read on what the vote is going to be in the Senate. I think that I think what's got to happen with this, we have to get to a place where elected officials cannot directly buy stocks. I think we should allow them to buy into mutual funds that are managed by other people. That's kind of a quasi put your investments in a trust fund sort of thing. I think it is a serious, serious problem in Congress that has not yet gone away. I think it's notable that Nancy Pelosi voted against it. I didn't look up whether Ro Khanna did or not, because he's also someone who has greatly benefited from the stock purchases. But that it has become a real problem. And FYI, there would be no need for this bill if Congress did no more than what it did prior to 1913. And 1913 is important because you had the advent of the Federal Reserve. So now the Federal Reserve is able to back up the federal government when it goes into deficits. And that's gotten worse and worse over time. Also, the income tax brought more money over time into the government. It was sold at first that it was just going to be the wealthy that were going to get hit. And a lot of people don't understand the original income tax that went only to the wealthiest people was 8%. Think about that. There's not an American hardly that pays less than 30-40% of their income in taxes these days. And no one paid income tax when it was initially rolled out, only the very wealthiest, and at a rate that is substantially lower than we are now. What that did is it allowed government to go rogue, frankly, and do whatever it wanted to, because there was the will to pass unconstitutional legislative spending that violates Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution. The government's so big that now it really, it did then to some degree too, control and have the ability to pass legislation that affected corporate outcomes through regulation and so forth. We had already had the advent of the Food and Drug Administration at that time. We had an Interstate Commerce Commission type thing that was there. So those votes that could affect stock prices, they existed prior to that, but not on the scale that they do now, where we regulate or subsidize almost every American industry. And if that were not the case, then we wouldn't have to tell members of Congress that they can't buy stocks. I mean, it's a congressional problem. We as the American people have allowed this to progress to the place it is over all this time. And I think, hopefully we'll ever make a decision to, elect people that won't do that anymore and that will reverse the problem. Mm-hmm. There are a lot of federal agencies we need to get rid of, all of which are open up opportunities for the playing around of stock trades. And by the way, keep in mind, it's not necessarily the passage of legislation that allows these members of Congress to make money. The threat of legislation can do it too. And they have all the inside information about what they're going to do. So I'm all for telling members of Congress they can't buy stocks anymore. It is a really, really bad problem. But I don't think you have to go so aggressive that people can't have a mutual fund that's managed by someone else. That may be too much of a compromise at this stage. I don't know, but it is a big problem. And these people many of them are benefiting from this greatly. There's some who haven't, by the way. It was very interesting to note when Lindsey Graham passed away that he hadn't taken advantage of all this stuff. Mm-hmm. And I would consider him politically corrupt in many ways, but apparently not in this manner. So, by the way, I want to get rid of the $174,000 a year paycheck. I don't want people going in who aren't wealthy becoming wealthy anymore. I think that also is an absurd twist in this whole stock purchase scenario.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was quite shocking to find out about Lindsey Graham's net worth because what was he in for 23 years, right?
No, almost 30.
30 years.
He got elected in 1994, so he was 32 years in there.
Wow. Well, let's move on. President Trump spoke in Georgia last night, and here he is indicating he's losing his patience on the Save America Act. Here we go.
We have to pass the Save America Act to defend American elections. And I have to say, Mike Johnson and Congress have done a great job, but we're having a hard time in the Senate. The Senate, what they're doing is just not right. Congress is going to pass it again. They passed it 3 times. They're going to pass it again. It's like the Senate is a place that you send things when you want them to die. We can't do this, and we're not going to take this any longer. We're not going to take it. I'm trying to be nice. Trying to be really nice. You saw we had a big victory last night in Arizona. I've had victories everywhere, but we're not going to be able to take it much longer. When they can't get past voter ID, proof of citizenship, no mail-in ballots because they're crooked as hell.
So we're not going to be able to take it any longer. And the Senate is where you send things to die. So it does seem he's losing his patience, and I'm sure that's directed mainly towards the leader, John Thune.
Well, once the one big beautiful bill passed last year, I think he should have gone on the rampage more quickly with these guys. But particularly, Mitch McConnell initially. Keep in mind some of the history on the Save America Act. The SAVE Act was passed out of the House in spring of 2025. It went into the Senate, and Mitch McConnell was holding it up in committee. Later on that year, and this is why I think he's been positive of Mike Johnson, and I like Mike Johnson personally. I think he's a good guy personally, but I don't have a whole lot to say good about his speakership. But he has been far superior, at least in this area, than his predecessors, Paul Ryan and John Boehner, who were absurd in their speakerships. Because what they did is they said, okay, if Mitch McConnell is going to keep holding this up, what we're going to do is we're going to add the Save America Act, which is stronger than the original Save Act, which focused almost entirely just on voter ID. It expanded the requirements going out to a more broad way that elections were run, getting rid of multi-day voting, getting rid of multi-day counting after the election, getting rid of unsolicited mail ballots, all these things that Save America Act does. And they tagged it on to an already passed Senate bill. They stripped the language, and then they put the Save America Act on it and sent it back to the Senate. So that made it bypass. That legislative move made the Save America Act bypass the committee process because the bill that it replaced had already been passed in committee. So it didn't have to go back to committee work. Well, John Thune should have acted on that immediately and said, let's go work to pass it. But he didn't want to go in to a filibuster situation and close down the Senate. Frankly, I don't know anything good that Congress does these days at all. So I think you should have shut down the whole process until you beat these people into the ground and got that thing passed. We had done that with a Democrat majority leader in 1964, which eventually got the Civil Rights Act out through the cloture situation. The pressure got so hard on so many members of Congress, and then the Civil Rights Act was passed. There was precedent on how to do this without even getting rid of the filibuster, and John Thune was unwilling to do it because he's got all his lobbyist friends to cater to. So now, and that was in the fall of last year, and it's been hanging along ever since until now. It's been reframed one more time and placed into the reconciliation bill. And you've got calls to, oh my gosh, we can't overrule the parliamentarian. My gosh, what are you talking about? When it's the members who make the rules, it's not the parliamentarian who decides. The parliamentarian is to give advice based upon the rules that you have. All you got to do is move forward with what you can, and just say, well, thanks, parliamentarian, for saying what you said, but we're passing the bill anyway. There are risks to that because Democrats would do the same thing, maybe with bad legislation next time they have control of Congress. But this is an existential situation. The American Republic is at stake unless we get back to the gold standard of elections that we had for 230 years. So over the last 20 years, I won't repeat the whole thing. For those who listen to us, they know what I'm talking about. Democrats have been changing elections through legal efforts and through Democrat states like California in particular, who just radically transformed their elections so they're not like they used to be, to give them an advantage because they want to pursue their communist effort to overthrow the American Republic. And Democrats are seeking to overthrow the American Republic. They don't want the American Republic. It's not just DSA members that are this way. It's the entire Democrat elected class in Washington, D.C. that wants to undermine the Constitution and maintain power and control forever. That's what they're seeking. And Save America Act would go a long way to stop that process, and it needs to be passed immediately. John Thune is a scoundrel for not doing that so far.
Well, we got to go to break. When we come back, we have a topic related to that, which we covered yesterday. It was the illegals found on the voter rolls in New Jersey. And we have some more news on that when we come back.
No signal, no service, no way to reach the people you love. When disaster strikes, hurricanes, wildfires, grid failures, civil unrest, the first thing to go is communication. Cell towers fail, networks crash, and suddenly, you're cut off. Not anymore. Worldview Talk brings you military-grade satellite phones that work anywhere on Earth. Mountaintops, deep wilderness, disaster zones, no cell tower required. When everyone else goes silent, you stay connected. And that's just the beginning. At worldviewtalk.com, you'll find everything you need to protect what matters most. Solar generators, silent, clean power when the grid goes down, bulletproof backpacks, everyday protection for your kids, your commute, your peace of mind. Faraday bags shield your devices from EMPs, hackers, and tracking. This isn't paranoia, it's preparation. And in today's world, it's smart. Visit worldviewtalk.com. That's worldviewtalk.com. Don't wait until the lights go out. Worldview Talk. Stay connected, stay protected, stay ready.
All right, welcome back from the break. Jim, I saw this morning, and this is pretty crazy. Let's go to MS Now, talking about the finding of illegals on the voter rolls in New Jersey. Here is MS Now's Molly Jong Fast.
Democrat just voted into office there, and this was Governor Mikey Sherrill, Democrat, just voted into office there, went through the voter rolls and did find 400 instances where non-citizens were able to cast a ballot. How concerned are you about that?
I mean, again, good for her for transparency and talking about it, and those people are no longer on the rolls. And look, that is good. The question is, like, does Trump now, and we're seeing this already, use it to prove a point that doesn't exist?
To prove a point that doesn't exist while you acknowledge that it exists, because your Democrat governor there just found 400 of them that voted, that cast a ballot. So her point there is invalid. It exists.
Yeah. Listen, there's a rule of logic called the law of non-contradiction. I talked about this, I think, this week sometime. A cannot be non-A at the same time and in the same relationship. In other words, you can't say something is not something, okay? This was the basic contradiction of the serpent going against Eve and saying, God didn't say you will die. Well, no, he did. That was a lie. And that's the same thing here. This is a lie. It is a problem. And you had Markwayne Mullin come out after Trump's speech, noting that they've already found 278,000 illegals on voter registration rolls. And you've got the Democrat states refusing to give Donald Trump the voter registration rolls to review. So the likelihood is there are millions of non-citizens who are registered to vote receiving unsolicited mail ballots that many of them will return. And Democrats know where they are. By the way, if Donald Trump and his administration cannot find out who are illegals on the election ballots, I can guarantee you those states know who those people are, and they are communicating that information to their Democrat operatives who will go and collect those ballots or encourage people to send those ballots back in some form or fashion. They know who to target. I mean, it's absolutely absurd. And keep in mind, if you have 400 people voting, which happened in New Jersey, who are illegals, a lot of state legislative races can fall within less than that. But the reality is New Jersey probably has a whole lot more than 6,600. Mikey Sherrill was doing this press conference to try to get ahead of a story that's much worse than she's willing to admit. And she knows it's much worse. we have a lot of questions, by the way, about her election. This would affect her election. If there are a few 100,000 people in New Jersey, which I predict who are illegals, who are authorized to vote in New Jersey, what does that mean for her election, where it was a few 100,000 votes difference? Are there as many illegals on her election rolls that allowed her to get elected? I think she's trying to get ahead of something that would show that she's not nearly as strong. She was not nearly as strongly elected as she was, or maybe not even elected at all. And there would be a lot of questions if the real story got out. That's what I think she's doing here. She's trying to make it and tamp it down as a non-issue. That's why this MS Now person was saying, oh, yeah, no big deal at all. No big deal. They've been saying it's no big deal for more than 10 years now. And it's been a big deal that entire time. And when you get to the point where the Census Bureau in the last decennial census was adding illegals to the counts that gave Democrats more districts than they deserved, it's a corrupt system. It's a corrupt problem right now that needs to be fixed aggressively. And the fact that they're trying to tamp it down like no big deal is because they know it is a big deal, and they want to make you feel like it isn't. But what you feel about things and what they are can often be two different things. And in this case, they are.
Mm-hmm. Well, as we talked about yesterday as well, Mickey Sherrill blamed it on a software glitch. Well, here is, say what?
That's a lie.
Yeah, well, here is John Solomon, who claims that he reached out to the software company, and they are saying, we don't have any reports of a software glitch. Here we go.
The New Jersey governor admitted that 6,600 illegal aliens had made it onto New Jersey's voter rolls. At least that number, it could be a lot larger. And 400 of them actually cast a vote. That is the largest number of foreigners ever to vote in any collection of an election in American history. When we told you that last night, the governor said, not our fault. It was a software glitch. No big deal. Well, overnight, we reached out to the software company that runs New Jersey's system. And you know what they said? There's no software glitch at all. The state of New Jersey knew they were putting non-citizens, i.e. foreigners, onto the voter rolls. It is the state's responsibility to determine who is eligible to vote and who's not. The software had it marked right. That is a major contradiction. And just a little while ago, the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights in the U.S. Justice Department, Harmeet Dillon, announced that there is an investigation of New Jersey now into whether they knowingly were allowing non-citizens to vote and to get on the voter rolls. Remember, a week ago, she sent a letter out saying, if you let non-citizens vote knowingly, you're in trouble. Well, now the vendor's comments raise the very strong possibility that one of the blue states in America may have acceded to allowing non-citizens to vote. We're going to keep a close eye on that.
Well, there you go. The vendor is saying they knew that non-citizens were registering to vote, and it was not a software glitch. So my question is, Jim, is this software company going to sue her for defamation like all these other ones did to these conservatives during 2020? I think they might have a case here, right?
Yeah, all the Dominion cases after the 2020 election were based on defamation, which, by the way, we found out that their systems are not necessarily secure. Whether they change votes or not, I don't know, but they weren't secure, and they're not secure. Yeah, they ought to sue her for defamation because it was a lie. Just the opposite is true. Democrats in Democrat states are aggressively working to get non-citizens on their voter rolls. Even in some states, like California, they allow non-citizens to vote in municipal elections. This is and they cannot in any way show that they're keeping those non-citizens from voting in federal elections. It is an absolute absurdity to say what Mikey Sherrill's been saying. They are aggressively seeking to overtake and overthrow this country with the help of illegals whom they are encouraging to vote, and they are working to get to the polls all the time. They know exactly what's going on. They've been aggressive about this. And if they say anything differently, they're lying. In some form or fashion, they're lying. This is a serious issue. And Harmeet Dillon, I hope, is given all the authority that she deserves to take this on and to make this and press the criminal charges, including perp walks, of people who are doing this, not just in New Jersey, but in other states as well.
Yep, we're almost out of time, but you sent me this clip over last night, and here is Obama from November of 2016 encouraging illegals to vote.
If you want to vote and you show up at your polling place, they can't stop you from voting. They can't stop you from voting. If people want to know how to vote, then you can go to iwillvote.com. The fact of the matter is that we give our power away all the time. You know, we tell ourselves, oh, it's hard, it's not going to matter, it's not going to count. And the powers that be, they're counting on us giving our power away.
Many of the millennials, dreamers, undocumented citizens, and I call them citizens because they contribute to this country, are fearful of voting. So if I vote, will immigration know where I live? Will they come for my family and deport us?
Not true.
Okay.
And the reason is, first of all, when you vote, you are a citizen yourself, and there is not a situation where the voting rolls somehow are transferred over and people start investigating, etc. The sanctity of the vote is strictly confidential in terms of who you voted for. If you have a family member who maybe is undocumented, then you have an even greater reason to vote.
This has been a
So she was asking about an undocumented person voting no.
Well, did you notice she said, will I get deported?
Yeah.
Is she a citizen?
Yeah,
She
exactly.
does need to be deported. Listen, let's just be honest. And again, I'm just going to repeat something I said earlier. Mark Elias and Norm Eisen, right after George W. Bush got elected in 2020 and all that big dispute, which was resolved by the Supreme Court, Democrats have been working to change our elections this entire century. They have been aggressive about it. They have forced legal outcomes that have required states to change their elections from what had been the gold standard prior to this century. For 230 years of our history, we had excellent election processes. And by the way, they got upset with the outcome with George W. Bush. But the problem that was going on with that Florida vote, which was the decisive factor for Bush getting elected, is that Palm Beach County, we knew afterwards, and we found out afterwards, that the Palm Beach County recorder was doing crooked things to twist their voting procedures. And I think she was indicted for that eventually, if I recall correctly. She was kicked out of office for sure. That was a big issue then. They are continuing to twist our elections hereafter. And they just, over time, they found more and more methods to do that. And then finally, Joe Biden was elected and they dumped 20 million illegals on us. And now we're suffering the consequences of that. Pass the Save America Act now.
Yep. Well, we're all out of time. We'll be back on Monday with another report. Until then, go to theconservativecaucus.com and at Jim Paff on X. Take care. Tonight on the Worldview Report, the BBC reports Yemen's Houthis, they struck 2 Saudi oil tankers in the Red Sea as part of their declared maritime blockade on Saudi Arabia. Germany's federal prosecutor general reveals at his annual press conference that Hamas spent years secretly building an organizational terror network across Europe, including hidden weapons, sleeper cells, and smuggling routes, and was planning a coordinated wave of October 7th style attacks against Jewish and Israeli targets, time for the second anniversary of the massacre. The Bank for International Settlements, that's the central bank of central bankers, they're warning in their 2026 annual report that the 5 largest tech companies, they're on track to spend over $1 trillion on AI. And they compare the boom to the canal mania of the 1830s. And the dot-com crash of 2000. And in tonight's commentary, I pull up a long-term chart of big tech and the S&P 500 index. And I'll show you what the BIS warning looks like on a chart that every serious investor needs to see. I'll explain what history says happens in the 18 months after the central banks of central banks issues a warning of this kind. All that and more as the Worldview Report begins right now.
This is Worldview Report with host Brandon House. Whether it is news from the nation's capital or your state capital, from the classroom to the boardroom, from national security to national and local news that impacts you and your family, Worldview Report is your trusted source for vital and uncensored news. And now, here is Brandon House.
Good evening and welcome to the Worldview Report. We begin tonight with a double escalation reported by the BBC. Yemen's Houthi rebels, they carried out missile and drone attacks against 2 Saudi oil tankers in the Red Sea as part of their declared maritime blockade on Saudi Arabia. This is the first such attack since the Houthis announced the blockade earlier this week. The Houthis said they forced around 10 additional ships to retreat and return to port. The attacks, they struck vessels carrying Saudi crude that had been rerouted through the Red Sea, specifically to bypass the Iranian-controlled Strait of Hormuz, which has seen fewer than 6 commercial transits per day this week, as compared to a pre-war average of nearly 140. Secretary of State Marco Rubio responded to the Houthi attacks by saying he believed the Houthis had been, in his words, snookered into the war by Iran, and that he hoped the situation would de-escalate. But a senior U.S. defense official told the New York Times something more alarming. Iran is deliberately using the Houthis to open a second front in the Red Sea in order to compound pressure on global oil supplies above and beyond what the Hormuz closure is already doing. At the same time, CENTCOM confirmed a 12th consecutive night of U.S. strikes against Iran, targeting maritime capabilities, missile and drone storage sites, and coastal surveillance facilities, along with air defense assets. American forces, they also deployed a B-1 Lancer strategic bomber against IRGC targets. That was for the first time since the current fighting resumed 12 days ago. The B-1, it can carry 2 dozen 2,000-pound bombs or dozens of cruise missiles, and it represents a significant escalation in the scope of the campaign. With Iran effectively controlling Hormuz and the Houthis now targeting Saudi Red Sea exports, which, by the way, both of those are the Middle East primary oil export routes. And, of course, they are undergoing sustained attacks at the same time. This indeed is a scenario that energy analysts have warned carries consequences without modern precedent. Of course, we'll keep you posted on this story as it develops. Our next story comes from Israel National News. A Likud member of the Knesset, Moshe Sada, he appeared on Channel 14 on Wednesday afternoon in Israel, and he plainly said, "We all know that we're approaching a strike on Iran, perhaps even this weekend. Those folks are the current assessments." He was not speaking in a vacuum. Several Israeli municipalities announced on Wednesday, Israel time, that they were opening public bomb shelters amid preparations for possible escalation. Israel's health minister, he issued a public statement confirming that the country's healthcare system is prepared for all possible scenarios involving a security escalation. The National Hospitalization Authority, they convened to ensure hospitals and health maintenance organizations are ready for every potential scenario, maintaining continuous coordination with the Home Front Command and the defense establishment. The context behind Sahada's statement, well, it is well documented. U.S. and Israeli officials have both told reporters that a major Israeli and or American strike is possible within days. Israel informed the U.S. it would soon deploy heavy bombers for strikes on fortified sites. And Iran has been openly moving centrifuges and enriched uranium stockpiles to Pickaxe Mountain. That's the deeply buried tunnel complex south of Nantes that President Trump has publicly vowed to hit very, very powerfully. That's what he has said. If Sahada is right and a strike comes this weekend, It would be the most significant single military event since the original Operation Epic Fury Strikes on February 28th. And if that happens, we will be here live over the weekend to cover it at worldviewtube.com. We'll be right back after this short break. Friends, this is Brandon House. For more than a year now, I've been teaching through the book of Revelation, and the response from you has been overwhelming. You've asked me again and again, when are you going to put this study in print? We want to mark it up. We want to share it with our families. Well, it's here. My brand new 2-volume commentary on the book of Revelation, verse by verse, chapter by chapter. This is not a watered down, allegorized replacement theology approach to Revelation. This is a literal, grammatical, historical study, the way the Lord intended his word to be read. And I connect the prophecy of Revelation to the headlines you're watching unfold right now, the rise of global government and the convergence of end-time events the Lord Jesus warned us about. Folks, we are living in serious days, and there has never been a more important time to understand what God has told us about what is coming. Get your 2-volume Revelation commentary today at worldviewstore.com. That's worldviewstore.com.
News is moving faster than ever, and so are we. Worldview Tube brings you 24/7 live stream coverage and now real-time alerts when it matters most. Once you have the Worldview Tube app installed, exit the app and navigate your way to Settings. In Settings, locate the tab labeled Notifications. Select the Notifications tab. Scroll down until you locate the Worldview Tube app icon. Select the tab, and here you can turn on and customize your notification experience for the Worldview Tube app. News doesn't wait, and neither should you. Turn on push notifications to stay informed. Every headline as it happens.
Welcome back from the break. Thanks for being with us tonight and every night. And as I always say, thank you for remembering that we are a listener-supported network. You can support us at worldviewfoundation.com. You'll also find our mailing address there if you prefer to support us through the mail. So thank you for that, worldviewfoundation.com. Let me also remind you that we are anticipating very soon the release of my 3-volume commentary set on the book of Revelation. It'll be out this fall. It is hardcover. It is has a brown leather-like look to it with gold printing on the front and spine. These are beautiful commentary sets, and they make great Christmas gifts. Now, if you want to be guaranteed to have one by this fall, you need to get in on the pre-order. We cannot guarantee you that we will not sell out and that we will not need to go back to press. And that takes 5 to 6 weeks, which could push us past Christmas. So if you would like to be guaranteed a copy of this 3-volume set for this fall and or to give as a Christmas gift, please get your pre-order in now if you're interested. Full details at worldviewstore.com. Also, don't forget about our fall conference, our 22nd annual National Worldview Weekend, Friday night, October 23rd, Saturday, October 24th. At the Waukesha Expo Center just outside of Milwaukee. Now, we're making it free. This is the first time in 22 years we've made our national conference free, but you must have a ticket. It's free, but you got to have a seat reserved. Worldviewtube.com/events is where you can do that. Worldviewtube.com/events. Join myself, Alex Newman, Andy Woods, Patrick Wood, Annie Cyrus, Dr. Erwin Lutzer, Sharam Hadian. What a lineup. What a weekend. Friday night, October 23rd, Saturday, October 24th. Our next story comes from All Israel News, confirmed by the Jerusalem Post. Germany's federal prosecutor general, Hans Rommel, he disclosed at his office's annual press conference that Hamas had built an operational terrorist infrastructure across Europe. And they were planning coordinated attacks against Jewish, Israeli, and Western targets to coincide with the second anniversary of the October 7th massacre. This was to occur in October of 2025. The plot, thankfully, was foiled, but the evidence of its existence is documented in German security files. The infrastructure Hamas built, it included hidden weapon caches, smuggling routes, logistical networks, and dormant terror cells ready to activate on orders from leadership. In Austria alone, authorities found a cache containing 5 loaded pistols, 10 magazines, more than 100 rounds of ammunition, and several explosive devices. Investigators recovered a pre-recorded claim of responsibility video from one suspect in which an attack was announced for around October 7th, 2025, indicating the plot had reached an advanced operational stage. Since autumn of 2025, Germany's federal prosecutor has arranged the arrests of 9 Hamas suspects across multiple countries: Germany, Austria, Denmark, Cyprus, the United Kingdom, and Greece. 3 suspects were arrested in Berlin in October of 2025 on charges of plotting attacks against Jewish and Israeli institutions. A Danish citizen was detained near Copenhagen in May. Rommel said Europe is increasingly being targeted as a potential location for Hamas attacks, rather than merely as a financing base. He noted that the suspects hold European citizenship or residence permits within the area, allowing them to move freely. Hamas has consistently insisted that the struggle concerns Israel alone. The network Germany uncovered, well, it says otherwise. Our next story comes from courts, and it's confirmed by Reuters, drawing on the Bank for International Settlements and their 2026 annual economic report that was released in June 29th of this year. And it contains a warning that every American with a retirement account, a 401k, or any stock market exposure, well, I think needs to hear. The Bank for International Settlements, that's known as the central bank of central bankers, and the most authoritative financial watchdog, some say, in the world. Well, they issued their starkest warning in years about the AI investment boom. Its annual report compared the current surge in AI spending to 4 historical technological manias that all ended in recession. Canal construction in the 1830s, British railway construction in the 1840s, electrification in the late 1920s, and the dot-com boom of the late 1990s. The BIS's conclusion? These episodes ended with an eventual reversal in investment, including economy-wide recessions. The numbers behind the warning, well, they're staggering. The 5 largest hyperscalers, Alphabet, Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, and Oracle, they are on course to spend more than $1 trillion on AI-related capital expenditures in 2025 and 2026 combined. That spending is already outpacing their earnings and free cash flow, forcing some companies to issue debt to cover the gap, according to reports. The BIS, they're warning that fierce competition among leading AI firms may have pushed investment to excessive levels, leaving the sector exposed if returns disappoint. The consequences of a correction, well, they would be severe, according to analysts. The BIS, they note that household equity exposure has grown, well, relative to both total wealth and income compared to past decades. That means a sharp drop in AI-linked valuations could produce a more severe consumption pullback than, well, previous corrections of similar scale, thus amplifying the crash's economic impact well beyond the technology sector. The BIS assessment, well, it arrived as the Iran war is already pushing the global economy toward what many American bankers describe as conditions that would normally be recessionary, like high interest rates, elevated public debt, persistent inflation, and rising geopolitical tensions. AI investment, it has been the main offset keeping the global economy out of recession, according to some analysts. And if that offset reverses, the consequences could be severe and swift. Well, now it's time for our nightly Worldview Report commentary. And I want you to hear me and hear me well. I've been trying to use my radio show, TV show, and the Worldview Report and the Worldview Report commentary to try to educate you. That's my job here, is to educate you, bring you news and information you can use. Now, again, I don't offer financial advice. I offer financial opinion, analysis, and history. But I'm going to give you some history many Americans really don't know or have forgotten. In 1974, Washington, D.C. made America a promise. Basically 4 words. We will secure your retirement. That promise had a name, ERISA. That's an acronym. It stands for the Employee Retirement Income Security Act. And tonight, I want to walk you through, well, a hard possibility. That this system was not mainly built to secure your retirement. Perhaps it was built to capture it, to take your life savings and quietly pipe them into a financial bubble that's now being inflated by artificial intelligence and big tech. Let me show you how the machine works. It started with ERISA, and a few years later, a small provision was buried inside the tax code, Section 401k, that almost, by the way, nobody noticed at the time. Slowly, deliberately, the country was moved off the old pensions, where your employer carried the risk, and it was moved onto these new accounts, where you carry all of it. The risk, it didn't disappear, it just got transferred onto you. Here's the part they don't advertise. Most workers today are auto-enrolled. Your money defaults into a target date fund or an S&P 500 index fund. And most people, well, they never change a thing, which means tens of millions of Americans have their entire retirement welded to whatever happens to a handful of the biggest companies on earth. And right now, that handful is smaller and more dangerous, I think, than, well, at any time in living memory. The top 10 companies in the S&P 500, they now make up close to, listen now, 40% of the entire index. We're talking about companies like NVIDIA, Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Alphabet, Meta, Broadcom, a tight little cluster. Almost all of it riding the same artificial intelligence bet. That's the highest concentration since the dot-com bubble. Some measures say it's the highest ever recorded. So when you make your faithful 401k contribution this month, please understand, roughly 40 cents of every dollar marches straight into that, well, tech cluster. Nobody asked your opinion on the risk. The architecture, it apparently chose it for you. And now, layer on this the valuation. There's a measure that Wall Street uses to tell whether the market is cheap or dangerously expensive. And it's called CAPE. It's an acronym again, C-A-P-E. It's the CAPE ratio. And today it sits near its second highest reading in almost a century and a half. That's right, a century and a half. The only time it was ever bigger, ever higher, was the peak of the dot-com bubble, right before the market lost roughly half of its value. And here's the dark twist. The money flowing out of your retirement account is what they call price insensitive. It doesn't ask whether the stocks are cheap or expensive. It buys on autopilot, on a payroll schedule every 2 weeks, no matter what. Which means, well, your retirement savings aren't just exposed to the bubble. Your retirement savings are helping, in fact, I think, to inflate the bubble. Now, connect that to the boomers. They were told, do the right thing, trust the system, feed the 401k, and you'll be secure. But if this whole thing blows, it doesn't just singe some speculators out in Silicon Valley. It lands right on retirees, many who have their entire life savings tied to these same AI-heavy indexes. Economists, they were already warning that the 401k experiment was leaving many boomers short of a dignified retirement, even in a calm market. Add a severe AI-led crash on top of that, and you're talking about older Americans who did everything right, standing at the edge of losing everything. Now, if you don't believe me, go do your own homework. Folks, watch what happens to the currency underneath it all. Because governments and central banks, well, they keep expanding the money supply to prop up these markets, to keep them going up. And the dollars in your account, they buy less and less, even as the balance on the statement looks bigger. That's how a saver quietly becomes a loser in real terms. Meanwhile, those holding hard assets, real gold and silver, land, they're not holding somebody else's promise. They're holding something that has, well, served as money through every collapse of every paper system in world history. Then there's the lock-in. And this is the part that you should, well, be very troubled about. Because so many retirement accounts, they're jammed into the same few tech giants, and any serious move to regulate those companies on antitrust, on privacy, on your data, well, that mechanically knocks down their stock. Mechanically, it knocks down your 401k. No senator wants to explain to voters why their retirement account dropped 15% because a vote to rein in big tech happened. So the system, I think, is rigged against reform before a single lobbyist even, well, lifts the phone. So look at this cruel irony. The workers most likely to be replaced by AI, the ones in routine office and administrative jobs, they're leaning on their 401k to cover the gap left by stagnant wages. But those AI valuations, they're built on a promise to cut labor costs, to replace them. So their retirement money is invested in the acceleration of their own unemployment. And this is not a conspiracy theory. That is just the architecture doing exactly what it was built to do. Now, there are honest fixes on the table. Decouple basic retirement security from the casino through a stronger safety net. Maybe redesign the default funds so no single sector can swallow them. Give workers a, well, real exit from auto enrollment. You could also update the judiciary rules so somebody actually has to answer for, well, locking your future into 10 stocks. I understand what you're up against. A system that turned millions of ordinary workers into passive fuel for a market bubble. That made reform politically radioactive. And that left an entire generation, I think, dangerously exposed. So when someone tells you, ERISA, the 401k, that this was a setup to take your wealth, they're putting their finger on something real. Because if this bubble breaks, we're not talking about a bad quarter on Wall Street. We're talking about retirement accounts wiped out. Promises broken. And a wave of older Americans, well, who once felt secure, discovering that the ground was never solid underneath them. The question is whether we just keep trusting a system that was built to serve concentrated capital first and you last. So again, I'm not here to give financial advice. I'm here to give you news and analysis. Do your own homework. Do your own due diligence. But I'm very worried about many of you in my audience who fit into the baby boomer category. So now you've been warned. Go do your own homework. That does it for this edition of the Worldview Report. As always, thank you for tuning in and supporting the broadcast at worldviewfoundation.com. Till next time, I'm Brandon House. May God save America. Take care. Don't forget, we are now training Bible teachers. We're training people who maybe want to start a home church. But we're doing more than training people. And you can find out all about it at worldviewtube.com/leadership. Worldviewtube.com/leadership. But you know what also we're doing besides training people? We're transforming lives. Because you know what happens when you intently study the Word of God for 2 years? It's transformational. I can promise you that. You want more joy? You want more hope, more happiness, more peace, more understanding, more wisdom, more knowledge? Study the Word of God. And that's what we do with our Leadership Institute. So don't think about it as just a course to take to become a teacher. Think about it as training that will do all of those things I mentioned. bring you hope and peace and understanding. And it'll bring you accountability because you got this course, you start taking it, it's 2 years, it's in depth, it's for lay people, but it's going to keep you on course to keep going. You know what keeps me studying as many hours a week as I do? The accountability of showing up on this broadcast, or the accountability of showing up every Sunday night with people ready to hear the word of God. That causes me to be accountable, to say, you know what, I like to go do this, but I got to go spend the day studying because there are people counting on me to teach and be encouraged and edified and equipped from the word of God. But I get more out of it probably than those who watch, because I'm telling you something, folks, there's something about deeply studying the word of God. It is totally transformational. So don't think about it as doing someone else a favor by taking this course you can teach. You'll be doing yourself a favor as well. But you'll also, I think, be storing up great blessings. The Great Commission, evangelism and discipleship. Many people like to evangelize, but where's the discipleship part? Teaching them what the Bible says and how to live. Folks, this is a great way, again, for you to fulfill the Great Commission, but also bless yourself and store up treasures. So get busy. Get busy over at worldviewtube.com/leadership. Become a biblical worldview instructor. Again, this is a course that features myself, Dr. Andy Woods, so many people that you've come to know over the years, John Ankerberg, so many more I could list off, people you know, respect, and trust. And folks, again, we need more people helping teach the Word of God and considering starting Bible studies in their home or home churches or teaching a Sunday school class. All the details are there, worldviewtube.com/leadership.
Take a look at the water you just poured. It looks clean. It tastes fine. But what's really in it? Lead, fluoride, arsenic, chlorine, pesticides, PFAS forever chemicals, pharmaceutical residues, and bacteria. Every single day, these toxins flow straight from your tap into your glass, into your family. It's time for Sentry H2O from Worldview Water. Sentry H2O is the ultimate water treatment technology, designed to remove harmful toxins, balance your water's pH, and enrich it with essential minerals like calcium and magnesium, the way nature intended. From commercial-scale systems to whole house filtration to crisp, delicious drinking water right at your kitchen sink and shower, Sentry H2O delivers cleaner, healthier water everywhere you need it. No plumber, no tools, no plumbing knowledge required. Perfect for homes, apartments, rentals, RVs, refrigerators, and more. Because everyone deserves access to clean, healthy water. Visit worldviewwater.net. That's worldviewwater.net.
This is Brannon House Live. Whether the issue is law, science, economics, history, family, social issues, education, religion, government, or national security, Brannon brings the issues of the day into clear focus through the lens of a Judeo-Christian worldview. And now, here is your host, Brannon House.
And welcome to the broadcast on this Thursday night, July 23rd, 2026. Folks, I need you to tweet, text, email, Facebook, Getter, Truth Social. I'm about to have on Dr. Doug Frank, and we're going to talk about a lot of new information that we did not have time to get to at the 1 o'clock Central Time slot for radio and television today. Many of you were sitting in messages, have him on more often, have him on again. And I said, come back tonight. So he did. Now, we're going to play a video that he recorded of a young man in South Korea named John. It's his letter to America. We're going to show you a lot of video footage of the hundreds of thousands that he spoke to in South Korea as the communists are taking power in South Korea. It looks like it was done through voter fraud. He also held up a book today written by a man that he was traveling with there in South Korea, who is the equivalent of being the former CIA director. He was the equivalent of being the CIA director in South Korea. He's now out of government and has written a book about the quiet coup. And as Dr. Frank said today, it reads like the very playbook taking place in America. Dr. Frank was warning us today on radio that he is very concerned President Trump, the Republican Party, will lose the House this fall. and that President Trump will go ahead and enact his executive powers under an executive order he brought about in 2018 and is renewed since coming back into the office for a second term, the right to take control of all the evidence related to election fraud and freeze everything, to not certify. Of course, that could set up incredible conflict, chaos this fall. So what Dr. Doug is warning about, very few people are talking about. We're going to do that here tonight with brand new video footage that we didn't have to play today at 1 o'clock because we didn't have it. We now have it. You're going to see a lot of what Dr. Frank was doing there. You're going to hear from a young man, John, from South Korea with his open letter to America. He's speaking it. You're also going to see and hear from the former ambassador of America to South Korea speaking, a very emotional speech. He is not being allowed to leave South Korea and travel back to America. Dr. Frank will explain why. But why South Korea is a object lesson for what could be coming to America, maybe even as soon as this fall. So again, this is not hyperbole. It is not hype. It is documentation, video footage, speeches, and people on the ground in South Korea that are warning that indeed what is happening to us is happening to you. It's the same template. And of course, we're very concerned about the church, the Christians in South Korea. So will you please, right now, tweet, text, email, Facebook, Getter, Truth Social, tell people to go right now to worldviewtube.com, worldviewtube.com right now as Dr. Doug Frank is about to come on. Now, this afternoon, I pre-recorded an interview with my reporter on the ground in Israel, who is now here in America and will be with us in studio next week, Aaron Levarco, because we are getting reports that it is very possible that the fighting could resume with Israel against Iran as soon as this weekend. We are approaching an attack on Iran, perhaps this weekend. So says one of the Likud members. That's a member of their Knesset. So if that happens, we will be breaking into programming and covering it here. But we're going to get a report from Aaron Levarco, who is now in the state of Tennessee, but the other end of the state, making his way our direction. Do you appreciate all we're doing here, folks? If you appreciate all we're shoving out to you related to education and research, we need your support. Summer months, giving drops. We need you to stop what you're doing right now. Go and donate $5, $10, $20, $50, whatever you can afford to do. Please go right now to worldviewfoundation.com and make a contribution, will you? worldviewfoundation.com. We have some ground to make up for our giving for the month of July, because again, a lot of people kind of check out during the summer months. So please go and make a $5, $10, $20, $50, whatever you can do, contribution now. If you can do more, thank you. If you want to send a check, you can go to worldviewfoundation.com. You'll find our mailing address there, worldviewfoundation.com. Please do that. Now, you know how to support us. You can go to worldviewtube.com/sponsors. That's another way. You'll find links for many wonderful products. You can find it for Numi, loaded with glutathione to detox your cells. Studies show it may remove mercury from your brain, helping prevent Alzheimer's, dementia, and Parkinson's. You'll find Bella Grace. I do this every day. 3 powerful ingredients in this elixir. Cat's claw, astaxanthin, and collagen with the peptides cut short so your body can absorb it. I take the phytoplankton Gatatana every day. I drink it every day with my dinner. And it's, according to many experts, very hard for those free radicals to live in your body when you are drinking a phytoplankton. Okay? I'm just telling you what the studies and research shows. This is all available at worldviewtube.com/sponsors. You can also find Worldview Talk there. That's bulletproof backpacks, that's solar generators, and much more. So please, you'll find the melissaprotein.com there. I'm taking that protein each and every day, trying to get down a little bit further in my weight category. I'm not overweight. I just want to be a little more thin, a little more trim. So the protein, folks, I take about 6-7 tablets every day. My appetite is suppressed through the whole day. It speeds up my metabolism, helps me burn fat, and it gives me energy. And then I can have maybe a handful of raisins or peanuts during the day. And other than that, I'm waiting for a very reasonable dinner. And last night I had vegetable pie that Melissa made. And at the end of it, about an hour later, I said to her, I had 2 very reasonable slices of vegetable pie, but I am so full because my stomach is apparently shrinking. So the very reasonable vegetable pie I had more than filled me up. So it is working. The protein also helps you build muscle mass and maintain muscle mass as well. So I'm a big fan of these protein tablets, and I haven't even been on them 2 weeks yet. Melissa's been on them for 4 months. She's very happy with the response that she's getting. So all of this is available at worldviewtube.com/sponsors, worldviewtube.com/sponsors. So please consider going there, worldviewtube.com/sponsors. And don't forget about Worldview Gold. Get your free, no risk, no obligation packet on putting gold into your IRA. Again, folks, you need to do your homework on your 401ks, on your pensions that reports say are being loaded up with a lot of junk like AI investments, etc. And if this pops, many people are going to lose like they did again in 2008. I talked to a friend of mine today, a realtor, and I was explaining some of this to her, and she said, we saw that in 2008. And some of those folks lost 30-40% of their net worth, and some of them died and never saw it come back. They died a few years later, they didn't live long enough to see their wealth come back, to even be made whole again. Well, Peter Schiff and the man that wrote Rich Dad, Poor Dad, a lot of these guys are saying what's coming will make 2008 look like a picnic. So you might want to consider going to Worldview Gold right now, filling out the form and getting the packet of information to put gold into your IRA, physical gold that you can put into a depository in Delaware, or go ahead and buy gold yourself and take physical custody. So all the details are there, or you can call 1-877, I think we have a number for it, 1-877-864-1072. There it is, 1-877-864-1072. The price has dropped. I think this is, in my opinion, a great time to buy. I don't give financial advice. I give financial opinion. My opinion is this is a great time to jump in with the price where it's at and where I think it's going. But it's not about making money, folks. It's about preserving your wealth, your purchasing power, what you have saved. And when gold goes up, it's usually because the dollar is going down and there's inflationary issues. So again, you do what you want, but at least get yourself educated. And you can do that with the free packet at worldviewgold.com or 1-877-864-1072. I have been working with this company for now around 18 years, okay? And a lot of you have done business with them, and a lot of you, like me, trust them because of our experience with them. So, worldviewgold.com. Let's get started. He was on radio with us today, TV radio at 1 o'clock Central, and we just scratched the surface. We had so many people say, have him back. Well, we are having him back, and the him is Dr. Doug Frank. You need to tweet, text, email, Facebook, Getter, Truth Social, because we're about to bring you a report about South Korea. And John, he lives there in South Korea, he wanted to write a letter to you tonight. He wanted you to hear from him. He said, can I write a letter to America? And Doug Frank said, yes. Better yet, let's roll the camera and you can speak to them. We're about to play that letter. I have not heard it. I'll be hearing it with you for the first time. But if I had to guess, I bet he's saying, America, wake up, understand what's happening. It can happen to you, and come help us. I don't know. I'm just guessing. We'll see. We're going to play it. We're also going to show you some pictures, huge crowds that Dr. Doug Frank spoke at while they're in South Korea. Dr. Doug, welcome back to the broadcast. Thanks for being with us.
Good to be with you, brother. Thanks for having me.
All right. For those who didn't catch the 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock Central, 1 is Central, 2 Eastern radio show, TV show today, what were you doing in South Korea?
Well, as we said in the program earlier today, they're undergoing a transition. It's really a coup that's been happening. It's taken decades to prepare, and now it's happened. And they're basically changing over to being a communist government. And the way it's been effectively done in the last 2 years is with 2 majorly corrupt elections. 9 out of 10 people there are pro-American, pro-MAGA. And what happened was, how can you possibly elect a communist president under those circumstances? So that happened a year ago. And then I was asked by the former prime minister, Hwang Kyo-ahn, to come observe their elections and to work with their election fraud detection team. And you know me, that's one of my specialties. And so I was there, and to be honest with you, I dropped everything at the last minute, and I just got on a plane and went. And I didn't really know what I was getting into. And I assumed I was going to be sitting in a cubicle somewhere, downloading data and analyzing data and making graphs and reporting graphs. And I really thought that was going to be my life for a week or so. They have 2 days of early voting, Friday, Saturday, and all their voting's in person, early voting. And then on the following Wednesday, they have election day. And I arrived 2 days before their early voting started. That way it gave me a chance to kind of recover from the big time change and all that travel, and then to meet their team and to go out and visit. So we did a little prep. Then I was there to observe their early voting, and boy, oh boy, was that an eye opener to see how they do their voting there. It's just totally vulnerable. And then we had a couple of days off, and in those in between days, I did tours across the country, visiting a couple of important sites. And I want to talk to you about something. There's very important thing that happened during that time. Right. And then on Wednesday, they had an election day, the in-person election day, and I observed that, and something major happened on that day, and I was in the right place at the right time, and it resulted in 1 million people demonstrating across the country.
Well, let's show the picture, Logan. I mean, look at this. Dr. Doug Frank was speaking to this crowd. We're going to show you the picture. Absolutely amazing. Look at that. You were there speaking to that group.
Right. I'm dead center. In fact, people were there demonstrating because that's the Seoul Coliseum, the handball Coliseum. And the way they do their voting there is people vote in person at their local precinct, but no ballots are counted there. They're all collected in these ballot boxes and then are taken to a local a province central counting facility. And in this case, it was at the Seoul Coliseum. And the people knew there was problems in their election. The people knew that the people had been denied the right to vote. And so they surrounded the Coliseum and told the government, we're not going to give you, this is my perspective. This is me with my camera showing what it looks like from where I am. During the daytime, that picture you showed before was at night. So they were surrounding because they weren't going to give their ballots to the government. So you notice behind me are a bunch of policemen in that little video you saw. Right behind me are they are guarding it. Guess what? The police are allowed to come and go, but the crowd was not letting anyone in or out of the building because they didn't want the fraudulent ballots to get out of there. And they weren't going to let the ballots go back to the government until everybody got a chance to vote. We haven't discussed that yet, but it was incredible. Oh yeah, that video right there. That was it was amazing to be me. All I had to do was show up as an American, and they view me as coming to the rescue. You think about it. In South Korea, from 1950 to 53, America came and we pushed communism back above the 38th parallel. And communism has now successfully taken over the country again, but not with bullets this time. They've used ballots to take over the country. Steady infiltration over decades, and then 2 fraudulent elections. Now their country government is communist, and they're right now changing their constitution to be a socialist country rather than a free republic.
All right, let's go to, with that being said, Just remind our audience, by the way, you're also running around with a guy that would have been the equivalent of the CIA director, the former CIA director for South Korea, correct?
Yeah. That so they
He
have
wrote
a
book
law
called
in
That's
there.
the Silent Coup, or Quiet Coup? The Quiet Coup?
The Quiet Coup, Color Revolution in Seoul.
And we're waiting for it to
and
come
the
out
subtitle-
in English. That's a pre-copy.
Yeah, this is a preprint. It should come out, I don't know, maybe in the next month. The subtitle is How a Free Republic Was Engineered Towards Communist Capture.
And what's happening there is happening here.
The same exact stuff. I mean, when I'm sitting on the plane reading this book, or actually I was reading it there too, but it's shocking to read American history in Korea. And they started with the universities and then the legal system and then the government. And they just basically infiltrated every aspect of public life. And they now control that country. They've de-armed all the military that were supposedly guarding the 38th parallel, the demilitarized zone. They are prime ready for a military takeover now. And just today, the government committee got together and said, we're going to start investigating these people who are demonstrating, just like at J6. So all the same stuff that's happened here to us, they're a little ahead of us, maybe like 1 or 2 years more advanced. So I feel like, and I'm still giving presentations around the country. I'm going to put together a slide where I show a picture of a human body with tumors in it. And then I'm going to show the same picture, the same body 2 years later where the patient is dead because the tumors have grown. That's the situation we're in America. We have been engineered for a takeover. And I think a first flashpoint is going to be November this year, the midterm.
So you're expecting, and we're going to play some brand new clips here for you, including John's letter, South Korean, his letter to America. I'm about to play it. But I want to get into this a little bit more tonight because we did on radio. You believe that we are now entering a very dangerous window in America. We're going to get into why he thinks that's a dangerous window, what it has to do with an executive order signed by President Trump, and how the media is already running articles about how Trump is preparing to deny Democrats the right to vote. So you can see this conflict, this thesis and antithesis, idea, opposite idea coming, the conflict coming. We'll get to that in a minute. Let's go first, however, and I'm going to see it with you for the first time myself. Tell us the backdrop of John's letter to America, the video we're about to play.
So there were 3 limousines that we would travel around in. One of the limousines had Morse Tan, the former ambassador, in it.
Who, by the way, is spoke in America, said something about one of the leaders over there. He went over there, and now they won't let him leave.
He has under a travel ban, yes. And if they get possession of him, we probably will never see Morse Tan again. He will probably not. He'll disappear, is what I predict.
They'll kill him.
Yes.
So there is a communist revolution underway in South Korea right now.
1,000%.
And now we got word from Gordon Chang and others that North Korea is moving at what looks like they're moving military hardware and making roads to move that towards South Korea, which shows us that perhaps, I'm just guessing at this point, I mean, common sense would tell you that North Korea may be preparing to help South Korea's communist leaders deal with the people that are showing up in the hundreds of thousands and more.
Oh, yeah, because, you can't have a public that's 90% pro-MAGA and pro-liberty if you're a communist country. You're going to have to impose some kind of oppression on them, and that they are preparing to do that, and they're already starting. While I was there, for example, these huge demonstrations, it was amazing to be in those big demonstrations. The country took down X. They took Twitter down. They took down X. They took everybody off of it who was 18 and younger and then rebooted it. I mean, they are trying to they are suppressing, and a bunch of the people that I was with, their X accounts were deleted. So you and I have X accounts in America that we can post to each other that will not be posted there. They are oppressing. And in Korea, you got to understand about these people. They're very modern, very technological. Samsung is there. they have a podcast culture. They don't watch TV. They watch each other's podcasts. It's crazy. When I showed up at the airport, when I arrived, there was a whole team, maybe 15 podcasters that did an interview that met me at the airport. They're very much into this podcast culture. So the first limousine had Morris in it and some security, and then me and then the third one had a couple extra people with more security. So it was like our entourage coming around. So anyway, we're driving to a location, and I can describe some of this to you, but we were on the way, and John says, I want to write a letter to America. And I said, okay, great. So I got my pad out and I started to take notes, and he's like, after about 2 sentences, I was like already being moved. And I said, stop. And I got my phone out and I just held it up and I said, okay, go. Because you need to hear this. It means a lot. Now, he's a Korean and he's speaking English, so he's a little stuttered, but it's very clear. He's one of the most popular podcasters in Korea. And so this is a big deal. This letter is, I've been traveling the country since I've been back. I play it at every one of my meetings. Yeah.
Here it is. Here's John's letter to America from South Korea.
I have a letter to America. Dear America, I'm a husband, father of 3. Well, 140 years ago, you came to our land and you taught us the Bible. So now I'm saved. Thank you. Thank you, America. And 1950 to 1953, you came to our land again. You fought for us. You protected us. Almost 36,000 American soldiers died, and more than 100,000 American soldiers got injured. You came to our land to protect us. You bled and died for us. You bled and died instead of us. Thank you. So I'm alive. And still, you are in our land. You're still protecting us. Thank you. And I'm sorry I didn't thank you enough. My brothers, sisters, fathers, mothers in America, in Christ, thank you and love you. From now, we're not gonna just ask for help. We wanna fight for you now. America is the strongest country, but America is fighting a lonely fight. You have your family, brothers and sisters here. From now on, we want to fight for you. America has to be stronger and wealthier. We want to make America stronger and wealthier and greater to protect people, protect the world, to protect freedom of faith. And thank you. So please help. It could be your words, military, finance. Give me some weapons so we can fight for you. Fight for freedom. Fight for freedom of our faith. Thank you. Love you, America.
That's pretty tough. See a grown man sitting there wiping his eyes. All he wants is freedom of religion, freedom of speech, liberty, to live his life quietly. He's acknowledging the sacrifice that we made in the Korean War. And he made a very important point. We need America to be strong militarily. We need America to be strong financially so that America can protect other free societies and have the geopolitical influence to stop dictators from suppressing Christians and people from having their God-given civil liberties. And that is why, of course, America is under attack. Ronald Reagan
100%.
spoke about America being the city on a hill over and over, and how if America falls, other nations around the world will fall. And he is saying that right now. And then he said, but give us weapons to fight. I think there are many in South Korea that are willing to fight and die for their liberty and freedom and for that of their children and grandchildren. But they don't have the Second Amendment like we do, I don't think.
None of them are armed.
And that man clearly is a believer.
Oh, yeah.
And the churches of South Korea are booming, aren't they? There are so many active churches, and they understand the threat of communism. You told me today the pastors are speaking up about voter fraud, whereas we didn't have a lot of that
Right from the
going
pulpit.
on. Right from the pulpit. We didn't have a lot of that going on in America, did we?
No.
The
one
pastors
of the
weren't
most
even speaking
profound-
up about COVID. A lot of the pastors caved to COVID. They took the shot. They turned their churches into places for PCR testing and government shots. You think they're going to speak up about voter fraud? But many of the big pastors in Korea are speaking up about voter fraud, aren't they?
Largest Methodist church in the world, 120,000 members. I spoke at it, and the minister got up afterwards and said, voter fraud is being used to take our country away. And that's exactly what's happening. To me, one of the most important things John said in his letter, and I'm glad it's a powerful letter. It's right, unscripted. He just spoke right from his heart. Is he said, America is fighting a lonely fight. And he understands the importance that America stays strong. And when I was there meeting with the team, there's a team of election fraud people there. They assumed we had our act together in a lot of categories. We don't. We are corrupt in a lot of the same ways they are. So they were, you could kind of see them go through a transition as we were talking together, from America, please be the cavalry and come rescue us, to America, we're ready to take up arms, but we need your help. Well, can we fight together? And you can see that in his letter, where he's saying, look, we're not just saying, oh, I'm a damsel in distress, come save us. He's saying, I'm ready to fight. You fought and bled and died for us before. We're ready to fight this time, and we need you strong. So here we are, America. And that attitude was pervasive everywhere I went. And some of the demonstrations you're going to see in some of the video that I sent, you're going to notice that they're, for example, play the one. Yeah, you're going to notice, by the way, that's a prayer meeting. But you're going to notice, look at the flags. Do you see only Korean flags? No, you see American flags up there as well. In other words, they understand that they exist because of our sacrifice before, and they understand that they need a collaboration with us or they're gone. By the way, this is a church service that was taking place. There are 3 primary groups that are demonstrating, massive numbers of people. You can see one American flag there. In that one with the 200,000 college students, you can see just about every other flag is an American flag. They know that they need us and they want to fight with us. So they're trying to bring attention. Yeah, like this. By the way, this is 200,000 college students marching through Seoul. And you need to understand, they were alternating a chant, and the chant had 4 things they were doing. And I think maybe I had a little something to do with that. They were saying, we want a re-election. They came up with that one themselves because, and I'll explain in a minute, their elections were stolen from them. They want to do it over again, re-election. But then they were also saying 1 day of elections, paper ballots, hand count. I wonder where they got that. So that they would go through this chant and they would do that for a while and then they would stop. And these college students that you're looking at, this is not just like regular college students. These are the Christians on campus college students, or the Turning Point campus. They would do their chanting for a while, and then they would sing hymns for a while, and then they would chant again. It was amazing.
Do we have any audio of that? Any audio of them singing? Any video?
There was some audio in that last one with them singing. This is with them chanting. There, now you can hear singing in this one. So that's them singing hymns.
Wow.
Kamsahamnida means thank you. I learned a little Korean while I was there.
So there are a lot of Christian young people that are fully activated. Now, I want to remind everybody.
Huge numbers.
I want to remind everybody, Logan, I don't know if we have the footage to go back and find the footage that Bill Federer gave us of Bill Federer and Charlie Kirk were in South Korea the week before Charlie was assassinated. And I don't know if we still have the footage or not, but Bill Federer said that Charlie told them, I'm going back home. I'm going to do my best to bring influence for your cause and freedom with the Trump administration. And then I got some other places I got to go, and then I'm coming back. Now, I know there's a lot of people running around out there talking about who they think killed Charlie. And I don't know who killed Charlie. But I do know that it looks like, to me, some very powerful communist countries would have every reason to kill Charlie. What are your thoughts on that?
Yes, because the war front between communism and the free world is the 38th parallel, and it's right there in South Korea. That is the battlefront, and that is for America to become involved there. That is the last thing that the North Koreans and the communists want, the CCP, and they've been
China, Russia,
yes,
Venezuela, Cuba. None of those countries would want us being involved there and encouraging those young Christians there.
Oh boy, are you right? And that brings up, this is another huge thing. Logan, show that picture of me standing with the AWEB next to me, not the cover of the magazine, the AWEB. What happened? Yes. So while I was there, they would take me to different locations and I would take pictures of myself, selfies. I always do that when I'm not traveling anyway, just to kind of document where I'm at. And then I would post on social medias and just show people where I was. Now, notice what AWEB is, the Association of World Election Bodies. AWEB, and put it in simple terms, is headquarters for the World Election Fraud Cartel. It's AWEB. It was started by Soros. It was funded by USAID until last year. It's basically
which is basically CIA.
It's the export hub for the world.
But the group you named, USAID, that was basically CIA, right?
And until this year, until last year, it was funding AWEB. And it has 120 member countries, and it's basically teaching countries how to create fraudulent, capable elections. It's what it's doing. It's going around the world doing this. So the thing is that it came under severe scrutiny a few years ago, and it was exposed with all this fraud and everything within Korea. So it got demoted. They got moved to a different site. Now their funding's being cut. But it's like a dirty little secret in Korea, and you're not supposed to ever say it. Sort of like in America, you never say the N-word. Well, here in Korea, you never say AWEB. So I committed a faux pas without even knowing it. I took a picture of myself in front of that, posted it on social media. Guess what happened the next day? Show the picture of the magazine cover, Logan. I'm suddenly on the cover. It's the only conservative publication they have left. I'm on the cover the next day. And this isn't just Dr. Frank, the famous election expert, coming to Korea to investigate our elections. This is Dr. Frank investigating AWEB. The whole point of that picture is it's America looking into AWEB. You follow me? And suddenly I'm like a national hero. And all I did was take a picture of myself in front of this sign.
Are you suicidal? Are you suicidal?
I know I'm not. I'm not suicidal, Brandon. I love my life. I love my family, and I'm okay. I'm perfectly.
But you realize what you're fooling around with here, right?
But I had no idea. I just stumbled into it. This whole South Korean thing was not at all what I expected. I expected to go there and be in a cubicle, doing election data. And I did a bunch of that, and I published a bunch of those graphs. You know me. Mm-hmm. So I did a lot of that. But I was expecting to have to do there what I do here, go to give public talks. And I gave a press conference on Monday night, and I would show people the data that I had found from the early voting on Friday, Saturday night. I was expecting to have to do the same kind of things there as I do here, except The government gave us a huge favor. I'm telling you, they gave it to us on a silver platter, Brand. It is amazing. So what happened was election day, about 120 precincts didn't have enough ballots. And they all turned out to be the precincts that are like conservative precincts.
Oh, imagine that.
And so imagine that. And so my first thought was they deliberately under-deliver ballots. But I've gone back and run the numbers. They delivered enough ballots. You know why they ran out of ballots? Because during the early voting, Friday and Saturday, there was so much cheating that they used up all the ballots. So what happens is the next step, you're just going to freak out when you hear this. So yes, that's at the Seoul Coliseum. So, and by that time I was famous. And so everywhere I went, crowds would come gather around me. It's him. It was cool. Anyway, you got to understand in South Korea, people live vertically. They live in vertical villages. And there'll be like a group of 10 tall high-rise buildings, like 10,000 people live in this one little area, and they've got a community center and a park and that kind of thing. So everybody's going down to this community center to vote, and they run out of ballots at this one place, Jamsil. And that's where you can show that little video with Trump in it, or the mock-up of Trump. So yeah, exactly. So what happens is I'm there with Hwang Kyo-on. He's there. Hwang Kyo-on. He's there to my right. And he's shouting, "We go together. We go together."
And who is he?
Because
Who is he?
The former prime minister of South Korea and also former acting president. During Trump's term, he was in office. And so what happens is we're about 5 minutes away and we're looking at X and all these because we're going around to the various voting sites on election day because we're analyzing data and gathering information and whatnot. So what happens is this precinct, Jamsil, Jamsil, reports that they didn't have enough ballots, and the NEC, the National Election Commission, is telling them, you already have enough ballots, we're not sending you any more. So this is starting to come out on social media. So Hwang Kyo-on and we go over to that place, and you saw me standing there, and we got out our bullhorns and we said, don't give them any of the ballots that are there behind us in that little community center until they give you enough ballots so everybody can vote. And by the way, we've done a whole bunch of analysis in the early voting, and there's probably fraud in those ballots. We think you ought to have a look at those ballots too. Don't just relinquish them to the government. At that time, 10,000 people came down out of that building and surrounded that one little precinct. So that was like the start of something big. Well, of course, everybody's got their cameras out. Everybody's filming every part of this. Within an hour, there were 3 or 4 more precincts, neighboring villages, so to speak, with 10,000 people surrounding their voting place saying, we're not going to give the government our ballots because they do central count. We're not going to do until we get enough ballots so everybody can vote. By 2 to 3 days later, we had about 1 million people around the country protesting. Now, it didn't start out that way. It started out as just a bunch of 10,000s. But what happened is the police came in one morning, and these people are unarmed. And, there was like these shifts in protest. So like you'd have like the kids at night, the kids like being there after school and in the evenings, and the college kids. And then during the wee hours, it would be the churches. And then during the day, it would be the older people, the ones who remember what communism is like. So there would be like these shifts, huge crowds. You could see the change in the tenor. You could see the change in the energy. It was funnest with the younger people, of course, because they really get going. But the chanting never ended for days. So they would turn. So one morning during the fourth morning or so, the 400 police showed up at that place where I showed that picture. And they formed a wedge and they pushed their way through the crowd, forced their way into the building, seized the ballots, and left. Now, what do those people do? Now you have 10,000 angry Koreans. They pick up and move and join the next precinct over. Happened again. You can see what happened. Within about 4 or 5 days, there were 3 large concentrations of protests, and you opened with the one at Seoul, but there's also one at Jamsil and at Pyeongtaek, and one in Southern Korea as well. 3 major batches of people, about 1 million people protesting. Just amazing to be in the middle of that. So that's how it kind of all happened. So I thought I was going to have to be all clever and smart and statistics and math and show people all the fraud. I didn't have to do any of that. The NEC handed it to us on a silver platter. They told all these precincts, we already gave you enough ballots. We're not sending you more. So all these people are standing in line. They knew they didn't get to vote. They knew there was a lot of cheating, and they weren't going to stand for it because they could feel their country being taken away from them. So that's, and I'm right in the middle of all that. I was right at the spark. I was right in the right place at the right time. It's just totally amazing to be placed at a specific place at a specific time. I don't take any credit for it. I feel like God's always guiding me where I need to be right at the right moment. And
amen.
There you go.
Amen. I think we have found
I'm
the
just
clip.
his tool.
I think we have found the clip of Charlie Kirk we played that day of his assassination when Bill Federer was there with him the week before in South Korea. Watch this, please.
Attacked this great nation. They wanted to conquer and enslave you. Korea was totally isolated with nowhere to turn, nothing to gain and nothing to receive. After a bloody war of our own, America stepped up and fought for Korean independence. This is what makes America an exceptional nation. We didn't do it for territory or money or to get power. We came here to protect this nation from slavery. In fact, General Douglas MacArthur, my producer tells me, did his famous landing to defeat the communists only about 15 miles from here. When I was growing up, in fact, the middle school I attended was named after General MacArthur. And when I first landed here in South Korea, I saw one of the biggest statues I've ever seen to General Douglas MacArthur. Because in both of our countries, we celebrate those who fight for freedom everywhere on earth. More than 30,000 Americans died protecting the freedom of Korea. Today, Korea has repaid us that debt many times over. For 75 years, Korea has stood alongside us in the battle for freedom against communist tyranny, not just here, but around the world. Korean soldiers fought heroically at our side against communism in Vietnam. May we never forget that Canada didn't do that. Britain did not do that. Germany didn't do that. But Korea was there and had America's back. Korean troops helped America in both Afghanistan and in Iraq. And now today, Korea is our bulwark against the growing power of the Communist Chinese Party. Korea has stood with us, and as long as there are still Koreans ready to answer the call, America and President Donald Trump will stand with you.
우리 아까 약속한 것처럼, we would like to pray for you.
All right, let's stop right
And
there.
we would like
very,
to sing a
very
short-
powerful. Now, that of course, I have to again ask, why are others other than maybe you and I not asking the question, is this one reason why Charlie had to be taken out, according to whoever did it? Is this why? Because very powerful communist countries want to take South Korea. They don't want someone like a Charlie Kirk. Now, you've gone over there just a few weeks ago. Here is Dr. Frank speaking to this group.
Thank you.
I have. Come. To work
I
with
think
the
you're
Korean
playing the
US.
Korean translation thing, but that's okay.
I came here because President Moon called me in.
I just wanted people to see your speaking. What did you say to them, Frank? Doug.
I told them that the first thing I said is I was honored to be there and to stand with them in their fight against communism. And I said, my stepfather and my father-in-law both fought in the Korean War. And I was happy to pick up the baton where they handed off to me. And you should have heard the crowds. That was, I mean, they were moved by that. And you know, you think about it, we really did fight there. And that is the war front of the free world right there. And so that was big. And then I basically told them that America is not in a position that we're just going to drop whatever we're doing and run over there and defend them. That they're going to have to fight right now and defend themselves. And they need to make large demonstrations to bring it the attention of America. And then I told them I was going to go back to America and tell everybody what I find there and work to get us engaged as well. But we're busy. I said, we're busy fighting in Iran right now. It's not like we're going to immediately drop everything and run there. So they need to stand up for themselves. So, and that's a little different for them, because to them, they're used to having us come in to save them. We've got Camp Humphreys right there. It's the largest military base offshore in the world, right there up north of Seoul, to defend against the North Koreans and the CCP. So they're kind of expecting us. In fact, when I arrived at the airport that first day and the 15 or so podcasters were there, the first question out of their mouth was, when is America going to come and rescue us? And then a couple of nights later, I was on the most popular conservative television program of the country, millions of people watching it live. It's amazing. And the first question of Han Gil is his name. He said, when is America going to come and rescue us? In other words, they're in that mode where they're completely disarmed. They have no way to defend themselves. And they're in the mode where they know they desperately need our intervention. So when is that going to happen? So I said something that I almost regret saying, but I'm glad I said it because it's the truth. I said, you remember when the protest, I told this, I was speaking live on air. I said, you remember when the Iranians protested against their government? and Trump said, we hear you, keep fighting, we'll be there. I said, remember when Trump said that? Well, you need to have demonstrations like that. And Trump will say, likely to say, hey, we hear you, we're coming. But remember, about 30, 40,000, depending who you ask, of those protesters have been slaughtered since.
That's exactly right.
And so I said, this is not an easy road you have ahead, okay? But know that you've got many Americans that love you, and we are going to give the call to come to your aid. But you're going to have to fight. And that's what's so important about John's letter. You notice John didn't say, damsel in distress. He said, we're ready to fight. We're ready to fight with you, but we need you. So come and help. So it's an amazing situation. It's actually happening.
Well, let's talk about this fall real quick before we wrap. But before we do that, I want to play this video from you and ask you who this individual is. Let me show the picture.
Yeah.
Who is this?
That is former ambassador Morse 10, M-O-R-S-E, like Morse code, Morse 10.
And he lives here in the U.S.?
Yeah, his father was one of the senior executives at Samsung. He's now retired and lives in America. And Morse 10 was appointed ambassador at large by President Trump in 2019. And in 2015, he and 3 other Americans went to, that includes Gordon Chang and John Mills, went to South Korea to observe their 2025 election, which was totally corrupted. And they elected a communist president, which is impossible. And they know it. And then he arrived at the airport with me when I arrived, because he was going to observe the election with me. One of the things he said to me that was really kind of shook me up, but it really makes sense in retrospect. He says, Dr. Frank, he says, it's amazing how quickly you learn all the problems we have here with our elections here in Korea. He says, a lot of people have come here, but like you understood everything already. And he was trying to compliment me. He was trying to say, boy, you're really smart. You figured this all out. No, it's exactly the same stuff we have going on in America that I've been studying every day of my life for the last 7 years. So it's like, I didn't have to learn anything new except maybe a few nuances of their system. Everything that has happened in their country to corrupt their elections is happening here. And they were even making a joke about it. The team there's about 15 people on their team, their election fraud team. They'd say, they would say something and ask me a question, and then I would pause and they would look at me and they'd say, it's the same in America, isn't it? It was like a joke. And yes, we have the exact same problems they have. And there's a reason for that. It's because AWEB is basically directing their elections. AWEB is basically directing our elections. It's the World Election Fraud Cartel Organization headquarters.
And you arrived with him, but he was not allowed to leave the country.
Right. Because of the comments he made a year earlier. After he observed the 2025 election, he and the team came back and they held a press conference at the Washington Press Club. And they held the press conference and they talked about all the fraud in the election. And then, of course, the question becomes, well, they've got an illegitimate president. What are we going to do about it? Well, Morristan is also an attorney and he's a law professor at Liberty University. And he said, well, we've begun an investigation because we're not going to be able to get rid of him with elections because the elections are corrupt. We're going to have to find another strategy. So we've done an investigation into him, a legal investigation, and we've discovered that he has this sob story about how when he was a kid, how he got, couldn't graduate from high school because of this poor family. He comes from a privileged family. He got thrown out of high school because, according to Morristan, because he and a group of his buddies raped a special needs girl. And so they threw him out. Now, when Morristan announced that and he started showing all the evidence, and Morse he says, I'm not making an accusation. He says, I'm telling you as an attorney, I have all of this evidence we've collected. It's all signed with affidavits. We've got everything all sworn. He says, I'm an attorney. He says, if I was holding this case today, I'd win this case. So he announced that at the press club because they're thinking about a legal strategy to get this illegitimate president removed. Well, 3 days later, after that, the principal of that high school turned up dead, floating in a lake nearby with his arms and legs cut off. Okay, 3 days later. And obviously he's one of the ones that signed the affidavit. So in other words, they're trying to cover that all up. So when Morse arrived with me at the airport, police met him and they had subpoenas to take him in for questioning. Well, he was prepared and he had said, no, all of my comments were outside of this country. And everything I said was legal. No, I'm not going for questioning. I'm not a citizen of Korea. I don't have to comply. He had a certain amount of immunity and whatnot. So then the police went to the government and said, we want a travel ban on him. And they got a travel ban against him. It went to court. It's been upheld. It's now in its second month. And something tells me they're not going to let him out.
So, and this man, I'm guessing, is a Christian if he's working with Liberty University, I'm assuming he's a Christian.
Oh, yeah, he's a fine Christian man. Morstrand in fact, he went to Wheaton College. I went to Westmont College. We were like sister schools. It was amazing how much in sync we just hit it off instantly. I spent days with the guy. He's a great Christian man.
I would pray that someone would somehow smuggle him out of the country.
I'm glad you said that. We looked into two ways of doing that. We went to the embassy, the U.S. embassy in Korea. They would not return our calls. Okay, so that tells you the U.S. embassy has been infiltrated. Okay, we went to Camp Humphreys and we said, hey, we're going to let's put him on a jet and fly him back home. They refused to do it. They don't want to create a diplomatic incident. So the next thing is we've got a new ambassador to Korea. Her name is